Chapter 3989. You're still not convinced? Actually, I've been patient enough with you. I repeatedly warned you to not come in contact with Qin Feiyang and the others. Yet what did you do? Not long after they entered the Black Tortoise realm, you took the initiative to look for them. Long Chen's eyes were slightly cold. How do you know? Ling Long was flustered. I also know that you cooperated with Qin Feiyang to get rid of your brother. It was also you who told Qin Feiyang about the Eye of Heaven. Back then, the place where you met was in the Western continent. These words caused Ling Long to panic to the extreme. She really couldn't figure out why Long Chen knew so much. It was as if he saw it with his own eyes. Originally, your brother was very useful to me. But because of you, he lost the Eye of Heaven. But I don't blame you for this. After all, this is a fair battle between your big brother and Qin Feiyang. As the saying goes, those who bet must accept their loss. When you contacted Qin Feiyang, I didn't ask. Because I believe that you know what to do. But now, you've come to find me and urgently want me to help you. This is very irrational and immature behavior. Long Chen's face became colder. One had to know. After interacting with Frenzy and the others for so many years, his face had never changed. But now, it was obvious that his anger was erupting. Exquisite lowered her head, her body faintly trembling. Normally, Long Chen gave people a feeling that he was easy to get along with. But at this moment, Exquisite felt a great pressure from Long Chen, and her soul couldn't help but tremble. Do you know what the current situation is? Long Chen looked at her deeply, raised his head and looked in the direction of the land of buried gods and whispered, "The Divine Kingdom's strength is obvious to all. To deal with the Divine Kingdom, we have to join forces with Qin Feiyang to have a chance of winning." I know. Ling Long nodded. Then, do you know what will happen once the Sky Cloud realm falls? Long Chen asked. Ling Long was silent. Let me tell you. If the Sky Cloud realm falls, not only the creatures of the Sky Cloud realm, but all the continents in the lower realm will suffer a catastrophe. Billions upon billions of living beings will welcome the end of the world. Long Chen retracted his gaze and looked at Ling Long. If such a disaster happened because of you, then you will be a sinner for all eternity. Can you bear this sin? Ling Long trembled uncontrollably, her face deathly pale. So now, our Sky Cloud realm cannot have internal strife, especially Qin Feiyang and the others. We must maintain our current relationship. As for your matter, if you're willing to wait, then wait until the Divine Kingdom retreats. If you're not willing to wait, then give up. Long Chen said. Give up? Ling Long's body and mind trembled. She raised her head and looked at Long Chen. Not bad. You only have these two choices. If I find out that you went to Qin Feiyang again, I will kill you directly. His words were very calm, but they were full of great deterrence. Ling Long did not dare to have any objections. She lowered her head again, her face incomparably painful. Long Chen saw this and couldn't bear it. He stretched out his hand and straightened out the messy hair on her forehead. His expression eased a lot. He smiled and said, "In fact, you don't need a war soul. You can still become a heaven's pride in the Sky Cloud realm, because your talent is better than all the princes and princesses." This was not false at all. Whether it was the first prince of the dragons or the second princess of the dragons, they were all afraid of this little princess. And you are very smart. You also know how to endure. I really don't want to see you embark on a path of no return. How about this? You go to my mother. She still has the inheritance of the ultimate profound. You tell her that I asked you to go, and she will arrange it for you. Long Chen smiled slightly. Ling Long's eyes suddenly trembled. She hurriedly looked up at Long Chen. Was this real? Was this a dream? Go. Long Chen patted Ling Long's head. There was a trace of affection on his face. It was like the love of a brother to his sister. Thank you. Ling Long bowed. After a moment of hesitation, she asked, "Then the grudge between me and my brother, you. I will not interfere in the grudge between you two. But it must be fair." Long Chen smiled. Understood. Ling Long nodded. The meaning of these words was quite obvious. He did not allow her to borrow Qin Feiyang's hand. If she wanted to take revenge, she would have to go and have a fair fight with the first prince of the dragons. Also, Qin, my mother, and I will leave the dragons sooner or later. You must not let me down. Long Chen turned around, looked at the horizon, and said with a smile. Ling Long had just turned around and was about to leave. When she heard these words, her body suddenly shook. She slowly turned around and looked at Long Chen's back. But Long Chen did not turn around. He did not say anything more. Ling Long took a deep breath, bowed and said, I will try my best. Then, without waiting for Long Chen's response, she turned around and flew away. Others may not understand, but she understood the hidden message in Long Chen's words. He wanted her to be the future Dragon King, to lead all the dragons. Time passed day by day. The friendly competition was in full swing. Anyone with the slightest bit of courage would have already tried it. However, although there were countless people from the Sky Cloud field participating, the winning rate was too small. Apart from the battle with the demon ancestor, who won a complete victory, the people after were almost completely defeated. The only few times they won, they relied on the secluded old antiques of the various races. Even these old antiques were lucky to win because they challenged the humans of the Divine Kingdom. As for the God race, apart from Pei Tianhong and Wang Changyuan, no one dared to challenge them. Others were scared out of their wits when they saw the people of the God race. But Pei Tianhong, Wang Changyuan, and the others were specifically watching the people of the God race. With their strength, they were definitely not the opponents of the God race. But they were not afraid. After a crushing defeat, they rested for 2 days and continued to challenge. Anyway, the other party did not dare to take their lives. They might as well use these people to train themselves. Therefore, in every battle, they used all their strength and did not leave any leeway for themselves. Sometimes, even if they fell down and could not stand up, they still persevered. Such perseverance and fighting spirit, even the great geniuses of the Divine Kingdom could not help but look at them in a new light. They even investigated the situation of Pei Tianhong and the others. After some investigation, it turned out that these people were Qin Fei Yang's subordinates. No wonder they had such courage. Where there was effort, there was gain. In battle after battle, Wang Changyuan and the 9 commanders broke through successively and comprehended the ultimate profundity of an ordinary law. Even though it wasn't the ultimate profundity of a strongest law, they were already very satisfied. Because when they were in the Western continent, they did not even dare to imagine that they would be able to comprehend an ultimate profundity in this life. Just like that, 10 years. An entire 10 years passed. The people of the Divine Kingdom were no longer unfamiliar to them. Even if they encountered the people of the Divine Kingdom in the 4 continents, they would not be nervous at all and would even speak a few words sometimes. Because they were used to it. On this day, Ocean of Clouds City, Tianyue Pavilion. Within a private room, over a dozen people sat around a table, and all of them were familiar faces. It was Pei Tianhong, Wang Changyuan, the other commanders, and the Demon Ancestors group. Mu Qing looked at Pei Tianhong and the others and shook his head. All of you have really been influenced by Qin Feiyang. You're all so desperate. You already know. Pei Tianhong smiled. Right now, everyone in the Sky Cloud realm is talking about all of you. It's difficult not to know. Moreover, all of you should go and take a look for yourselves. Who doesn't say that all of you are desperate? Even the God race of the Divine Kingdom is worried when they see all of you. Do you know why they are worried? Endless challenges, but they can't kill all of you. It's hard to bear. Mu Qing shook his head. He really felt pity for the God race. They were completely treated as sparring partners by these people. Pei Tianhong and the others didn't know whether to laugh or cry when they heard this. Dong Xingyang smiled, but all of you are quite formidable. You've all broken through in battle. Qin Feiyang has gained over a dozen more generals under his command. What do you mean by that? We are the young master's generals. The second commander spoke proudly. You're really arrogant. In the current situation, without an ultimate profundity, what can we do? Even if we comprehend the ultimate profundity of an ordinary law, it doesn't mean much. The most important thing is the ultimate profundity of a strongest law. So, not only you, the few of us have to work hard too. Otherwise, we will be thrown to the horizon by Qin Feiyang sooner or later. Mu Qing sighed. Thinking back to when he was in the Great Qin and Forgotten Continent, he was similar to Qin Feiyang. But now, one was the sky, the other was the earth. They were not on the same level at all. They were both possessors of the strongest battle soul. Why was the difference so big? Actually, we still have to go out more to gain experience. For example, when the Sky Bell Divine Treasure opened, we should have gone to gain experience. Mu Tianyang shook his head as he drank his tea, feeling rather regretful. If he knew that the Sky Bell Divine Treasure had so many heaven-defying opportunities, he would have gone no matter what. If you guys want to go, the young master might not agree. After all, you guys are going to drag him down. Wang Changyuan chuckled. The few of them weren't angry. Even Mu Tianyang and Mu Qing weren't angry at all, but they rolled their eyes at Wang Changyuan. Have you guys gained anything in the past 10 years? Pei Tianhong asked. We've been to almost all the big and small towns on the 4 continents. Dong Jingyang sighed helplessly. Apart from the towns, aren't there still many small villages? Pei Tianhong said. You're underestimating the strongest battle soul too much. Those who possess the strongest battle soul all have extraordinary talent. How can they stay in a small village forever? Apart from the Divine Kingdom, there are only 3 major races left. We want to find time to visit the 3 major races. But, at this point, Dong Jingyang frowned, looking somewhat worried. Are you worried that the 3 major races won't let you guys go? Pei Tianhong asked. Dong Jingyang nodded. Pei Tianhong pondered for a while and analyzed. The Feng people shouldn't have any objections. As for the Kirin race, let's inform Qi Shaoyun in advance. With his relationship with the young master, it shouldn't be a big problem. The only difficult thing to deal with is the dragons. That's what we think too. The dragons are now under the control of Long Zun and Long Chen. Long Chen is still fine, but Long Zun and Long Qin, this pair of mother and daughter, won't be easy to get along with. Dong Jingyang smiled bitterly. Actually, we don't have to go personally. Fire Dance, Qi Shaoyun, Long Chen is from the 3 major races. They definitely know if anyone in the race has awakened the strongest battle soul. Can't we just ask them directly? Wang Changyuan looked at everyone and said, Fire Dance can be trusted now. But Long Chen and Qi Shaoyun, to be honest, I don't trust them at all. What if they're hiding something? Won't we just brush past each other? Brushing past each other is a small matter. The most terrifying thing is that Long Chen already knows about our battle souls. What if he's plotting against us behind our backs? So, we have to find an opportunity to confirm it personally. Mu Qing shook his head. He didn't know much about Qi Shaoyun, but if Long Chen was really plotting against them behind their backs, the consequences would be unimaginable. Pei Tianhong pondered for a while and looked at them. If you insist on going, then we can only ask Feng Zi and Brother Wolf for help. Mu Qing frowned and asked, Is there no other way? He really didn't want to ask Feng Zi and White-Eyed Wolf for help. There really isn't. If you go in your own name, let alone the dragons, even the Feng people might not give you any face. Pei Tianhong chuckled. Chapter 3990. In the current Tianyun realm, if you don't rely on the young master and the others, even if you have the strongest battle soul, it is useless. Blood Ancestor is still okay. The Eye of Despair has evolved. But for Mu Tianyang and the other 2, what use can the semi-finished strongest battle soul be? Any reclusive old antique from the 3 major clans is enough to make them suffer. Sigh. Mu Qing sighed deeply. Although he was a little unwilling, he could only do so. Pei Tianhong immediately sent a message to Madman. However, after waiting for a while, Madman didn't reply. He then sent a message to the White-Eyed Wolf. Buzz. The response this time was very quick. The image of the White-Eyed Wolf appeared. What is it? The White-Eyed Wolf looked at Pei Tianhong suspiciously. Pei Tianhong briefly explained the situation. The White-Eyed Wolf froze for a moment. The corner of his mouth pursed into a playful smile. Let them beg me, then I will help them. Mu Qing and Mu Tianyang's faces instantly darkened. Dong Zhiyang also had a helpless expression. Pei Tianhong simply turned the sound transmission god stone and faced Mu Tianyang and the other two. Is it so difficult for you to lower your head and beg me? The white-eyed wolf looked at the three of them in ridicule. If you want to help, then help. If not, then forget it. Mu Qing snorted. You have personality, I like it. Then you guys have to think of a way yourselves. After the white-eyed wolf finished speaking, he turned off the sound transmission god's stone. This bastard, Mu Qing was stunned. What kind of attitude was this? I know you are very powerful now, but you don't have to be so arrogant. After knowing each other for so long, you still don't understand the character of this wolf cub? A typical example of being amenable to coaxing but not coercion. The demon ancestor looked at Mu Qing helplessly. After so many years, this arrogant character should be put away. If you don't want to help, then don't help. I don't believe that if we leave them, we can't handle this matter. Mu Qing snorted coldly. Fine. You have the ability, you go. Anyway, I won't go and ask for trouble. The demon ancestor said indifferently. You're not going either? Mu Qing was stunned. He was counting on the fiend ancestor. Because the demon alpha's eye of despair had already evolved, the three races would definitely give the demon alpha some face. Mu Tianyang glanced at the demon ancestor and frowned. You are helping the white-eyed wolf to bully us. I didn't bully you. I just want you to personally experience the status of the white-eyed wolf and the others in the sky cloud realm. I'll explain it to you like this. If you leave them now, you will achieve nothing. If you don't believe me, let's make a bet. The demon ancestor said indifferently. I'll give it a try. Mu Qing snorted coldly and immediately got up to leave. You really won't cry until you're in the coffin. The fiend ancestor sighed. Pei Tianhong and the rest looked at each other and quietly followed, ready to watch the show. Let's go take a look too. Dong Xingyang looked at Mu Tianyang and the demon ancestor as he shook his head and smiled bitterly. Kanglan Snow Mountain. An invisible barrier enveloped half of the Kanglan Snow Mountain, blocking the invasion of ice and snow. After all these years, the barrier had long been filled with green mountains and clear waters. The Feng people lived here peacefully. A figure broke through the air and arrived. It was Mu Qing. Who is it? Before he could get close to the barrier, a middle-aged man rushed into the sky and blocked in front of Mu Qing. Mu Qing took a deep breath and cupped his hands. I am Mu Qing. I would like to enter the phoenix nest to take a look. I hope you can make an exception for me. Mu Qing. The middle-aged man sized up Mu Qing and shook his head. The Feng people have nothing to see. Please leave quickly. This attitude was already very polite. If it was the Feng people of the past, they would definitely chase him away directly. Mu Qing's expression stiffened and hurriedly said, I know Huo Wensheng. The middle-aged man had already turned and left. Hearing this, he couldn't help but stop and look at Mu Qing again. I'm not lying. Huo Wensheng and I are old friends. If you don't believe me, you can ask Huo Wensheng to come out. Mu Qing said anxiously. I'm sorry, the patriarch is not in the phoenix nest now. The middle-aged man said apologetically. Not here? Mu Qing frowned. The patriarch is in the land of the buried gods. He might only be back at night. Since you know the patriarch, why don't you contact him directly? If he agrees, I can let you enter the phoenix nest. The middle-aged man said. Can't you let me in now? Mu Qing frowned. Although the Feng people have an agreement with the demon palace, our phoenix nest is not a place you humans can enter as you wish. We respect you, so please respect us. The middle-aged man said expressionlessly. Mu Qing's expression was a little ugly. I knew it. With your prestige, you can't do it at all. At this moment, the demon ancestor, Mu Tianyang, Dong Xingyang, Pei Tianhong and a group of people walked out of the space divine item. You followed me? Mu Qing raised his eyebrows. That's not the point. Pei Tianhong shook his head and looked at the middle-aged man. He cupped his hands and smiled. I'm Pei Tianhong. Please forgive me for offending you. The middle-aged man scanned the group of people. Wasn't this the demon ancestor? and Pei Tianhong and the rest. They were also Qin Feiyang's subordinates. What were these people doing in the phoenix nest? Suddenly, a golden figure appeared from a glacier not far away. Golden-winged Wolf King. The middle-aged man looked up and his expression changed drastically. Seeing the white-eyed wolf appear, Mu Qing's expression turned extremely ugly. Aren't you very capable? The white-eyed wolf walked over and looked at Mu Qing mockingly. Mu Qing looked at the middle-aged man and sent a sound transmission. Bastard, don't go too far. Leave me some face. The white-eyed wolf looked at the middle-aged man with disdain. He said indifferently, if brother wants to enter the phoenix nest, do I have to get the permission of my father-in-law? When he mentioned his father-in-law, his expression was very unnatural. No need, no need. The middle-aged man waved his hand and quickly ran to the front of the barrier. He took out a token and opened the barrier. Then he retreated to the side and said respectfully, Lord Wolf King, please. The white-eyed wolf was very satisfied. He looked at Mu Qing and stepped into the phoenix nest. How shameless! Mu Qing secretly snorted. This is prestige. You have to admit it. Pei Tianhong chuckled and also stepped into the phoenix nest. After the group of people entered the phoenix nest, the middle-aged man smiled and said, Lord Wolf King, I will go and report to the ancestral patriarchs and ask them to welcome you personally. No need. The white-eyed wolf waved his hand. When the middle-aged man heard this, he stood aside resentfully. Then, should we ask them to gather all the people of the Feng people? It will be easier to investigate. Pei Tianhong secretly asked. No need. If the Phoenix clan really has someone with the strongest fighting soul, they will definitely hide if they know about it in advance. So, we have to launch a surprise attack at this time so that they have nowhere to hide. The white-eyed wolf's eyes flashed and he sent a sound transmission to Mu Tianyang and the other two. However, don't be too hopeful. Sister Feng has never told me that the Feng people have the strongest fighting soul. Regardless, we have to go and take a look. Dong Xingyang secretly said. Then follow me. The white-eyed wolf took a step forward and rushed to the center of the phoenix nest like lightning. While the white-eyed wolf was leading Mu Tianyang and the others to investigate the three major clans in the Shen family village in the western mainland. Boom! A powerful aura rolled out from the back of the mountain. In the village, the children were playing. The elders in the village were also sitting outside and basking in the sun. However, the appearance of this aura did not cause a commotion. Everyone seemed to be used to it. Qin Feiyang was also sitting at the entrance of the village, drinking tea and playing chess with Shen Mulin. The two of them did not pay attention to the aura that suddenly erupted. However, Qin Feiyang had already turned into a middle-aged man. That's right. He now looked like a middle-aged man. His body was a little plump, and strands of white hair could be clearly seen at his temples. He was filled with an aura of vicissitudes. Opposite him, Shen Mulin looked at the chessboard, and his eyes suddenly lit up. He picked up a black piece and pressed it on a certain spot. The white piece on Qin Feiyang's side immediately became a dead end. Brother Gu Feng admit it? Shen Mulin chuckled. Qin Feiyang glanced at the chessboard and shook his head. I didn't expect Brother Shen's chess skills to be so good. I haven't won a single game in 10 years. Even his voice was filled with the magnetism of a middle-aged man. He had been playing chess since he was young, and his skills were not bad. However, in front of Shen Mulin, he was like a child, unable to withstand a single blow. I'll let you win next time. Shen Mulin laughed loudly. After taking the eternal youth elixir, his face was flushed red and he was full of energy. How can I let you win in chess? Qin Feiyang shook his head. At this moment, the aura at the back of the mountain disappeared. After a while, a group of young men and women in their 20s ran out from the back of the mountain in high spirits. The leader was a woman. She was about 1.75 meters tall and had an exquisite figure. Although she was dressed very simply, it couldn't hide her elegant and refined temperament. Xiaojia, you've finally broken through. Congratulations. Qin Feiyang looked at the woman. It's all thanks to you, Brother Gu Feng. If it weren't for your guidance, how could I have broken through so quickly? The woman giggled. That's right. This was the little girl from back then. The group of young people behind her were also the children who followed behind this little girl back then. 10 years had passed. They had all grown up. Shin Xiaojia had already become a slender and elegant woman. Even that snotty kid had turned into a handsome young man. And the aura from before was the aura of Shin Xiaojia's breakthrough. This was no longer a rare thing. Ever since Qin Feiyang took out the eternal youth elixir to help Shin Mulin prolong his life, the people in the village treated him like family. They had never said anything about letting him go. Moreover, after living together for so many years, no one had inquired about Qin Feiyang's background. For them, Qin Feiyang's background was no longer important, because now they had already regarded Qin Feiyang as a member of the village. And Qin Feiyang had also thoroughly integrated into the village life in these 10 years. He followed the men in the village to hunt, followed the women to plant vegetables in the fields, and played with the children in the village. Sometimes, even he forgot his true identity and thought that he was Gu Feng. Similarly, if the children in the village encountered any difficulties in their cultivation, he would tirelessly guide them as if he was teaching his own children. Chapter 3991. It was also because of Qin Feiyang's guidance that the strength of the young people in the village had increased by leaps and bounds. One had to know. With his current cultivation, any casual word from him would be priceless advice to these young people. Just like the young people of Shin Xiaojia's generation, they had been by Qin Feiyang's side since they were young. Not only had they been influenced by Qin Feiyang, their perseverance and potential had also far surpassed their peers. Shin Xiaojia was only in her 20s. But in her 20s, she had already broken through to 1-star War Master. This was under the condition that the gate of potential had not been opened. If the gate of potential had been opened, it would have been even more terrifying. Big brother Gu Feng, I'm about to break through too. A handsome young man looked at Qin Feiyang and chuckled. This person was of course that snotty baby. Good. Qin Feiyang nodded, looked at Shin Mulin and smiled. Brother Shin, your village is full of talents. What do you mean by your village? Shouldn't you be talking about our village? Shin Mulin was displeased. Qin Feiyang was startled, then shook his head and laughed. That's right, our village. That's more like it. You've already lived here for 10 whole years. Look at everyone who has ever treated you as an outsider. So, don't treat yourself as an outsider. Shen Mulin smiled, then turned his gaze to Shin Xiaojia and the group of young people. He shook his head and said, As for them, if they didn't have your guidance, how could they be so outstanding? So this is all thanks to you. You're treating me like an outsider. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and smiled. Shin Mulin looked at Shin Xiaojia and smiled. You guys go and play first. Your big brother Gu Feng and I still want to play another round. What's the point of playing chess all day? Shin Xiaojia pouted, hugged Qin Feiyang's arm, and said, Big brother Gu Feng, accompany us out to hunt. That's right. I heard from Big Brother De Zhuang that a War King level Beast King has recently appeared in the mountains ahead. I really want to meet it. Everyone's eyes lit up as they looked at Qin Feiyang expectantly. I think you guys are really arrogant. With your little strength, you dare to challenge a War King? Shen De Zhuang walked out from the nearby forest with a gigantic beast on his shoulder. It was a black tortoise. Although it was already dead, the aura it left behind was quite shocking. Brother De Zhuang, didn't you go to the city? Why are you carrying a ferocious beast back? Shin Xiaojia and the others surrounded him. I packed it on the way back. Shen De Zhuang threw down the black tortoise and ran in front of Qin Feiyang and Shin Mulin. He smiled and said, Grandpa, Big Brother Gu Feng. In the past 10 years, Qin Feiyang had given Shen De Zhuang plenty of pointers. Now, he was already a war god at the initial success stage. I'm back. Shin Mulin smiled. Yes. Shen De Zhuang nodded and brought over a stool. He sat beside the two of them and said excitedly, I heard some shocking news today. Qin Feiyang was stunned for a moment and asked with a smile, What news? Shen De Zhuang said, In the battlefield of the land of buried gods, there is a group of people called the Gui Jianqiu. Gui Jianqiu? Qin Feiyang was stunned. I heard that the people of the divine kingdom can't help but worry when they see them. Shen De Zhuang nodded. Poor they. Qin Feiyang was curious. To be able to make the people of the divine kingdom worry, could it be the White-Eyed Wolf's group? But it couldn't be. If it was really the White-Eyed Wolf's group, there was no need to be so curious. Zhuang, tell us, who are they? Shen Xiaojia and the group of young people also surrounded him with stars in their eyes. What's the hurry? Look at me, I've said so much, but you don't know how to get a cup of water. Shen Zhuang glared at the group of people. Okay, I'll go get it now. A young man turned and ran into the village. Soon he came out with a bowl of water. Shen Zhuang drank it in one go and let out a long breath. He looked at Qin Feiyang and Shen Mulin and said, "This group of people has a big background. The leader is the Blood Hall Master of the West Continent, Pei Tianhong." So it's them. Shen Mulin nodded in realization. Qin Feiyang was stunned for a moment, then he shook his head and laughed. Shen Zhuang asked suspiciously, "Big brother Gu Feng, why are you shaking your head? Don't you believe me?" No. Qin Feiyang waved his hand. "What I said is true. If you don't believe me, you can go to the city with me and ask around. Pei Tianhong, Wang Changyuan, and a few elders of the Blood Hall have all been on the battlefield these years. I heard that they specially targeted the people of the god race to challenge them. It said that they all comprehended the ultimate profound during the battle. Ultimate profound, I'm so envious." Shen Zhuang looked at the sky with a yearning expression. Comprehended the ultimate profound? Qin Feiyang was stunned. It was really unexpected. There's another news. It said that the people of the Divine Kingdom wanted to kill someone called the Demon Ancestor, but they didn't succeed. In the end, they even compensated our Sky Cloud realm with an inheritance of the strongest law and ultimate profound. Shen Zhuang said again. Really? Qin Feiyang was surprised. Many people are talking about this. It should be true. Shen Zhuang was also a little uncertain. After all, he didn't see it with his own eyes. Qin Feiyang's eyes flickered. Since it spread to such a remote place, then it should be true. These guys are not bad. They actually got an inheritance of the strongest law and ultimate profound. For the current situation, it was indeed good news. Shen Zhuang asked, "Big brother Gu Feng, do you know the person behind Pei Tianhong and the others?" The person behind? Qin Feiyang was stunned. "I guess that you didn't know. The person behind Pei Tianhong and the others is the famous Qin Feiyang of our Sky Cloud realm." Shen Zhuang's face was full of admiration. Qin Feiyang laughed and asked, "Is this Qin Feiyang very powerful?" "Of course. Not only the people of our Sky Cloud realm, even the people of the Divine Kingdom who saw him were like mice seeing a cat. In recent years, the famous Madman Mo and the Golden Winged Wolf King are his brothers," Shen Zhuang said with a smile. "So it's like that?" Qin Feiyang laughed. "I really want to meet this legendary figure. However, for small characters like us, it's probably harder than ascending to the sky to meet him." Shen Zhuang sighed in disappointment. Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled. "It's not that exaggerated. Maybe you've already met him, but you just didn't notice. It's not exaggerated at all. After all, he's an existence standing at the top of the Sky Cloud realm. How could he come to meet a small character like me?" Shen Zhuang said. Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly. He really didn't expect that in the eyes of the world, he had become so unattainable. "Don't think about such a big character. You guys go ahead. I'll play another game with brother Gu Feng." Shen Mulin waved his hand. Shen Zhuang nodded, got up and looked at Shen Xiaojia's group and shouted, "Come and help me deal with this black tortoise." After the group of young people left, Shen Mulin cleaned up the chess pieces on the chessboard while looking at Qin Feiyang. "What's wrong?" Qin Feiyang noticed Shen Mulin's abnormality and asked suspiciously. "Brother Gu Feng, although I don't know how strong you are, from the way you tested Zhuang, you're definitely not an ordinary person. But why have you aged so much in the past 10 years? And your aura is getting weaker and weaker." Shen Mulin frowned. Qin Feiyang pondered for a while and said with a smile, "Brother, you found out. A young man turned into an old middle-aged man in 10 years. It's hard not to notice such an obvious change. Shen Yulin glared at him angrily. Actually, it's nothing. Qin Feiyang shook his head. How can it be nothing? You obviously have something to say. If you really treat us as a family, tell me the truth. Shen Yulin said. This? Qin Feiyang pondered for a while and said with a smile, all right then, I'll tell you the truth. Actually, I'm also nearing the end of my life. What? Shen Yulin's hands trembled, and the chess pieces in his hands fell to the ground. What's wrong? Hearing the commotion, Shen Dezhuang and the others immediately looked over. Nothing. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and said telepathically, Brother Shen, calm down, calm down. Shen Yulin looked at Shen Dezhuang and the others and said angrily, how can I calm down? Why didn't you say so earlier? It's already destined. What's there to worry about? Besides, what's the use of worrying? Worrying can't change fate, so it's better to accept it and live happily every day. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. Shen Yulin was speechless. He shook his head and sighed. I really admire your attitude. You know my situation. To be honest, before I took the Eternal Youth Elixir, I couldn't be as calm as you. Qin Feiyang smiled and bent down to pick up the chess pieces on the ground. Shen Yulin sighed and also bent down to pick up the chess pieces. But suddenly, he was stunned and said telepathically, Brother, don't you have the Eternal Youth Elixir? I've already taken one. The Eternal Youth Elixir is the same as the Life Extension Elixir. It can only be taken once. The second time will have no effect. Qin Feiyang smiled. Shen Yulin's expression froze. He looked at Qin Feiyang silently. Qin Feiyang looked at Shen Yulin and shook his head. Brother Shen, you don't have to sympathize with me. I'm not sympathizing with you. I'm just sad for you. Shen Yulin sighed. Although they had only known each other for 10 years, he could already tell that this was a kind person. Why was he facing such a desperate situation? If it was something else, he would try his best to help. But when it came to the end of one's lifespan, even if a deity came down, there was nothing he could do. Please don't be sad. It's because I saw that the people in the village are simple and kind. Everyone is living happily. That's why I decided to stay and live the rest of my life peacefully. Qin Feiyang smiled. Hearing this, Shen Yulin picked up all the chess pieces. Looking at the smile on Qin Feiyang's face, he seemed to be relieved. He smiled and said, Okay, I promise to keep it a secret for you. I also promise to let you live the rest of your life peacefully. Thank you. Qin Feiyang smiled gratefully. Shen Yulin shook his head and smiled. Then let's continue. Okay. This time, I'll definitely win. Qin Feiyang nodded and laughed heartily. Chapter 3992. After several days of investigation, the Feng people and the Kirin clansmen were all excluded. Almost nothing was missed. The white-eyed wolf didn't even let go of the spatial divine items. Although spatial divine items could be hidden, they couldn't hide from his divine sense. No matter whose spatial divine item it was, he had to check it. He didn't even let go of Qi Shaoyun's spatial divine item. Of course, Qi Shaoyun was also very cooperative. Finally, a group of people arrived at the dragon lair. What's going on? Long Chen looked at the group of people with a stunned expression. The white-eyed wolf grinned and said, Aren't we here to see if you have the people we need hidden here? Long Chen was stunned and shook his head speechlessly. If I did, I would have told you long ago. That's not necessarily true. Back then, you didn't tell us about the first prince of the Dragon's Eye of Heaven, right? The white-eyed wolf looked at him mockingly. There's no point in talking too much. Look for it yourself. Long Chen shrugged helplessly. However, at this moment, Long Qin flew through the air and stood in front of the white-eyed wolf and the others. She said coldly, Do you think you can check just because you want to? What kind of place do you think our dragon lair is? I'm not in the mood to mess with you now. The white-eyed wolf frowned. Am I messing with you? Get lost immediately. Long Qin stood on the barrier and her eyes flashed coldly. The white-eyed wolf narrowed his eyes and looked at the woman. Suddenly, he turned to Long Chen and laughed. Are you feeling guilty? Long Chen's pupils shrank slightly, but he immediately concealed it and looked at Long Qin with a smile. Just let them check. No. Do they really think our dragon lair is a place where they can come and go as they please? Long Qin snorted coldly. She had also returned from the land of buried gods. Since she had returned from the land of buried gods, she had naturally found the answer Long Chen wanted. Damn woman, I'm not joking with you. Get out of the way immediately. White-Eyed Wolf's gaze turned cold. You still want to threaten me? Long Qin shouted angrily. If you continue to stop me like this, then I have reason to suspect that you are hiding something. The White-Eyed Wolf's eyes flashed with killing intent. Strands of the power of law spread out. The law of time, the law of death, the law of karma. There was also his newly fused inheritance, the law of space and time. The power of the four supreme laws surged in the void behind the White-Eyed Wolf like rolling waves, exuding a destructive aura. Long Qin's face darkened when he saw this. Long Chen stepped forward and pulled Long Qin away. He said in a low voice, "Let them investigate." But Long Qin frowned. This wolf cub's attitude was too arrogant. Furthermore, it was clear that he did not trust them. All right. It's not like we'll lose anything. Long Chen smiled faintly. You have a good temper. Long Qin snorted. He was extremely unhappy. Long Chen smiled, looked at White-Eyed Wolf, and asked, "Do you need me to gather all the people of the dragons?" That would be for the best. White-Eyed Wolf withdrew the power of laws. Long Chen had long known about Mu Tianyang and the others' war souls, so there was no need to launch a surprise attack because it was meaningless. Everyone listen to my order and gather immediately. Remember, everyone, Long Chen said. His voice was like a bell, resounding throughout the entire dragon's nest. As soon as his voice fell, figures rushed out from the mountains in all directions, rushing over in a steady stream. Among them, there were many familiar faces. The patriarchs of various clans. The princes and princesses of various clans. The elders of various clans and reclusive antiques. There were also the followers of the princes and princesses. As soon as these people arrived, their gazes fell on White-Eyed Wolf. White-Eyed Wolf could feel many gazes full of hatred. For example, the second princess of the dragons, the third prince, and the others. These people, whether it was towards White-Eyed Wolf, Qin Feiyang, and Frenzy, were full of resentment. However, today, they were no longer on the same level as Qin Feiyang and the others. It could even be said that, now in front of Qin Feiyang and the others, they had to humbly call themselves juniors. So, White-Eyed Wolf was too lazy to glare at them and directly ignored them. This was a very realistic problem. Although you were once my opponents, now you are no longer worthy. It was very efficient. In just a few hundred breaths, tens of thousands of divine dragons had gathered in front of them. Of course, most of them were in human form, and only the newborn dragons had the body of a divine dragon. This efficiency also reflected Long Chen's current status among the dragons. Look carefully. White-Eyed Wolf looked at Mu Qing and the other two and said. The three of them rose into the air and scanned everyone in the dragons. At the same time, White-Eyed Wolf's spirit sense rolled out and enveloped the entire dragon's lair in an instant. Immediately, he raised his eyebrows. There were still two people who hadn't arrived. These two people, one was Long Zun, and the other was the little princess of the dragons. Long Chen looked at White-Eyed Wolf and said, If you want to investigate anyone else, you can, but only my mother. This is my bottom line. Is that little princess of the dragons also your bottom line? White-Eyed Wolf asked. Ling Long is a very obedient and sensible girl, so my mother kept her by her side. If you want to investigate her, you have to ask my mother's opinion. Long Chen smiled faintly. White-Eyed Wolf frowned imperceptibly. Frankly speaking, he was really a little afraid of Long Zun. But what he was afraid of was not Long Zun's strength. No matter how strong Long Zun was, he was not afraid. The reason he was afraid was Ice Dragon. After all, this woman was Ice Dragon's wife and could not be offended. Putting this matter aside for the time being, White-Eyed Wolf continued to search the dragon's lair. Finally, his divine sense searched the entire dragon's lair. Other than Long Zun, Ling Long, and Madman who was in seclusion, he did not find anyone else. Don't worry. I knew that you would come sooner or later, so even the clansmen who were participating in the friendly competition in the land of the buried gods have been recalled in advance. Long Chen smiled. White-eyed Wolf retracted his divine sense and turned to look at Long Chen. You really have foresight, but if that's the case, then can I also understand that you knew we would come, so you also made arrangements in advance? What do you mean? Long Chen raised his eyebrows. Slowly comprehend it yourself. After White-eyed Wolf finished speaking, he raised his head and looked at Dong Xingyang and the other two. The three of them slowly retracted their gazes with a trace of disappointment in their eyes. Then, they landed beside White-eyed Wolf and shook their heads. Could it be that they are really in the divine kingdom? White-eyed Wolf frowned. Suddenly, he once again released his divine sense and shrouded the thousands of dragons in front of him. He wouldn't have known if he hadn't seen it, but when he did, he was shocked. There were at least hundreds of thousands of divine spatial items on these dragons. White-eyed Wolf's eyes flashed. He looked at Mu Tianyang and the others and said, investigate their divine spatial items. Devil Ancestor, Pei Tianhong, Wang Changyuan, help me. What? The people of dragons were in an uproar. This is too much. They were already very polite to cooperate with the investigation, but now they want to investigate their divine spatial items? Brother Wolf, isn't this a bit inappropriate? Long Chen also frowned. Little Chen, why is it inappropriate? Since we have already found this place, we naturally have to get to the bottom of it. Not only them, do you want me to take a look at your divine spatial items as well? White-eyed Wolf turned around and looked at the siblings. Bastard, you've gone too far. Long Chen immediately pounced on him angrily. White-eyed Wolf took a step and calmly avoided him. He landed beside Long Chen and laughed. Don't worry, I'm only interested in people now. I will not touch your treasures. Alright, I'll do as you say. Long Chen was helpless. He waved his hand and the two of them appeared in an unfamiliar place. This was a vast expanse of land. There were mountains and rivers, the sun, moon and stars. Dense essence qi permeated the air like white mist. The entire land was cultivated with countless medicinal herbs, fruit trees, and even a tea garden. But other than that, there was nothing else. White-eyed Wolf said in astonishment, there's even a sun, moon, and stars. Is this also an independent world? Long Chen was amused when he heard this. Do you really think that an independent world is like a cabbage that can be found everywhere? The sun, moon, and stars here were all formed by his law. White-eyed Wolf smiled embarrassedly and released his spirit sense to cover the entire land. He did not find a single living thing. This should be a place that Long Chen specially used to cultivate medicinal herbs. How is it? Long Chen asked with a smile. Cough cough. White-eyed Wolf coughed dryly, looking slightly embarrassed. But suddenly, his gaze swept across the tea garden with a trace of surprise in his eyes. Seeing this, Long Chen decisively took White-eyed Wolf and left the spatial divine object. White-eyed Wolf was stunned for a moment. Glancing at Pei Tianhong and the others, he moved closer to Long Chen and laughed. Young man, not bad, you're hiding such a treasure. Long Chen's mouth twitched and secretly said, I'll tell you, but you must not tell Qin Fei Yang. Then is there any hush money? White-eyed Wolf looked at him sneakily. Long Chen's face suddenly darkened. This damn wolf cub really did not miss any opportunity to blackmail. You should know that little Qin Zi's favorite tea is this. If he knows that you're hiding so much divine tea, he will definitely keep an eye on you. White-eyed Wolf laughed. That's right. In the tea garden, he found at least 3 different kinds of tea trees, and they were all divine tea. Long Chen glanced at him and said lightly, up to you. At most, I'll give a few to Qin Fei Yang. In short, if you want to blackmail me, there's no way. I can't spoil this guy's bad habit. You win. White-eyed Wolf glared at him, then looked at Long Chen and said, Little fairy, let's go. Little fairy? Long Chen was stunned. This name sounded quite comfortable. It seemed that this wolf cub was not so hateful and had good taste. Hey, what are you waiting for? I said you're a little fairy. Do you really think you're a little fairy? Why don't you look in the mirror? You're more like a little witch. White-eyed Wolf pursed his lips. Long Qin suddenly roared in anger, took out an intermediate dominator divine weapon, and attacked White-Eyed Wolf. Damn. Are you crazy? White-Eyed Wolf's face changed greatly, and he turned around to run. His battle soul was powerful, but it could not do anything to a dominator divine weapon. Not to mention it was an intermediate dominator divine weapon. Chapter 3993. Serves you right. Who told you to be arrogant? It's best to kill you with one sword. The people from the dragons were all gloating as they watched the White-Eyed Wolf escape. Long Qin touched his chin and looked at the White-Eyed Wolf and Long Qin, but his expression was somewhat thought-provoking. Don't you feel that the two of them are quite compatible? Suddenly, a voice rang out. Long Qin was slightly stunned and turned his head to look. Unknowingly, Demon Ancestor was standing beside him. At this moment, he was also laughing as he looked at the two chasing White-Eyed Wolf. Cough cough. Long Qin coughed and shook his head. Don't talk nonsense. The Golden-Winged Wolf King is already taken. It's not a problem to marry another one, Demon Ancestor said. Long Qin looked at Demon Ancestor in shock. Demon Ancestor laughed. What a pair of enemies. If they really come together, for us, it's really a good thing. The more you say, the more you go overboard. Long Qin's face darkened. Isn't that so? Although we haven't been in contact much, I know that you don't want to pursue the past. But there's no other way. This isn't something you can decide. You have to consider your mother and your sister. So, as long as we have a marriage, your troubles will naturally be solved. I don't believe that your mother will force you to kill her future son-in-law. Similarly, if we have a marriage, the grudge between Qin Feiyang and your father can also be resolved. Look, what a perfect ending. Demon Ancestor laughed. Long Qin looked at Demon Ancestor in a daze. After a long while, he shook his head and laughed. I really didn't expect that the person who understands me the most in this world is actually you. As the saying goes, the onlooker sees the game clearly. The reason why Qin Feiyang and the rest can't see through you is because they value you too much. But I'm different. In my eyes, you're no different from others. There's trouble, pain, helplessness, and also a goal that you want to pursue. Demon Ancestor laughed. Long Qin was stunned and asked with a smile, Then, what do you think I want to pursue? World peace. Family reunion. A normal life. Demon Ancestor said. Even Long Qin couldn't help admiring the Devil Ancestor for being able to see through everything. He nodded and sighed. Not bad. That's all I want. It's not much and it's not excessive. But to me, it's an extravagant hope. It's the same. Look at Qin Feiyang. That's all he wants. However, there are many things in this world that are beyond our control. Demon Ancestor sighed. He nodded. The Demon Ancestor faintly smiled. Then, he continued to help investigate the Space God item. Enemy, Long Qin muttered. Looking up at the White-Eyed Wolf and Long Qin who were still chasing each other, a smile gradually crept onto his face. Don't say. Looking at them seriously, they were really a good match. Wait, what was he thinking? As a man, how could he sacrifice his sister's happiness in exchange for an easy life? However, what if they really liked each other and fell in love with each other? In that case, it would not be considered a sacrifice. Instead, he would find happiness. But then, how would he solve Fire Dance's problem? Demon Ancestor's words made Long Qin's mind very confused. A moment passed. Long Qin walked over proudly. The White-Eyed Wolf followed behind with a gloomy face, staring at Long Qin's back. His eyes were full of anger, as if to say, if you have the ability, put down the sovereign divine weapon and fight with me. That's enough. Long Qin calmed down and looked at the two helplessly. Who's messing with him? If it wasn't for you, I would have crippled him. Long Qin's face was full of disdain. You talk as if you're very strong. If it wasn't for the dragon's territory, I would have trampled you on the ground. The White-Eyed Wolf rubbed the big meat bun on his forehead and snorted coldly. The meat bun was naturally beaten up by Long Qin. Why don't you try? Long Qin took out the sovereign divine weapon again. The White-Eyed Wolf took a big step forward and hid behind Long Qin. He said angrily, Little Chen, don't you care about your sister? With such a fiery temper, no one would want her even if she gave herself to him. You? Long Qin gritted his teeth. Stop, stop. Long Chen rubbed his forehead and turned to the white-eyed wolf. He said, do you still want to check her spatial divine item? What's wrong with these two? They fight every time they see each other. They don't even stop for a moment. Of course. The white-eyed wolf nodded. Then it's settled. You're a man. Why are you fighting with a woman? Long Chen said helplessly. Long Qin was unhappy again. He looked at Long Chen unhappily and said, Brother, why do I feel like I'm being unreasonable? No. You're right. It's not a problem to complete it. Long Chen quickly comforted him. How tiring. The white-eyed wolf rubbed his forehead and looked at Long Qin. He said, hurry up. Don't waste everyone's time. Long Qin reluctantly put away the sovereign divine weapon and entered the spatial divine item with the white-eyed wolf. Maybe it'll work. Long Chen murmured. The fiercer the fight, the more they'll care about each other. It's hard for the person involved to notice this kind of thing, but it's easy for others to notice. In the blink of an eye. A few days passed. The inspection of all the spatial divine items was finally completed. Mu Tianyang and the other two were extremely disappointed because they didn't find their old enemy. Dong Jingyang said, now we can basically confirm that things are going in the worst direction. The person we're looking for is most likely in the divine kingdom. Mu Tianyang nodded. The worst direction? The white-eyed wolf was stunned. What did he mean? If our old enemy is in the sky cloud realm, then even without your help, we can snatch it with our current strength. But if it's someone from the divine kingdom, at that time, while snatching the war souls, we'll also be in great danger. Because the divine kingdom's strength is too strong. Dong Jingyang sighed. That's true. The white-eyed wolf nodded and rolled his eyes. He looked at Long Chen and said, forget about your mother. Everyone has seen her in the ancient realm. But I have to see the little princess of the dragons. But you can't offend my mother. That's the premise. Long Chen said. How troublesome. The white-eyed wolf snorted and led the demon ancestor and the others to fly toward the mountains not far away. Let's go. Long Chen looked at the people around him and ordered. He also took Long Qin and chased after the white-eyed wolf and the others. Most people immediately turned around and left. But some people turned to look at the white-eyed wolf and the others. The second princess and the others were among them. I'm really not convinced. Why can they ride on our heads and behave so atrociously? The prince of the Blood Dragon clan clenched his fists, his face full of hostility. That's because of their strength. If you have their strength, you can also be so arrogant. In short, we're no longer people of the same world as them. The second princess sighed. Isn't it all someone's fault? If he hadn't lost to Qin Feiyang back then and allowed Qin Feiyang's Eye of Heaven to evolve, would Qin Feiyang be so heaven-defying now? The prince of the White Dragon clan sneered and glanced at the first prince of the dragons not far away. He didn't lower his voice, and it fell clearly into the first prince of the dragon's ears. The first prince of the dragons looked at them and said coldly, since you're so powerful, why didn't anyone kill them back then? When you went to deal with them, it seems that Qin Feiyang's Eye of Heaven hadn't evolved yet. You. The princes and princesses glared at the first prince. Things have already come to this, and there's no way to change it. Instead of blaming the heavens and blaming others, it's better to work hard and strive to catch up to them. Look at our little sister. In the blink of an eye, she's already connected with the dragon sovereign. The first prince of the dragons glanced at them and turned to leave quickly. Ling Long. The group of princes and princesses looked at the place where the dragon sovereign was, their eyes filled with jealousy. This woman was really something. She had unknowingly gained the favor of the dragon sovereign and was even allowed to stay by his side. No one knew what kind of fortune she had obtained. At the same time, behind the crowd, the silver dragons looked at the dragon sovereign's residence with a worried expression and muttered, Ling Long, don't let them see your battle soul. A small stream meandered down from the mountainside. The stream water was clear. On both sides, the vegetation was lush and the scenery was pleasant. Beside the small stream, there was an antique pavilion. At this moment, on the balcony of the attic, there was a graceful and elegant woman sitting there. This person was the dragon's sovereign. In front of her was a round table with an incense burner on it. Wisps of green smoke floated, emitting a faint fragrance. Next to her, there was also a teacup with the fragrance of tea. She sat on a bamboo chair with her eyes slightly closed, as if she was resting. Lord Dragon Sovereign is really leisurely. This junior is a little envious. Accompanied by laughter, the white-eyed wolf led the demon ancestor and the group to the pavilion. The Dragon Sovereign did not open his eyes. There was no response. It was as if he did not hear anything. Long Chen and Long Qin followed and landed on the balcony. Mother, Long Chen wanted to say something, but the Dragon Sovereign raised his hand to stop him. He slowly opened his eyes and looked down at the white-eyed wolf, a cold light flashing in his eyes. At this moment, the demon ancestor, Pei Tianhong, and the others could faintly feel a sense of oppression. But the white-eyed wolf did not seem to feel it. He took a step forward and directly stepped onto the balcony. He looked at the empty bamboo chair opposite the Dragon Sovereign and sat down on it. After so many years, you are still so presumptuous. The Dragon Sovereign looked at the white-eyed wolf sitting opposite him, and the cold light in his eyes slowly disappeared. After so many years, you are still so domineering. The white-eyed wolf's eyes flashed with a touch of ridicule. He looked at Long Qin and said, "Woman, why are you so insensible? The guest is already sitting here. Why don't you hurry and pour tea for the guest?" Long Qin rolled her eyes and pointed at the stream next to them. "There is water there. You can drink as much as you want. Lord Dragon Sovereign, look at this, your precious daughter really can't do it. I'm worried about her future." The white-eyed wolf sighed. "Bastard, don't talk nonsense in front of my mother." Long Qin glared fiercely. "Can't I speak the truth?" The white-eyed wolf laughed and looked around. He asked curiously, "Where is the little princess? Why don't I see her?" The Dragon Sovereign picked up the teacup on the table and slowly took a sip. Then he said, "Is there something you need from Ling Long?" "Lord Dragon Sovereign, aren't you asking the obvious? Besides, if there is nothing, would I dare to disturb your cultivation? In any case, you are an elder." The white-eyed wolf grinned. When the word elder came out of his mouth, it was completely different. Chapter 3994. Long Chen was very nervous now. He was afraid that the white-eyed wolf's behavior would anger his mother. But unexpectedly, Longzuan was not angry. While drinking tea, he looked at the white-eyed wolf indifferently. That kind of gaze was full of coldness, as if he was looking at a clown. On the contrary, the white-eyed wolf was a little annoyed. He was most annoyed by others looking at him like this. This made Ancestor Devil and the others nervous, because they all knew the white-eyed wolf's temper. Once the white-eyed wolf's anger was aroused, he would even dare to provoke the emperor. "You must calm down. Now is not the time to fight." Fortunately, the white-eyed wolf did not flare up. Although he was usually a little unreliable, he still had a sense of the big picture. Not to mention, now that there was no Qin Feiyang, he had to be more careful with every matter. He said indifferently, "Lord Longzuan, let's not stare at each other here. Quickly let Ling Long out." "Ling Long is now my adopted daughter. What qualifications do you have to let her out?" Longzuan said indifferently. "Adopted daughter?" The white-eyed wolf was shocked. Ancestor Devil and the others also looked at each other. What was so outstanding about this little princess of the dragons that made Longzuan value her so much and even take her as his adopted daughter? At the same time, Long Chen also frowned without leaving a trace. Looking at the reaction of the white-eyed wolf and the others, he said, "Mother, you shouldn't say that. I said that because I'm protecting her at your request. Is there a problem?" Longzuan was suspicious. "You do have good intentions, but the effect will be counterproductive." Long Chen sighed secretly. "Counterproductive?" Longzuan was puzzled. "That's right. If you don't show that you care so much, they won't be suspicious. But now, you said that Ling Long is your adopted daughter. Then they will definitely guess why you value Ling Long so much. In short, Hearing what you said, they are now more interested in Linglong. Long Chen sighed secretly. When revered dragon heard this, he transmitted his voice, I was careless. What do we do now? What else can we do? Right now, they will definitely only leave when they see someone. Let Linglong come out. We have to face them sooner or later. Long Chen thought. He could only hope that the white-eyed wolf would not let Linglong activate her fighting soul in front of everyone. Long Zun put down his teacup and looked at the white-eyed wolf. He said coldly, Fine, I'll let Linglong come out. But you'd better behave yourself. After the examination, get lost immediately. You can rest assured. If there's nothing important, I won't disturb your meditation. The white-eyed wolf sneered. That better be the case. Long Zun snorted coldly and turned to look at the inner room. He said indifferently, Linglong, come out. Not long after he finished speaking, Linglong pushed open the door and quickly walked out, obediently standing behind Long Zun. The white-eyed wolf immediately winked at Mu Tianyang and the other two. He then raised his head and looked at Linglong. He smiled and said, Long time no see. Receiving the order, Mu Tianyang and the other two immediately stared at Linglong. Linglong looked at the white-eyed wolf indifferently and did not say anything. She was very calm. The white-eyed wolf's eyes flickered as he glanced at Mu Tianyang and the other two. The three of them shook their heads and did not reject Linglong. The white-eyed wolf frowned. Without the strongest fighting soul, how could she be protected by Long Zun? Could it be, immediately? He released his divine thought and shrouded Linglong. Just then, Long Zun waved his hand and dispersed the white-eyed wolf's divine thought. He said indifferently, You don't have to search her. There is indeed a space divine item in her body. Linglong, take it out and let him check. Linglong nodded. With a wave of her hand, a palm-sized ancient pagoda appeared and flew in front of the white-eyed wolf. Looking at the ancient pagoda floating in front of him, the white-eyed wolf's eyes flickered. He immediately entered the ancient pagoda and began a thorough search. But in the end, he found some spirit veins, crystal veins, and herbs. It seems that Long Zun values this woman's talent. The white-eyed wolf muttered and took a deep look at Linglong. He then looked at Mu Tianyang and the others and said, Let's go. It seemed that the person they were looking for was really in the divine kingdom. At the same time, seeing the white-eyed wolf and the others rise into the air and leave without looking back, Long Chen could not help but let out a long breath. Brother, what are you nervous about? Long Chen looked at Long Chen suspiciously. You don't understand. Long Chen waved his hand. Long Chen was displeased. If you don't explain it, of course I don't understand. She looked at Long Zun again. I don't know either. Anyway, your brother just asked me to protect Linglong. Long Zun shook his head and smiled bitterly. She was also puzzled by Long Chen's actions. It was obviously impossible to say that it was because of Linglong's talent. Linglong was still a distance away from being a true genius. But other than talent, what other reason could there be? Wait, could it be that this guy had taken a fancy to this girl? Long Zun looked at Long Chen. It seemed that this was the only reason that made sense. Not bad, not bad. Finally, he was moved. Linglong was still a little bit away from being his daughter-in-law. But as long as Long Chen liked her, it was fine. Mother, don't let your imagination run wild in your mind. Long Chen looked at Long Zun and said helplessly. You know what I'm thinking? Long Zun pursed his lips and teased. I came out of your stomach. How can I not know what you're thinking? Long Chen shook his head. Since you know what I'm thinking, then hurry up. I want to hold my grandson soon. Long Zun smiled secretly. As expected, Long Chen smiled bitterly. Strange, white-eyed wolf. After leaving the attic, he had been thinking about it and felt that something was wrong. What's wrong? Pei Tianhong looked at him suspiciously. White-eyed wolf frowned and said, Did you notice that both Long Zun and Long Chen care about this woman? Long Zun does care about her, but Long Chen, my attention was on Long Zun and Linglong before. I didn't pay attention to him. Pei Tianhong pondered for a while and shook his head. You didn't notice, but I did. I feel that Long Chen seems to be more nervous than Long Zun. This is what I can't figure out. How can someone like Long Chen be nervous about a woman who doesn't have a close relationship with him? Moreover, even if Ling Long has a close relationship with him, as long as he doesn't do anything wrong, there's nothing to be nervous about. White-Eyed Wolf frowned and suddenly stopped. What's wrong? Everyone also stopped and looked at him in confusion. I know Long Chen too well. Even if the sky falls down, he won't change his color. There must be a reason behind this. White-Eyed Wolf's eyes flashed and suddenly asked, who knows what Ling Long's battle soul is? We don't have much interaction with her. How could we know her battle soul? Demon Ancestor was speechless. At this time, a young man with dragons passed by. White-Eyed Wolf's eyes lit up and immediately rushed over and blocked the young man with dragons. Golden Wings Wolf King. The young man with dragons was shocked and a trace of panic appeared on his face. Don't be nervous, don't be nervous. I just want to ask you something. As long as you tell me the truth, I won't make things difficult for you. White-Eyed Wolf comforted him. What is it? The young man with dragons trembled and asked. Do you know the little princess of dragons? White-Eyed Wolf asked. Dang, the young man with dragons stammered and couldn't say a complete sentence. Dang dang dang, what nonsense. White-Eyed Wolf's face darkened and said angrily, hurry up and tell me. Yes, yes, yes. The young man with dragons quickly nodded and said, she is the princess of the Silver Dragon clan. Of course I know her. Then do you know what her battle soul is? White-Eyed Wolf asked curiously. Battle soul? The young man with dragons was stunned. After pondering for a moment, he shook his head and said, I don't know. You don't know? White-Eyed Wolf was stunned. Ling Long was the little princess and the focus of attention. How could he not know her battle soul? I really don't know. Because she has never activated her battle soul. Many people in the clan used to say that she might not have a battle soul. The young man with dragons said, no battle soul? White-Eyed Wolf and Pei Tianhong looked at each other. How was this possible? Although there were people in this world who couldn't activate their battle soul, as long as one's talent was good, they could activate their battle soul. Ling Long's talent was not bad. It didn't seem right that she didn't activate her battle soul. Is there anything else? The young man with dragons asked nervously. No, go. White-Eyed Wolf waved his hand. Immediately, the young man with dragons ran away like lightning as if he had been granted amnesty. Brother, am I that scary? White-Eyed Wolf was speechless. He looked at Pei Tianhong and the others and said, what do you think of this matter? As the little princess of the dragons, it is indeed a little unreasonable for her to not activate her battle soul. Wang Changyuan nodded. Could it be that she is hiding her battle soul? The ninth commander was bewildered. Hiding? Mu Tianyang and the other two looked at each other and frowned, but when we saw her, we didn't feel a trace of rejection. Is there any way to avoid this kind of rejection? White-Eyed Wolf asked curiously. This is the fate of the possessor of the strongest battle soul. Once they meet, nothing will be able to cut off the connection between them. Dong Jingyang shook his head. White-Eyed Wolf heard and sighed. Then it seems that we are thinking too much. She might not have activated her battle soul. Suddenly, Demon Ancestor's eyes flashed and said, although Mu Tianyang and the others did not reject Ling Long, it does not mean that she does not have a battle soul. It is possible that she has activated another strongest battle soul. White-Eyed Wolf was stunned when he heard this. Then he slapped his head. That's right. For example, Ling Long had activated the Eye of Heaven. When Mu Tianyang and the other two saw her, they naturally would not reject her. Because of this rejection, there must be two similar battle souls. In that case, Ling Long was still suspicious. It was possible that she was one of the possessors of the Eye of Reincarnation, the Eye of Destruction, the Eye of Oblivion, and the Eye of Nothingness. Then do we still need to go back and investigate? Pei Tianhong asked. This, White-Eyed Wolf pondered for a while and said with a smirk, don't alert the enemy first. Long Chen, this brat, thinks that he has fooled us. In the future, he will definitely lower his guard against us. When the time comes, we will seize the opportunity to catch him off guard. I agree too. Demon Ancestor nodded and smiled. This wolf cub had grown a lot and already knew how to think. Chapter 3995. Let's go. Now let's go to the battlefield. I heard that Jiang Qin and the others have come to the Sky Cloud realm again, and there are several unfamiliar faces. Maybe your old enemy is among them, the white-eyed wolf said, turning his head to look at Longzuan's residence. His eyes flashed, and then he waved his hand to open a space-time tunnel. If it's really these people, then you can't just stand by and watch. Dong Zhenyang smiled faintly. Aren't some people very powerful? Why are you asking me for help? The white-eyed wolf glanced at Mu Qing, and then entered the space-time tunnel without looking back. What are you so proud of? Mu Qing snorted secretly. When the all-seeing eye evolves, let's see if you will beg me. The all-seeing eye has the ability to see through all things and see through illusions. In the battle against the Divine Kingdom, the all-seeing eye will definitely play a key role. But looking at Mu Qing's current attitude, it would not be easy to get him to cooperate in the future. In the attic. After chatting for a while, Longchen looked at Longzuan and said, "Mother, I'll take my leave first." Longzuan nodded. "You will stay with Mother from now on." Longchen looked at Ling Long and said, For Ling Long, staying with Longzuan was of course what she wished for. Because of this, not only could she protect herself with the cover of Longchen and the others, but she could also get an unexpected opportunity. Immediately, Longchen turned and left. "Brother, wait for me." Longchen hurriedly chased after him. "Go do your thing, don't follow me." While speaking, Longchen opened a space-time tunnel and walked in without looking back. Longchen stopped in front of the tunnel. She could have followed in, but seeing Longchen's serious tone, she hesitated. Just as she hesitated, the space-time tunnel dissipated. Battlefield. Not far away, on the top of a giant mountain. The white-eyed wolf and a group of people walked out of the space-time tunnel and stood on the cliff, looking at the battlefield. On the battlefield there was a familiar figure. It was the white-haired old man from the Feng people. This person was a reclusive old antique of the Feng people. His battle prowess was extraordinary. Although his opponent was not of the God clan, his strength was also very strong. It was hard to tell who would win. The white-eyed wolf glanced at them briefly before looking up at the sky above the battlefield. Yun Xiang sat cross-legged in the air, closing his eyes to recuperate. Opposite, Jiang Yunshuang also sat on a palm-sized chair and narrowed his eyes. Strange. The white-eyed wolf frowned. What is it? Everyone was suspicious. The white-eyed wolf looked at the several 100,000 people of the Divine Kingdom and asked with a frown, "Why don't I see Jiang Qin and the others? Where are they?" Ancestor Mo and the others looked at Pei Tianhong and the others. Because Pei Tianhong and the others had been on the battlefield, they should know the situation. We don't know where they are either. Back then, they only appeared for a short period of time. After that, they never appeared again. Even Ryuko rarely came to the battlefield in recent years. Pei Tianhong shook his head. Could it be that they are in seclusion in the core area? Ancestor Mo frowned. I'll go to the core area to take a look. The white-eyed wolf opened another space-time tunnel and descended in the sky above the core area. In the mountains, there were towering trees everywhere, full of vitality. Accompanied by the sound of breaking air, Ryuko rushed out from the mountains and landed in front of the white-eyed wolf. He frowned and said, "What are you doing here? You really think this is your territory? Don't forget, this place is under the jurisdiction of my Sky Cloud realm. I can come and go as I wish. Do I need your permission?" The white-eyed wolf sneered. His divine sense rolled out and covered more than half of the core area. "What are you looking for?" Ryuko raised his eyebrows. "I heard that Jiang Chen and the others also came to the Sky Cloud realm, so I wanted to visit these old friends." The white-eyed wolf laughed. "You're so kind?" Ryuko sneered and said lightly, "They have already gone back." Gone back? The white-eyed wolf was slightly taken aback. He couldn't help but look up at the gate of the Divine Kingdom suspended above the clouds. Ryuko said indifferently, "The last time they came to the Sky Cloud realm, they were purely here to watch the show. After watching the show, of course, they would return to the Divine Kingdom to cultivate." Watch the show? The white-eyed wolf was stunned. This answer was really a bit unexpected. He then retracted his gaze and looked at Ryuko. Is that all? Ryuko heard this and his heart trembled. Could it be that the golden-winged wolf king had already noticed? Impossible. They had never made this matter public, and it was impossible for it to be leaked. This guy must be here to trick him. Thinking of this, Ryuko was extremely calm and said lightly, "What do you think? I thought you had some unspeakable secrets." The white-eyed wolf grinned. "Your imagination is too rich." Ryuko smiled and said, "Since you're already here, why don't you go down and have a seat? In fact, I've long wanted to have a good chat with you." The white-eyed wolf was stunned and said jokingly, "What is there to talk about between us? Don't be so absolute." Ryuko laughed and said, "For example, if you follow Qin Fei Yang, you can only dominate the sky cloud realm at most. But if..." Before Ryuko could speak, the white-eyed wolf said, "But if I follow you, not only can I dominate the sky cloud realm, but I can also dominate the divine kingdom. Is this what you want to say?" "That's right. I've investigated your situation. 6 supreme laws. It can be said to be shocking. Now, you have mastered the ultimate mysteries of the death law, the karma law, and the time law. No, you also got the ultimate mysteries of the space-time law from me last time. So, now you have mastered the ultimate mysteries of the 4 supreme laws. If you master the ultimate mysteries of the destruction law and the life law, then you have 6 ultimate mysteries. 6 ultimate mysteries of the 6 supreme laws, plus your battle soul, you're almost invincible. However, if you rely on yourself to comprehend the ultimate mysteries of the destruction law and the life law, I'm afraid you'll have to wait for many years." Ryuko smiled. The white-eyed wolf's eyes flashed and asked, "From what you said, you have the inheritance of the destruction law and the life law? As long as you join the divine kingdom, you'll have everything you need. And I always believe that there are no eternal enemies in the world, only interests are eternal." Ryuko spoke frankly with assurance. His eyebrows were full of confidence. He didn't believe that the white-eyed wolf wouldn't be tempted in the face of such temptation. "Big brother agrees." The white-eyed wolf nodded. Hearing this, the smile on Ryuko's face grew wider. "How about this? You express your sincerity first and give me the inheritance of the ultimate mysteries of the destruction law or the life law." The white-eyed wolf looked at him teasingly. "Do you think it's possible?" Ryuko chuckled. "Why not? Now that you're the one who's inviting me, you have to show your sincerity first. Who doesn't know how to make empty promises? Or do you think I look like an idiot and can be easily fooled? As soon as I hear about the inheritance of the ultimate mysteries, I run to you and flatter you?" The white-eyed wolf said with a smile. Ryuko raised his eyebrows. "Let me tell you, the idiot isn't me, it's you. Since you've investigated me, you should know about my relationship with little Qin. If you know, then why are you still saying this to me? If you're not an idiot, then what are you? Although I agree with you that there are no eternal enemies, only eternal interests, it depends on who the other party is. Even if you give me the entire divine kingdom, don't even think about destroying my relationship with little Qin, let alone 2 inheritances." The white-eyed wolf smiled contemptuously and opened a space-time passage. "But it's really fun chatting with you. I'll come find you next time." After saying this, with a laugh, the white-eyed wolf entered the space-time passage without looking back. Ryuko clenched his fists and his expression darkened. He said word by word, "Let's see how long you can be arrogant." At the top of the mountain, seeing the white-eyed wolf come back, Pei Tianhong immediately asked, "Is he in the core area?" "I heard from Ryuko that he has returned to the divine kingdom." The white-eyed wolf shook his head. "He returned to the divine kingdom so soon?" Everyone was surprised. "Where are Mu Tianyang and Mu Qin?" The white-eyed wolf scanned the top of the mountain and did not see Mu Tianyang and Mu Qin. Wang Changyuan said, "They seem to have something to do and have to leave for a while." "Something to do?" The white-eyed wolf was stunned. He shook his head and said, "What can happen to them?" "At the border area. In a mountain somewhere." "Are you sure?" Mu Tianyang and Long Chen stood opposite each other and looked at Long Chen in surprise. Mu Qing stood beside Mu Tianyang with a look of surprise on her face. Of course. I've never joked. Long Chen nodded. Mu Tianyang and Mu Qing looked at each other with joy in their eyes. They asked, "Who is it?" Long Chen smiled and said, "I'll tell you as long as you agree to my previous conditions." Hearing this, the two immediately frowned. "I'm not in a hurry. Think about it carefully and come to the dragon's nest to look for me. The benefits I promised to give you are still valid. But before that, you must not go to the battlefield again." Long Chen reminded them. "We can't go to the battlefield again." Mu Tianyang's eyes flashed and he frowned. "Don't tell me that our old enemies are on the battlefield now? That's impossible. We just saw the people on the battlefield. None of them made us feel repulsed." Mu Qing shook her head. "Anyway, you can't go. Otherwise, you will definitely be targeted by them." Long Chen smiled and said. He opened the space-time passage and turned to leave. Mu Tianyang and Mu Qing watched Long Chen leave and frowned. Should we believe him? When the space-time passage disappeared, Mu Qing turned to look at Mu Tianyang and asked. From the confidence he showed, it should be true. Mu Tianyang whispered. Then what are we hesitating for? Anyway, we don't have a good impression of Qin Feiyang. We might as well cooperate with him and evolve our battle souls as soon as possible. Mu Qing said. What's wrong with you? You can't be so unprincipled. Although we have a personal grudge with Qin Feiyang, he has taken care of us over the years. Mu Tianyang glared at him. Taking care of us is also because of us, the war souls. If we didn't have the all-seeing eye and the evil eye, do you think he would care about us? Mu Qing snorted coldly. What you said makes sense. But not for the sake of the monk. If Qin Yuan hadn't helped us in the great Qin Empire back then, he would have become a wandering ghost long ago. So I have to think about this matter carefully. I'm warning you. Don't be careful. In short, without my permission, you are not allowed to take any action in private. After saying this, Mu Tianyang turned and left. It seems that the ancestor has been influenced by the demon ancestor and Dong Xingyang and has become indecisive. Looking at Mu Tianyang's back, Mu Qing couldn't help but sigh deeply. Chapter 3996. When the two returned to the top of the mountain, the white-eyed wolf turned his head and glanced at them. Didn't you have something to do? Why are you back so soon? It's nothing serious. Mu Tianyang shook his head and smiled. What about the other sky cloud realm in the Divine Kingdom? They have returned to the Divine Kingdom. It seems that it will be difficult for you to find your enemy. The white-eyed wolf frowned. Hearing this, Mu Tianyang sized up the white-eyed wolf. He was trying his best to help them find their enemy. If he really cooperated with Long Chen at this time and schemed against Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf behind their backs, he still felt a little uneasy. Mu Tianyang sighed inwardly and smiled. Anyway, they have returned to the Divine Kingdom. It's useless to be anxious now. Moreover, you have been running around for so long for our matter. Why don't I invite you to Tianyue restaurant for a few drinks? The white-eyed wolf was slightly stunned. He turned his head and looked at Mu Tianyang. At least you have some conscience. Mu Tianyang couldn't help but laugh. He did hate Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf because Shen Mei died in their hands. However, he still wanted to defeat them with his own ability. What do you want to drink now? Why don't we take the opportunity to go to the battlefield to gain experience, just like Pei Tianhong and the others? If we can comprehend an ultimate profound in the war, then our efforts won't be in vain. Mu Qing's eyes flashed as he looked at everyone and said, What are you doing? When Mu Tianyang heard this, he immediately raged in his heart. Long Chen had said clearly that they couldn't enter the battlefield. Since Long Chen said so, then their enemy must be hiding somewhere at this moment. Once they went out, they would definitely be targeted by the enemy. When the time came, they were in the open while the enemy was in the dark. It would be impossible to guard against them. Ancestor, don't worry. I know what to do. Mu Qing transmitted his voice. What do you have in mind? Didn't I say that you're not allowed to do anything in private? Mu Tianyang was furious. Mu Qing turned a deaf ear and looked at the demon ancestor and the others. His gaze finally landed on Dong Xingyang. He smiled and said, "Old Dong, what do you think?" Dong Xingyang was completely unaware of Mu Qing's plan. He looked at the battlefield from afar and seemed to be tempted. After all, no matter who it was, they all wanted to prove themselves. Seeing that Mu Qing was specifically targeting Dong Xingyang, Mu Tianyang immediately understood. He transmitted his voice. "You want to scheme against Dong Xingyang and use him as bait to lure our old enemy out? Not bad. Firstly, there's no risk in doing so. Secondly, we can test whether Long Chen lied to us or not." Mu Qing thought. "You?" Mu Tianyang raised his eyebrows. "Ancestor, why have you become so indecisive now? This is not your style." Mu Qing was a little displeased with Mu Tianyang's timidity. "This is not a problem of indecisiveness. Do you think Long Chen really wants to help us? It's all because Qin Feiyang, Madman Mo, and the White-Eyed Wolf gave him too much pressure. He had no choice but to cooperate with us. This kind of cooperation is not reliable at all." Mu Tianyang secretly explained and pointed out the stakes. "I know. But people like Qin Feiyang will fall out with us sooner or later. We have to think of a way out in advance." Mu Qing said. "Silly. Don't you know what kind of person Qin Feiyang is? As long as we don't fall out with him, he will never fall out with us. The past grudges are no longer important to him." Mu Tianyang was very anxious. This boy had been completely bewitched by Long Chen, and now there were signs of qi deviation. "I don't care. Every time I see the arrogant attitude of the madman and the white-eyed wolf, I am full of anger." Mu Qing snorted coldly. Mu Tianyang clenched his hands slightly. It seemed that he had to wake this boy up. Otherwise, sooner or later, he would cause a big trouble. Mu Qing's eyes flashed. Looking at Dong Xingyang, who did not respond for a long time, he said, "Are you interested or not? If you are, then do it. You're a man, don't be so wishy-washy." Dong Xingyang was about to speak. Mu Tianyang put his arm around Dong Xingyang's neck and said with a smile, "We can't beat him. It's just looking for trouble. Why bother? Let's go to Tianyue restaurant for a drink and thank our brother wolf." Dong Xingyang was stunned. He shook his head and said with a smile, "Okay." When Mu Qing heard this, a trace of anger immediately crept up on her face. But he did not dare to say anything more and followed everyone to Tianyue restaurant. However, the demon ancestor had always been paying attention to the demon ancestor and Mu Tianyang. Since the two came back, he felt that the two's behavior was a little strange. Tianyue restaurant. In a private room. "Brother Wolf. It's really been a long time." Yueqing looked at the white-eyed wolf and said with a smile, "This is a little hypocritical. In your eyes, there has always been little Qin Zi. When have you ever had a brother?" The white-eyed wolf sat casually on the chair and looked at Yueqing teasingly. Yueqing's cheeks turned red. She said with grievance, "How can there be such a thing? I treat you all as my brothers." "That's what you said." "Okay. Then you will drink with me today." The white-eyed wolf bared his teeth. "Forget it. There are a lot of things waiting for me to deal with every day." Yueqing hurriedly waved her hand. Everyone knew that the golden-winged wolf king was a wine immortal. Drinking with him was simply asking for trouble. Not sincere. Hurry up and serve the good wine and dishes you have here. Today, you don't need to pay for free. Someone is treating. The white-eyed wolf chuckled and glanced at Mu Tianyang. "Are you planning to rip me off?" The corner of Mu Tianyang's mouth twitched. "Of course. Do I have to rip you off?" The white-eyed wolf bared his teeth and looked at Yueqing. "Hurry up and arrange it." "Okay." Yueqing nodded, turned around, walked out of the private room, and closed the door. The white-eyed wolf retracted his gaze and looked at the demon ancestor and the others. He asked sneakily, "What do you think of this Yueqing?" "Of course. She's smart and capable. Of course, it's good." The demon ancestor shook his head and smiled. "More importantly, she's still single. You know what I mean, right?" The white-eyed wolf chuckled. The demon ancestor and the others were slightly taken aback. When they reacted, they could not help but roll their eyes. Mu Qing's eyes flickered. He sneered and said, Since we're drinking today, let's set the rules in advance. No one can use divine power to refine the alcohol. Let's see who can last until the end. Isn't that what I want? The white-eyed wolf was stunned. He laughed and said, then it's decided. No one can cheat. Mu Tianyang glanced at the white-eyed wolf and glanced at Mu Qing. He transmitted his voice. What do you want to do now? What else can I want? Drink. Don't you want to thank him? Of course, you have to make it comfortable for him. Mu Qing thought to himself. Mu Tianyang looked at him deeply. It better be so. They drank for a day and a night. Everyone was dead drunk. In the private room, there were hundreds of empty wine jars. In other words, each of them had drunk dozens of jars. If they used divine power to refine the alcohol, it was naturally nothing. They could drink it no matter how much they drank. But if they could not refine it, even a person like the white-eyed wolf who drank every day could not withstand it. The entire room was filled with the strong smell of alcohol. Come. Why are you all down? Quickly get up and continue. It seems that I'm still the best. The white-eyed wolf held a wine jug. His eyes were hazy with drunkenness. He looked at the demon ancestor and the others. When he found that the group of people were already lying on the table, he could not help but smile. He also fell down and immediately started snoring. At this time, the sky was white. The sun rose. A new day had begun. The friendly competition in the land of buried gods had begun again. In the private room, not long after the white-eyed wolf fell down, Mu Qing, who was lying motionless on the table, suddenly slowly raised his head and looked at everyone present. Looking at the unconscious people, a cold smile appeared on his face. There was no trace of drunkenness at all. Obviously, he had been pretending before. Immediately, he slowly got up, looked at Mu Tianyang, and walked straight to Dong Xingyang's side. He was about to pick up Dong Xingyang. But at this time, a hand pressed on his wrist. His body immediately stiffened. He slowly lowered his head and found that Mu Tianyang, who was lying on the side, slowly raised his head. His eyes were full of anger. He said in a deep voice, "What do you want?" Mu Qing panicked and said in a low voice, "I just want to see if what Long Chen said is true or false." "You are gambling with Dong Xingyang's life." Mu Tianyang said angrily. "Isn't that what you taught me before? Do whatever you want by hook or by crook. Why? Have you forgotten this now?" Mu Qing's face was cold. "You?" Mu Tianyang was furious. "In fact, you are also eager to get the benefits that Long Chen promised us. Otherwise, you could have just directly told the white-eyed wolf and the others about what Long Chen told us. But you didn't mention it at all yesterday. What does this mean?" "It means that you are also hesitating," Mu Qing said. Mu Tianyang seemed a little annoyed. He said, "I am hesitating, but I didn't take action." "You don't dare to. Because now you are afraid of Qin Feiyang and the others. But I am not afraid. You can pretend that you don't know anything. If there are any consequences, I will bear them alone." Mu Qing pushed away Mu Tianyang's hand and was about to pick up the unconscious Dong Xingyang. But suddenly, Dong Xingyang also slowly raised his head. At the same time, White-Eyed Wolf, Demon Ancestor, Pei Tianhong and the others also woke up and looked at Mu Tianyang and Mu Qing. Mu Qing's expression suddenly froze. What was going on? Why were they all awake? Phew! White-Eyed Wolf took a deep breath, leaned on the chair, and looked at Mu Qing. "I am really tired. I have been acting with you for a day and a night." "Acting for a day and a night?" Mu Qing was surprised. "That's right. We have been acting with you the whole time. It is for this moment." Pei Tianhong nodded, his eyes filled with a strong cold light. "It's you?" Mu Qing turned to look at Mu Tianyang, her eyes full of anger. Mu Tianyang shook his head. He was also very surprised by this sudden turn of events. "It's me," Demon Ancestor said. Looking at Mu Qing, his eyes were full of disappointment. Mu Qing looked at Demon Ancestor, her face full of confusion. How did Demon Ancestor know about this? Chapter 3997. Yesterday, when you and Mu Tianyang came back, I felt that something was off. Because the two of you kept exchanging glances, As if you were secretly communicating about something? Also, when you urged Dong Xingyang to go to the battlefield, although you pretended to be calm, I noticed that your eyes seemed to be anticipating something. What puzzled me the most was that you repeatedly asked Dong Xingyang to go to the battlefield, but Mu Tianyang pulled Dong Xingyang back just as he was about to be tempted. He also tried his best to persuade him to come to the Tianyue restaurant to drink with the white-eyed wolf. The demon ancestor said slowly. Mu Qing's face became gloomier. Of course. The above doesn't prove anything. What really made me suspicious was that before you drank, you suggested that everyone not use divine power to refine the alcohol. After being together for so many years, I know a little about Mu Qing's alcohol tolerance. You can't drink much, let alone with the white-eyed wolf, the god of wine. If you don't use divine power to refine it, you're just looking for trouble. Moreover, what time is it now? The divine kingdom is facing a great enemy, and there could be major changes at any time. Anyone with a little common sense would know that you can't get drunk. So, after combining various factors, I guessed that there was a problem. So, I secretly told everyone to be careful. I didn't expect that we really found a problem in the end, and it didn't seem to be a small problem. After the demon ancestor finished speaking, he looked at the white-eyed wolf and said with a smile, "Did you see that? If it wasn't for me today, I'm afraid we would have been tricked by him. So, it's not unreasonable to say that drinking makes trouble. You should drink less in the future." You think you're so great? Actually, I noticed it too. I just pretended not to know. The white-eyed wolf snorted. Ah. The demon ancestor was stunned and said with a bitter smile, "As long as you're happy. Is it so difficult for you to admit that others are excellent?" Dong Xingyang glanced at Mu Tianyang, then at Mu Qing. His eyes flickered with coldness as he said, "Give us an explanation. Otherwise, don't even think about leaving the Tianyue restaurant today." He really didn't expect that they would scheme against him. One had to know. Back in Great Qin, if it wasn't for him dealing with Qin Yuan, Mu Qing and Mu Tianyang would have already been reincarnated. Furthermore, it was also because of him that the Forgotten Continent's snow pythons— no, it should be called the white dragon now. This was because the snow python used to be a white dragon. Later, it was cursed by the small beast and became a snow python. However, later on, she was very lucky. With Qin Feiyang's help, she consumed the disaster-crossing heavenly pill, broke the curse, and recovered her white dragon body. Because of this, Dong Xingyang had always been grateful to Qin Feiyang. And back then, it was also because of Dong Xingyang that the white dragon risked its life to protect a drop of blood from Mu Qing and Mu Tianyang in the Forgotten Continent. In the end, with Qin Yuan's help, it was sent into the gate of rebirth and was reborn. Could be said that the reason why the two of them were able to live until now was entirely because of Dong Xingyang. It was no exaggeration to say that this was the grace of rebirth. But Mu Qing actually schemed against him now. Wasn't this ungrateful? How could a person be like this? Was his conscience eaten by a dog? Facing Dong Xingyang's questioning, Mu Qing lowered her head, very flustered. "Let me say it." Mu Tianyang sighed and picked up a jug of divine wine that he hadn't finished drinking. He raised his head and drank it in big gulps. This divine wine was the Black Tortoise divine wine, which was brought out from the Black Tortoise realm by Yueqing. Naturally, he had to take out the divine wine to entertain the white-eyed wolf and the others. After drinking, Mu Tianyang put down the wine pot, exhaled a breath of alcohol, and said, "Actually, Long Chen came to find us yesterday and talked to us about something that made him a little obsessed." "Long Chen?" The white-eyed wolf raised his eyebrows and asked, "What did he talk to you about?" "Work with him," Mu Tianyang said. "Work with him?" The white-eyed wolf frowned. "That's right." Mu Tianyang nodded and said with a faint smile, "To put it simply, he asked us to lie in ambush by your side, and when you turn hostile in the future, we can give you a fatal blow from behind." "That bastard!" The white-eyed wolf's eyes flashed with killing intent. "What's the condition?" The demon ancestor was curious. To be able to make Mu Qing so crazy and even attack his savior, Dong Xingyang, Long Chen's condition must be irresistible. The inheritance of the ultimate profound meaning of the strongest law. He promised that as long as we agree, he will give each of us an inheritance of the ultimate profound meaning of the strongest law. Mu Tianyang smiled bitterly. In the face of such a temptation, it was really hard to resist. What a big deal! Pei Tianhong and the others were stunned. If each of them had an inheritance, the two of them would have two. Long Chun still had so many inheritances in his hands? As expected of Ice Dragon's son, he was rich and overbearing. Mu Tianyang continued, there's an even bigger temptation, which is why I can't let it go. Everyone looked at each other. What was more tempting than the inheritance of the ultimate profound meaning of the strongest law? Our old enemy. Mu Tianyang paused after every word, then looked at Dong Xingyang and said again, our old enemy. What? Dong Xingyang suddenly stood up. The white-eyed wolf and the others could not remain calm. They looked at Mu Tianyang in surprise and asked, you mean, Long Chen has already found your old enemy? That's right. According to him, our old enemy is indeed from the divine kingdom. Furthermore, he had already investigated this matter 10 years ago. Mu Tianyang nodded. 10 years ago? The white-eyed wolf was stunned and said suspiciously, isn't that when I was in seclusion to integrate the inheritance? That's right. As for how he found out, he didn't say. But at that time, I heard that Long Qin appeared on the battlefield 10 years ago. Mu Tianyang said. Long Qin? The white-eyed wolf murmured, and a light gradually appeared in his eyes. He said, I think I already know what's going on. Long Qin has the ability to hear other people's voices. She probably went to the battlefield to eavesdrop on the secret conversation between Ryuko and the others. In other words, she confirmed this by eavesdropping on the secret conversation between Ryuko and the others? Pei Tianhong asked. The white-eyed wolf nodded. Pei Tianhong, Wang Changyuan, and the others looked at each other. They really did not expect this woman to have such an ability. They really did not know about this before. Dong Xingyang calmed down, looked at Mu Tianyang and asked, did Long Chen say who it was? But before he left, he said one sentence, and told us not to go to the battlefield. From this, I judged that our old enemy should be hiding somewhere on the battlefield now. At this point, Mu Tianyang looked at Mu Qing and continued, this is also Mu Qing's purpose. She wants to use you to lure these people out. When Dong Zhengyang heard this, he turned to look at Mu Qing and said disappointedly, in any case, I saved your life in the Great Qin Empire back then. Is this how you repay me? Mu Qing lowered her head, extremely ashamed. I know you're a ruthless person, but I didn't expect you to be so ruthless. Dong Xingyang sighed, extremely disappointed. It was really disappointing. The white-eyed wolf looked at Mu Qing, and the murderous intent in his eyes was undisguised. He said, do you think that by keeping quiet, you can forget about this matter? Mu Qing trembled, and did not dare to look at the white-eyed wolf. I personally think that this kind of person should not be kept by our side. Pei Tianhong said. That's what I think too. I don't want someone to stab me in the back when the time comes. Wang Changyuan snorted coldly. In an instant, Mu Qing became a rat crossing the street, and everyone wanted to beat her up. Mu Tianyang did not speak up for her. Because Mu Qing's actions this time were indeed too much. Although he was also very tempted, he would never plot against Dong Xingyang. Just as Dong Xingyang said, if it were not for Dong Xingyang's help back then, he would have died in the hands of Qin Feiyang. He could hate Qin Feiyang. But Dong Xingyang had to be grateful. This was his principle. If he did not even have principles, was he worthy of being human? Then kill her. Although it's a pity, it's better than harming us in the future. The white-eyed wolf said, and a wisp of law power appeared. No, Mu Qing quivered and finally could not continue to be silent. She raised her head and looked at the white-eyed wolf, shouting. But the white-eyed wolf turned a deaf ear to her. But at this time, Dong Xingyang sighed softly, raised his hand to stop the white-eyed wolf, and said, keep him. The white-eyed wolf raised his eyebrows. There was something wrong with this person's brain. The other party had schemed against him, and he was pleading for mercy for the other party? To be exact, he can't die. Because he has the all-seeing eye. He must be in the future. As for today's matter, I am also the biggest victim, but for the sake of the overall situation, I choose to forgive him. Even I have forgiven him, so you should not pursue it anymore. Dong Xingyang gave the white-eyed wolf a forced smile. Obviously, it was not his intention. Are you sure? The white-eyed wolf frowned. He was very displeased. The all-seeing eye, the strongest fighting soul in his opinion, was nothing at all. I'm sure. Dong Xingyang nodded. The white-eyed wolf took a deep breath, looked at Mu Qing and snorted. Did you see how others treated you? Don't you feel ashamed? I'm so thick-skinned, but I can't help but feel embarrassed for you. Mu Qing endured the humiliation and did not even dare to breathe loudly. Dong Ziyang also looked at Mu Qing and said, but there is a condition. You have to make a blood oath. It's not too long ago, but at least before you get through that disaster, you can't plot against us behind our backs. In other words, you have to be of one mind with us. Disaster, the white-eyed wolf murmured. It was hard not to take this word seriously when it came from Dong Xingyang's mouth again. Could it be that this so-called calamity really existed? But suddenly, he looked at Mu Qing again, who was still pretending to be silent. He immediately slammed the table and said angrily, "Didn't you hear what Dong Xingyang said? Do you really want to die? Let me tell you, I don't care about any disaster. If you really want to die, I'll fulfill your wish right now." Mu Qing's body and mind trembled. She hurriedly looked at Dong Xingyang and nodded, "All right, I agree." Who didn't know the white-eyed wolf's character? Not to mention an unknown disaster, even if the sky collapsed now, he would still do what he had to do. He made a prompt decision. He made a blood oath. The originally bright and sunny sky was instantly covered in a blood-red cloud, and the entire city instantly fell into chaos. On the streets, everyone raised their heads and looked at the sky with surprise and bewilderment. Swoosh! In a short while, an oath seal fell and disappeared from Tianyue restaurant. The blood cloud came quickly and left quickly. Chapter 3998. At the same time, Yueqing also noticed that something was amiss and immediately came out to check. In the end, she discovered that the place where the seal had disappeared was the private room where Qin Feiyang and the others were. What's going on? With a face full of doubt, she walked to the front of the room and knocked on the door. "Come in." White-eyed wolf's voice sounded from inside. Yueqing pushed the door open and entered. She immediately sensed that the atmosphere in the room was not right. There were wine jars everywhere on the floor. The room was filled with the smell of alcohol. However, no one looked drunk at all. Moreover, everyone was sitting on the chairs. Only Mu Qing stood beside Mu Tianyang with her head lowered, as if she had done something wrong. "Brother Wolf, are you all right?" Yueqing looked at White-eyed Wolf and asked. "No. Get someone to clean up this place." White-eyed Wolf said, "All right. I'll arrange it right away." Yueqing nodded and turned to leave quickly. "Let's go to the tea room." White-eyed Wolf stood up and walked into the tea room. Devil Ancestor and the others followed. "What are you waiting for? Hurry up and go over. You must perform well next." Mu Tianyang glared at Mu Qing and quickly entered the tea room. Mu Qing looked at White-eyed Wolf who was sitting in the tea room and could only brace herself and walk in. "Are you afraid now? What were you doing earlier?" White-eyed Wolf took out a jar of unparalleled divine wine, coldly looked at Mu Qing, and then started to drink it. Pei Tianhong and the others sat at the side, not making a sound. Mu Qing was in a rather awkward situation. She could neither stand nor sit. Dong dong. At this time, there was a knock on the door. "Come in." Wang Changyuan looked at the door. Yueqing brought a few waiters in and ordered, "Hurry up and tidy up." "Yes." A few waiters responded. Some tidied up the table. Some tidied up the floor. Some tidied up the wine jars. Yueqing entered the tea room and looked at Mu Qing who was standing at the side. She walked to the tea table and smiled. "I'll make you a pot of tea to wake you up." She squatted beside the tea table and cleaned the teapot and tea set. The atmosphere at the scene was quite depressing. Suddenly, Devil Ancestor opened the topic and looked at Yueqing. Yueqing stared blankly for a moment before nodding with a smile. "That's right, don't you know?" The Devil Ancestor smiled in praise. This is all thanks to Big Brother Qin. Yu Qing quickly waved her hands. Why did he like to be so calculative? Devil Ancestor shook his head and smiled. Is Thousand Mountain City's Heavenly Joy building also opened by you? Thousand Mountain City? Yue Qing was taken aback. It's the Thousand Mountain City of the Northern Continent. Devil Ancestor said. The Thousand Mountain City of the Northern Continent. Yue Qing was stunned for a moment. After thinking carefully for a moment, she smiled and said, I opened it, but I rarely go there. After all, Thousand Mountain City is just a small city. There's a little guy called Li Si in Thousand Mountain City's Heavenly Joy building. This person is not bad. If there's a chance, we can focus on training him. Devil Ancestor smiled. Is that so? Yue Qing was surprised. Back then in Thousand Mountain City, he helped us a lot. A very clever young man. Devil Ancestor smiled slightly. Yue Qing thought for a moment and asked, Is this matter you're talking about when Ryuko and Jiang Yunshuang tried to assassinate you? Devil Ancestor nodded. Yue Qing smiled and nodded. All right, I'll go meet this Li Si when I'm free and see if he's really as clever as you said. Very soon. A few servants cleaned the room until it was spick and span. When faced with a clean and tidy environment, one's mood would be much better. Then you guys chat first. I'm going to get busy. Yue Qing poured the tea and stood up. Sorry to trouble you. Devil Ancestor smiled. Yue Qing smiled and quickly left the room. She turned around and closed the door. She lowered her head and pondered for a moment before taking out the divine voice transmission stone. Buzz. Soon. A figure appeared. It was Miao. Miao Miao, where are you? Yue Qing asked with a smile. The Northern Continent. What's wrong? Miao Miao smiled. That's good. Make a trip to Thousand Mountain City's Heavenly Joy building and find a worker called Li Si. Investigate his identity. If there's no problem, send him to Cloud Ocean City. Yue Qing said. What do you mean? Miao was puzzled. We'll talk about it when we meet. Yue Qing smiled. All right. Miao nodded. In the private room, Mu Danyang drank a mouthful of tea and looked at everyone helplessly. Let's talk. The atmosphere is a little depressing. What should we talk about? White-eyed Wolf glanced at Mu Tianyang and said, Although you haven't taken action, your heart is hesitating. To us, you seem to be a hidden danger. Huh? Mu Tianyang laughed dryly. White-eyed Wolf rolled his eyes and put down the wine jar. Long Chen, that kid, is very dishonest. It's impolite not to reciprocate. Think about it. What good ideas do you have to let him have a taste of his own medicine? This, Pei Tianhong and the others looked at each other. They really didn't have any ideas. Because Long Chen was too strong. He was strong enough to destroy all schemes. How about this? Demon Ancestor thought for a while and looked at White-eyed Wolf. Let Mu Qing and Mu Tianyang pretend to agree to Long Chen's request. This way we can get the ultimate meaning of two supreme laws from him. Pei Tianhong and the others heard this and their eyes lit up. Dong Xingyang thought for a while and looked at Demon Ancestor. If that's the case, why don't we go together? We can also get the inheritance of 4 supreme laws. Sure. Demon Ancestor nodded. Shermias, do you think Long Chen is stupid? White-eyed Wolf was speechless. Even Ryuko knew that they had to make a blood oath before they were willing to take out the inheritance, let alone someone as smart as Long Chen. If there was a way to break the blood oath, then the problem would be solved. If we really have to make a blood oath, it will be difficult. Demon Ancestor thought for a while and nodded. So, this method won't work at all. Instead of doing these useless things, why don't we just go and settle the score with him? White-eyed Wolf laughed. With his personality, even if you go and denounce him, he might not care about you. Demon Ancestor shook his head. White-eyed Wolf frowned and looked at Demon Ancestor and Mu Tianyang. He asked, Did Snow and Bloodblade tell you about the blood oath? Is there a way to break it? Basically no. But in my opinion, no matter what it is in this world, as long as you have power that surpasses the limit, you can break it with force. Demon Ancestor said. Although you're right, who among us has the power to break the blood oath? White-eyed wolf was helpless. Even a sovereign divine weapon could not do it, let alone a body of flesh and blood. What about frenzy? Dong Jingyang suddenly clapped his hands and said, "He has the root of all evil. Isn't that an ultimate power? I'm afraid it won't work. After all, we're talking about power that surpasses the limit. Besides, if frenzy can do it, then the god race can definitely do it too. If the god race can really do it, then the master of the divine kingdom won't care about the blood oath." White-eyed wolf shook his head. Dong Jingyang shook his head regretfully and said, "Then it seems that we really can't set a trap for Long Chen. Don't be discouraged. This is just our guess. Perhaps Long Chen didn't even think about the blood oath." Second commander looked at everyone and laughed. White-eyed wolf heard this and looked at Demon Ancestor and the others. He asked, "Do you believe it?" Demon Ancestor and the others shook their heads and laughed. Second commander still didn't understand Long Chen. Because if he did, he definitely wouldn't say such naive words. White-eyed wolf took a deep breath and waved his hand. "Let's put Long Chen's matter aside for now. Let's talk about your old enemy first. Now that it's clear, we should start planning." "Okay." Dong Jingyang nodded. White-eyed wolf smiled mockingly and turned to look at Mu Qing. "Actually, your idea is really good. Let one of them be the bait, and the other two hide in the dark." Mu Qing smiled awkwardly. Why did it sound so ironic? "I'm really not joking with you. But this time, the bait has to be changed to you." White-eyed wolf bared his teeth. "What?" Mu Qing's eyes trembled. To be the bait was to risk one's life. "You know there's danger, so you're scared? Then for Dong Jingyang, there's no danger? Don't say that we're not moral. You reap what you sow." White-eyed wolf snorted coldly. Mu Tianyang comforted him. "Are you okay? We'll do our best to protect your safety." Mu Qing felt bitter in his heart. Now, did he still have the right to say no? At this moment, it was too late for regrets. He was really stupid. Why did he scheme against Dong Jingyang? Now, not only did Dong Jingyang not manage to scheme against him, but he also dragged him into the water. This was the consequence of his own sins. Demon Ancestor said, "But now, we can't take action." That's right. Because once the strongest war soul appears, it will inevitably lead to a bloody storm. With our strength, we can't face the geniuses of the divine kingdom. When the time comes, the older generation of the Scandinavian nation might even intervene. So, we have to wait for the young master to come out. Pei Tianhong nodded. Hearing Pei Tianhong's analysis, everyone felt that it made sense. Because this wasn't a small matter. It could be said that the strongest war soul was more important than anything else. If Mu Qing and the other two's war souls were exposed, the older generation of the divine kingdom might not hesitate to pay any price. At that time, if Qin Feiyang wasn't there, they had no chance of winning at all. Not to mention that Frenzy was also in seclusion now. But anyway, the people of the divine kingdom won't give up easily if they don't find their old enemy. Let's wait for little Qin Zi to come out. White-eyed wolf nodded. This matter was too important, and he didn't dare to play around. But how long will it take for the young master to come out? When he comes out, how strong will the ultimate meaning of the law of life and death be? Wang Changyuan whispered. Hearing this, everyone's eyes were full of anticipation. The ultimate meaning of the law of life and death. They didn't know if the divine kingdom had it, but there was only one person in the sky cloud realm. Chapter 3999. The demon ancestor brought Pei Tianhong and the others to the battlefield. Mu Qing, Mu Tianyang, and Dong Jingyang followed the white-eyed wolf into the demon palace to cultivate in seclusion. In short, now that Qin Feiyang had not come out of seclusion, the three of them would definitely not appear on the battlefield. However, there was a problem that the white-eyed wolf had been pondering about. How could he set a trap for Long Chen? This time, Long Chen had schemed against them behind their backs, which made the white-eyed wolf extremely unhappy. If he did not get back at them, he would panic. He had thought of sending a voice transmission to Qin Feiyang, because Qin Feiyang was smart. But after thinking about it, it was better not to disturb Qin Feiyang now. As for the demon ancestor, when he returned to the battlefield, he would directly start his winning streak. Whether it was the humans of the divine kingdom or the gods of the divine kingdom, they were no match for him. But, unless it was a critical moment, he would not activate the Eye of Despair. This friendly match was important to gain experience. He also wanted to comprehend the ultimate meaning of the strongest law, so that he could truly compete with Ryuko and the others. So while he was training, he was also humbly asking the white-eyed wolf for advice. The strongest laws that he had mastered were the time law and the death law. Just nice. The white-eyed wolf had already mastered the ultimate meaning of these two strongest laws. Similarly, although the white-eyed wolf was usually very arrogant, as long as you sincerely looked for him, he would not put on airs and make things difficult for you. So to the demon ancestor, the white-eyed wolf was now like a teacher. He was training in battle while asking the white-eyed wolf for advice. His comprehension of the two strongest laws was getting deeper and deeper day by day. Dong Jingyang and Mu Tianyang naturally would not miss such a good opportunity. After all, they were already in seclusion together. On the other hand, although Mu Qing was with the white-eyed wolf, she could not bring herself to look for the white-eyed wolf. The white-eyed wolf naturally couldn't be bothered with him. Since you took the initiative to come here, I will be kind and teach you. If you don't come, I can't ask for anything more. I can even hide in peace. Madman was also in seclusion. On the other hand, the place where he cultivated in seclusion was filled with the energy of death at all times, and it affected an area of a few hundred kilometers. Any divine dragon that approached this place would have their life force plundered by the power of death. As such, over time, the place where Madman was in seclusion became a forbidden area in the dragon lair. Almost no one dared to step into it. Everyone in the dragons were furious about this. Wasn't this akin to the dove taking over the magpie's nest? Day after day, year after year. Several decades passed. Shin Village. After decades of development, it had become the most powerful village in the area. The reason was, of course, Qin Feiyang. Almost all the younger generation in the village grew up under the guidance of Qin Feiyang. Even many of the older generation had been reborn under the guidance of Qin Feiyang and displayed outstanding talent. To the Qin family village, Qin Feiyang was no longer just a member of the village. He was also a highly respected old man that everyone respected. That's right. The current Qin Feiyang was already an old man. His long hair was as white as snow. His originally strong body was now as thin as firewood, and his face was full of wrinkles. He looked like an old man with one foot in the grave. The people in the village were puzzled when they saw the changes in Qin Feiyang. However, after Shen Mulan told them, they knew that Qin Feiyang was also nearing the end of his life. When Shen Dezhuang and Shen Xiaojia first received this news, it was like a bolt from the blue. Because in their hearts, they respected Qin Feiyang very much. Especially Shen Xiaojia and the snotty baby. They were watched by Qin Feiyang as they grew up, so when they received this news, they immediately went to look for treasures to prolong Qin Feiyang's life. However, when Qin Feiyang received this news, he asked Shen Dezhuang to stop a group of people halfway. The reason was, he didn't want everyone to waste time. If he really had the heart, he would accompany him for the rest of his life. Early in the morning, Shen Dezhuang and Shen Xiaojia appeared outside Qin Feiyang's door early in the morning as usual. This was what they had to do every day. No one forced them. They voluntarily came to take care of Qin Feiyang. However, this time, they found that Qin Feiyang was different from usual. His life force was extremely weak. Brother Gu Feng. Shen Xiaojia immediately ran up and grabbed Qin Feiyang's old and withered hand. She couldn't help but cry. Shen Dezhuang walked to the bedside and silently looked at Qin Feiyang. His eyes were also a little moist. After all, he was a man. He was stronger and kept all the grief in his heart. What are you crying for? Qin Feiyang said hoarsely, intermittently. He didn't even have the strength to speak. I'm not crying, Shen Xiaojia shook her head. Qin Feiyang raised his trembling hand, wiped away Shen Xiaojia's tears, and laughed. You're not crying, what is this? I really didn't. Shen Xiaojia turned her head and looked at Shen Dezhuang. Her eyes were filled with despair, as if she was saying, Brother Dezhuang, quickly help Brother Gu Feng. Shen Dezhuang also turned his head and quietly wiped away his tears. He leaned over and looked at Qin Feiyang with a smile. Big brother Gu Feng, where do you want to go today? Today, Qin Feiyang looked at the roof, pondered for a long time and laughed. Today? I don't want to go anywhere, let's go to the village entrance to bask in the sun. All right. Shen Dezhuang nodded, looked at Shen Xiaojia and said, Xiaojia, make way first, I'll help big brother Gu Feng up. I'll do it myself. Shen Xiaojia carefully supported Qin Feiyang's back, but Qin Feiyang was so weak that he didn't even have the strength to get up. At this moment, he had really reached his limit. His entire body was filled with an aura of death. Let me do it. Shen Dezhuang gently pushed Shen Xiaojia away, bent down and picked up Qin Feiyang. Looking at Shen Xiaojia who was crying beside him, he sent a sound transmission. Don't cry, big brother Gu Feng doesn't want to see others cry in front of him. Hurry up and prepare a recliner. All right. Shen Xiaojia quickly nodded, turned around and ran out. I'm sorry for making you take care of a lonely old man like me. Qin Feiyang smiled apologetically. What are you talking about? I've already said that you're my brother. Isn't it my duty to take care of you? Shen Dezhuang held back his sobs, turned around and walked out of the room. Although it was strenuous for Qin Feiyang to even move, the inside of this small house was very clean. Not a speck of dust could be found. This was all thanks to Shen Dezhuang and Shen Xiaojia. They had to clean the house once a day to keep it clean and tidy. Shen Xiaojia had already placed a recliner at the entrance of the village. This recliner was made of bamboo strips, and there was a layer of soft cushion on it. Shen Xiaojia stood in front of the recliner, looking at Qin Feiyang who was in Shen Dezhuang's arms, and couldn't help but tear up. At this moment, some more people came out of their houses. When they saw this scene, their faces immediately changed, and they all put down what they were doing and surrounded Shen Dezhuang. Dong, a woman said worriedly. But before she could finish her sentence, Dezhuang gave her a look, indicating for her to be quiet. The woman quickly shut her mouth and looked down at Qin Feiyang. She even lowered her breathing to the lowest, for fear of startling Qin Feiyang. Dezhuang carried Qin Feiyang and continued to walk to the entrance of the village. The woman looked at the group of people next to her and sighed. It seems that brother Gu Feng can't make it. Go and tell everyone to come out quickly. I'll go and find the village chief. They nodded, and their faces were full of sadness. Then they turned around and knocked on the door of each house. When the woman found Shen Mulin's house and told Shen Mulin about Qin Feiyang's situation, Shen Mulin's face changed drastically. He hurriedly ran to the entrance of the village without even putting on his coat. At this moment, many people had already come out of their houses. Everyone's expression was extremely pained. Good people don't live long, but disasters last 1,000 years. This sentence is really true. In the past few decades, if not for Brother Gu Feng's careful teaching, how could the young people in our village be so outstanding? And Brother Gu Feng, although he is very strong, he is kind and nice. He is also very respectful to us old people. How could such an outstanding person fall to this point? This is because the heavens are jealous of talents. Everyone gathered together and ran to the entrance of the village while discussing. At the entrance of the village, Dezhuang gently put Qin Feiyang on the reclining chair, and then he silently retreated to the side, quietly looking at Qin Feiyang. Brother Gu Feng, do you want to drink water? Shen Xiaojia squatted on the ground, gently holding Qin Feiyang's hand and asked. No need. Qin Feiyang shook his head, his voice seemed particularly weak, and then he slowly looked up at the sky. At this moment, the sun was rising in the sky, and the sun shone on the earth. Everything gradually recovered, but his life aura was getting weaker and weaker. However, he did not have any fear. On the contrary, a smile appeared on his face. Shen Xiaojia and Dezhuang could not help but follow Qin Feiyang's gaze and look at the rising sun on the horizon. The scenes of getting along with each other for the past few decades involuntarily appeared in their minds. In the end, they discovered that they were all beautiful memories. No matter when, this man's face was filled with a happy smile. Whether it was to himself or to others, there had never been a painful side to him. Even now, he did not have any fear in the face of death. Had he already seen through life and death? In this world, was there really nothing he was attached to? Shen Xiaojia retracted her gaze, looked at Qin Feiyang and said softly, "Brother Gu Feng, whether it is in the past or in the future, you will never be alone. We will always be with you. Yes, we are all your family." Shen Mulin walked over and squatted on the other side, holding Qin Feiyang's hand, enduring the sadness in his heart, and said, "Brother Gu Feng, we will always be with you until the last moment." "Thank you." Qin Feiyang's face revealed a smile. "Brother Gu Feng, don't talk, have a good rest." A middle-aged couple looked at Qin Feiyang and said softly. It was Shen Xiaojia's parents. But before they finished speaking, the two of them wished they could slap themselves in the face. What were they saying? His life was about to reach the last moment. What was there to rest for? Wasn't this a curse in disguise? "Brother Gu Feng, I'm sorry." The two of them hurriedly apologized. Qin Feiyang slowly raised his hand and gently waved it, indicating that it was okay. Chapter 4000. "Actually, I want to thank you all," Qin Feiyang said in a hoarse voice. Shen Mulin hurriedly said, "Why are you saying all this? We are family." Qin Feiyang waved his hand with great effort. Seeing this, Shen Xiaojia looked at Shen Mulin and sighed, "Grandpa Village Chief, just let Brother Gu Feng speak." Sighed. Shen Mulin sighed and retreated to the side. The others also quieted down and quietly looked at Qin Feiyang. "I want to thank you all. Thank you all for taking care of me all these years, especially De Zhuang and Xiaojia. These two children. If it were any other young man, seeing me like this, they would have long run away, but they have always been by my side. This also proves that my eyesight. Indeed, I did not misjudge you. You all must work hard, I believe." As Qin Feiyang said this, he waved at De Zhuang. De Zhuang hurriedly walked over and squatted on the ground. Even he was already tearing up. Qin Feiyang grabbed De Zhuang's hand with one hand and Shen Xiaojia's hand with the other. He smiled and said, "I believe. Your kindness will definitely bring you good luck." And Shen Xiaojia nodded, holding back her tears. "I still have to thank you all. Let me spend all these years in the village without any worries. You might not understand, but these few decades, what I saw, heard, and felt here is very important to me. It was you all who allowed me to have a deeper understanding of the world. It was also you all who allowed me to complete the last step. Thank you all, thank you everyone, thank you." When he said the last word of thanks, everyone could no longer hear Qin Feiyang's voice. Moreover, Shen Dezhuang and Shen Xiaojia could feel that Qin Feiyang's hand was gradually turning cold. "Please, don't cry. Let me see the last moment of the sun's rise," Qin Feiyang muttered, looking at the sun in the sky, his face still maintaining that smile, as if everything was frozen there, without any changes. Shen Xiaojia's body trembled as her tears flowed uncontrollably. However, she did not cry out loud. She turned her head and silently looked at the rising sun. Finally, the sun had risen completely, and all living things had awakened. It was also at this moment. Qin Feiyang slowly closed his eyes, but the smile on his face never disappeared. Big Brother Gu Feng, Shen Xiaojia and Luo Ruoxin immediately felt Qin Feiyang's pulse stop beating. Tears flowed down their cheeks continuously. "Brother Ancient Wind, the sun has already risen," a middle-aged man spoke. However, when he looked at Qin Feiyang, he immediately lost control of his emotions. The others also finally realized that Qin Feiyang was no longer breathing, and they all silently shed tears. At this moment, no one spoke again, and the entire village fell into a deathly silence. At the same time, Black Tortoise World. A group of people also gathered in the Devil's Land. Mermaid Princess and Fire Lotus stood at the front. Little Wimp was there as well. Next was Fire Dance, the Five-Clawed Golden Dragon, the White Jade Qilin, the Big Black Wolf, the Sword Sovereign, Xia Yuan, and the others. Behind them, the 6,000 Dark Guards were all present. In short, everyone who lived in the Devil's Land was here at this moment. In the void in front of them, there was a picture. The picture showed Qin Feiyang sitting at the entrance of the village. As early as when Shen Dezhuang and Shen Xiaojia entered Qin Feiyang's room, Little Wimp had already noticed Qin Feiyang's abnormality. Therefore, he descended to the Devil's Land and gathered everyone here. In other words, everyone had witnessed the entire process. Although they knew what Qin Feiyang was going to do, at this moment, seeing Qin Feiyang stop breathing, they couldn't help but shed tears. Especially Mermaid Princess. She needed the support of Fire Lotus beside her to stand firm. I can't just stand by and watch. Fire Luan, quickly send me out. Suddenly, Mermaid Princess grabbed Fire Lotus's arm, looking extremely anxious. Sister-in-law, calm down. You have to believe in Qin Dage. Seeing that, Fire Lotus hurriedly comforted her. He's already not breathing. No heartbeat. How can I still calm down? Fire Lotus, I beg you, quickly send me out. Regardless of success or failure, I will always guard him, the Mermaid Princess pleaded incessantly. Fire Lotus looked at Little Wimp. Little Wimp glanced at Mermaid Princess, and with a low sigh, said, You go out with her. All right. Fire Lotus nodded, and immediately appeared in front of Qin Feiyang with Mermaid Princess. Who is it? Shen Dezhuang and the others were shocked, and immediately looked at the two of them. Don't be nervous. This is his wife. Fire Lotus looked at everyone inside. Everyone in the village immediately looked at Mermaid Princess in shock. Gu Feng actually had a wife? And she was so beautiful. Why hadn't they heard him mention this before? At this moment, Mermaid Princess completely ignored the surrounding villagers, and moved her feet, walking in front of Qin Feiyang. Seeing that, Shen Dezhuang nodded at Shen Xiaojia. Shen Xiaojia looked at Mermaid Princess suspiciously, but also let go of Qin Feiyang's cold hand, stood up and retreated to the side. Mermaid Princess squatted on the ground, grabbed Qin Feiyang's hand, and muttered, Why do you have to do this? Is the ultimate profound of the law of life and death that important? A drop of tear fell on the back of Qin Feiyang's hand. In the next moment, Qin Feiyang's motionless body began to dissipate. What's going on? Shen Xiaojia and the others' expressions changed. Dezhuang even pushed Mermaid Princess away. Seeing that, Fire Lotus hurriedly went up to support Mermaid Princess. Brother Gu Feng. Shen Xiaojia grabbed Qin Feiyang's hand, and her face was full of anxiety. She looked at Shen Dezhuang and asked, Brother Dezhuang, what's going on? Why is Brother Gu Feng's body dissipating? Dezhuang looked at Qin Feiyang, whose entire body was dissipating, as if it had turned into a rain of light, and he couldn't stop it no matter how hard he tried. All of a sudden, he seemed to have transformed into an enraged beast, and turned to stare at Mermaid Princess, and said in a low voice, What did you do to Brother Gu Feng? I didn't. Mermaid Princess shook her head, and also looked at Qin Feiyang anxiously. She also didn't know what was going on. Why would his physical body start to dissipate all of a sudden? You're not Brother Gu Feng's wife, who are you? You didn't even let Brother Gu Feng's body go. Do you still have any humanity? Shen Xiaojia glared at Mermaid Princess. You're wrongly accused. They're really husband and wife. Fire Lotus hurriedly explained. I don't believe it, all of you leave. Shen Xiaojia pointed outside the village and roared. Mermaid Princess was extremely anxious. Sister-in-law, let's retreat to the side first. Don't be angry, they're also worried about Qin Dage. You have to believe in Qin Dage, he'll definitely be fine. Fire Lotus secretly transmitted her voice. Sigh. Mermaid Princess sighed softly, and with Fire Lotus's help, she retreated over 10 meters, and looked at Qin Feiyang from afar, her eyes filled with worry. Brother Gu Feng, I won't let your body dissipate. Shen Xiaojia didn't care about the two anymore, and anxiously reached out to grab the rain of light, but she couldn't. The rain of light passed through her hands and floated in all directions. Brother Dezhuang, quickly think of a solution. Shen Xiaojia looked at Dezhuang helplessly. Dezhuang didn't speak, and he looked at this scene in despair. How could he have a solution for this? In the blink of an eye. At this time, almost half of Qin Feiyang had dissipated, and there wasn't even a drop of blood, as if his entire body had been disintegrated by an invisible force. Xiaojia, calm down. Looking at Shen Xiaojia's tear-filled face, her parents hurried to comfort her. If they wanted to stop it, they had to first figure out the reason, but this scene was completely beyond their understanding. Perhaps for Gu Feng this was a good thing. 10 breaths passed. Qin Feiyang completely dissipated, turning into a rain of light that scattered between heaven and earth. But the black tortoise world was still there. The universe ring was still there. However, only these two things were still there. The other things, such as the laws, the divine arts, and even the clothes, all disappeared. It was as if all of this didn't exist in the first place. Even Mermaid Princess and Fire Lotus didn't know what was going on, let alone the people in the village. Chapter 4001. However, they didn't know. At this moment, Qin Feiyang was standing in a blood-red world. The sky was blood-red. The earth was blood-red. Even the void was filled with a bloody mist. Qin Feiyang was no stranger to this place. And this was also Qin Feiyang's destination. Because this was the hell that appeared when he entered the Heavenly Bell Divine Treasure and fell into the illusion. Nothing had changed. Countless wandering souls were rushing towards the gate of hell in front of him. From time to time, a blood-red lightning would fall from the sky. If the wandering souls in this world didn't enter the gate of hell, they would be obliterated by the blood-red lightning. He came here again. Qin Feiyang was no longer as desperate and fearful as last time. He took a step forward and walked towards the gate of hell. Soon, the gate of hell entered his sight, like a terrifying beast with its bloody mouth open, floating in front of him, waiting for him to take the initiative to send himself in. Qin Feiyang didn't stop and went straight into the gate of hell. In sight, it was also a blood-red world, like a sea of blood. Crack, boom. Compared to the outside, the lightning here was more concentrated and roaring in the sky. Any wandering soul that was struck by the lightning would howl miserably as if they had been tortured. All the wandering souls would be constantly bombarded by the lightning, and every time they were struck, the shape of the wandering souls would become a little fainter. Qin Feiyang was no stranger to this. Because the last time he came here, he was constantly bombarded by lightning. The purpose of these lightning was to erase his memory. Qin Feiyang didn't avoid it. Even when the lightning struck him and caused him unparalleled pain, he did not let out a groan. And it didn't mean that he wasn't afraid of pain. It was that he could withstand it. However, his memory didn't disappear. No matter how many times the lightning struck him, his memory was still there. The last time he came here, he had personally experienced it. Every time he was struck by lightning, part of his memory would disappear. But Qin Feiyang wasn't surprised by this. He seemed to already know the reason. After an unknown period of time, another stone door appeared in front of him. It was 999 zhang tall, like a towering mountain standing at the end. However, it was different from the ferocious and terrifying Hell's Gate. This stone gate was pure white and radiated a divine radiance. Before he even got close, Qin Feiyang felt a warm feeling in his heart. On the stone door, there were two large words, shining with boundless divine light. Samsara. That was right. This was the gate of reincarnation that Qin Feiyang had seen in the illusion last time. Everything was exactly the same as last time. However, last time, Qin Feiyang had reached this point and hadn't gone any further. This was because he had comprehended the law of life and death when he had seen the gate of reincarnation. After comprehending the law of life and death, he fused with the miniature version of the law of life and death and left this place. This time, he had come here to enter the door of reincarnation. From an outsider's point of view, this was simply courting death. Even Qin Feiyang himself did not dare to enter the gate of reincarnation the last time he came here. Because at that time, he had the same thought. Once he entered the gate of reincarnation, he would be reincarnated. But now, he already knew. This gate of reincarnation wasn't the real reincarnation. The gate of hell wasn't the real hell either. These wandering souls weren't truly dead wandering souls. All of this was transformed by the will of the law of life and death's ultimate meaning. The gate of hell represented the destination of death. The gate of reincarnation represented the hope of life. In other words, this place was equivalent to a secret realm. Only those who had comprehended the law of life and death could enter. Someone might say, since this was the case, why didn't Qin Feiyang directly step into the gate of reincarnation? This way, he could directly grasp the ultimate meaning of the law of death? But in fact, this wasn't the case. Everything here was transformed by the will of the ultimate meaning. If back then, Qin Feiyang hadn't chosen to leave when he comprehended the law of life and death but insisted on stepping into the gate of reincarnation, he would have been destroyed. Because at that time, Qin Feiyang's comprehension of the law of life and death wasn't enough. He couldn't withstand the will of the ultimate meaning. Just like his memory. Back then, when he entered here, his memory disappeared because his comprehension of the law of life and death wasn't enough. But this time, his memory didn't disappear again. This was because his comprehension of the law of life and death had reached a perfect level. Therefore, the will here couldn't erase his memory. In short, if one's comprehension of the law of life and death wasn't thorough enough, then stepping into the gate of reincarnation would directly be obliterated by the will of the ultimate meaning of the law of life and death. Moreover, without comprehending the true intention of the gate of reincarnation, no one dared to step into this gate. After all, no matter who it was, when they first saw the gate of reincarnation, they would definitely think of reincarnation. It would be too late to avoid it. Who would dare to take the initiative to enter? Therefore, although people who had comprehended the law of life and death could enter this secret realm twice, the second time must be on the premise that they had thoroughly comprehended the law of life and death. Qin Feiyang had lived in seclusion in the Shen family village for many years and once again experienced the process of death in order to perfect his comprehension of the law of life and death. Similarly, this was also what the divine king of chaos said, "Put yourself in death and fight to live." The gate of reincarnation seemed to be a dead end, but in fact, this was a bright path. A moment later, Qin Feiyang came in front of the gate of reincarnation. Although he was already very strong now, standing under the gate of reincarnation, he couldn't help but feel small. At the same time, at this moment, in his heart, there was some anticipation. Taking a deep breath, he didn't hesitate and stepped out of the gate of reincarnation. Immediately, a dazzling divine light shrouded him, making him unable to open his eyes. He closed his eyes and mentally prepared himself. Only then did he slowly open his eyes. A boundless world gradually came into view. Here, there was an extremely strange scene. The world on the left was surging with waves of blood, the aura of death was monstrous, and countless ghosts were screaming, as if it was a real purgatory. The world on the right was full of vitality, mountains and rivers, auspicious beasts galloped, as if it was a fairyland. Qin Feiyang could feel that this was also formed by the will of the law of life and death. The left represented death. The right represented life. Moreover, the will here was stronger than the world inside the gate of hell, and even he could feel a sense of oppression. There's still one last step. When this last step is completed, the ultimate meaning of the law of life and death will reappear in the world, Qin Feiyang murmured, took a step out, and landed in the middle of the two worlds. What he had to do now was to integrate the will here. As his body and mind relaxed, the power on both sides immediately turned into a torrent, continuously rushing towards him. So powerful. When the power of life and death drowned him, there was a tearing pain, and his consciousness almost collapsed. The current him was just a consciousness. If his consciousness collapsed, then even if he comprehended the ultimate meaning of the law of life and death, he would still die here. Because his physical body and soul had already dissipated outside. I've already come this far, and you still want to erase me? Wishful thinking. All of you, submit to me. He roared. A powerful will surged out from his body. This was his will, and it was enough to shake this world. Life and death, two different forces, constantly collided in his body, making him feel worse than death. But in the end, under the suppression of his will, the two forces merged into one. At the same time, outside, the Shen family village also underwent a drastic change. The rain of light that Qin Feiyang's physical body turned into did not disappear, and it was like specks of crystal light floating between heaven and earth. Just as he was integrating the will of the law of life and death, the rain of light floating between heaven and earth gradually emitted a vast aura. This change immediately alarmed everyone in the village, including the mermaid princess, Fire Lotus, and the little brat from the Black Tortoise world. Originally, they were still sad. But suddenly, The rain of light that Qin Feiyang's physical body turned into actually erupted with such a terrifying aura? This made them immediately turn their sadness into joy. Of course, this was only limited to the mermaid princess and the others. Because they were experienced and knowledgeable and they were extremely familiar with Qin Feiyang, they quickly identified that this aura was formed by Qin Feiyang's will. How could a dead person's will still exist? So, from this point, they could determine that Qin Feiyang was not really dead. This rain of light was actually Qin Feiyang's undying will. However, the people of the Shun family village did not think of this. Previously, even Qin Feiyang turning into a rain of light was already beyond their understanding, let alone this magical scene. They all raised their heads, looking at the rain of light floating in the sky in shock. Sister-in-law, look! Suddenly, Fire Lotus seemed to have discovered something and scanned the surrounding mountains and rivers. Mermaid Princess quickly looked and saw that the surrounding mountains and rivers, countless flowers and trees, were emitting a faint green aura. This is the life energy of the plants. Mermaid Princess mastered the law of life and could tell at a glance. What's going on? Why is their life energy being extracted? Fire Lotus was surprised. But soon, she knew the reason. She saw that the life energy was all rushing towards one direction, and that was the sky above the village. Not long after, the majestic life energy rushed into the sky above the village, gradually drowning the rain of light that Qin Feiyang turned into. So, Mermaid Princess and Fire Lotus discovered another shocking situation. The rain of light that Qin Feiyang's physical body turned into was actually absorbing the life energy. Did this mean that Qin Feiyang's will was actually extracting the life energy of the plants? Since his will was extracting the life energy of the plants, did it mean that he was being reborn? Thinking of this, whether it was Mermaid Princess or Fire Lotus, they could not help but cry tears of joy. This made the people of the Shun family village puzzled. What were they doing? At the same time, in the Black Tortoise realm, Little Wimp also saw the mystery and could not help but heave a sigh of relief. However, the situation outside was getting more and more intense. The flowers and trees near the village had almost all withered and were spreading further away at an astonishing speed. But the strange thing was, the villagers standing at the entrance of the village, including Mermaid Princess and Fire Lotus, did not feel that the life energy in their bodies was being extracted. Even the life energy that gathered above the village even took the initiative to enter their bodies. Chapter 4002. This life energy far exceeded the divine life pill. The old people in the village were all becoming younger. The wrinkles on their old faces gradually disappeared, and their white hair turned black. Shin Mulin also became more and more energetic. The children's faces were also glowing with health. Moreover, this life energy seemed to contain a kind of good fortune. The potential of everyone in the village was stimulated. Boom! At that moment, there were people constantly breaking through here. Shen Dezhuang directly soared to the perfect war god. He did not stop and was still soaring towards the perfect war god. Shen Xiaojia's cultivation also soared all the way to the warlord. Even those 4 or 5-year-old children also stepped onto the path of cultivation, erupting with terrifying potential. What's going on? Fire Lotus and Mermaid Princess looked at this scene in shock. This is the good fortune that Brother Gu Feng bestowed upon us. That's right. It must be related to Brother Gu Feng. Even if he died, he did not forget us. His heroic spirit will always exist to protect us and the village. The villagers' faces were covered in tears. Even though he had died, he did not leave. He was using his own way to protect everything here. No, this is indeed related to Feiyang. It's not his heroic spirit that is protecting the village. This is Feiyang's will, Mermaid Princess muttered. Qin Dage completed the last step here. This village has done him a favor, so he is repaying the people of this village. Fire Lotus nodded. The surrounding mountains and rivers had completely withered. But not only were the people in the village fine, but the nearby beasts were also fine. There was no sign of life force being drawn away. Only the life force of the plants was being drawn away. There were hundreds of villages of various sizes around the Shun family village. Soon, this scene also appeared in these villages. The essence of the plants rose into the air and rushed towards the Shun family village. But other than that, whether it was humans or beasts, they were not affected at all. Of course, the people of other villages could not enjoy the treatment of the Shun family village. What's going on? Many humans and beasts were chasing the life force and flying towards the Shun family village, wanting to find out what was going on. But no matter which direction they came from, when they were 10,000 miles away from the Shun family village, they were stopped by an invisible force and could not move forward. It seems to be the direction of the Shun family village. What happened in the Shun family village? Everyone was surprised. Farther away, there was a city. This was the city that Shun Dezhuang often. At this moment, the essence of the plants around the city was also drawn out and soared into the sky, gathering into a vast amount of life energy. It was like an angry wave, crazily surging in the direction of the Shun family village, shocking everyone in the city. This news quickly spread throughout the Western continent. How? No. Old Yi, Old Qi, go and investigate this personally. When the Alliance Master of the Rogue Cultivator Alliance received the news, he immediately ordered the Deputy Alliance Master and the Hall Master of the Hall of the Exalted. The two of them immediately left the Rogue Cultivator Alliance and followed the life force all the way to the Shun family village. Thousands of miles away from the Shun family village, countless ferocious beasts and humans gathered. What's the situation? The Hall of the Exalted asked. We don't know. But the source seems to be the Shun family village. Someone said. The two looked up at the Shun family village. With their cultivation, they could see the situation above the Shun family village clearly from 10,000 miles away. This, looking at the sea of life above the village, the two immediately got up in shock. But there was no one in the sky. The light rain that Qin Feiyang's body turned into had been completely submerged by the life energy. Even if it was not submerged, they did not know that the light rain was Qin Feiyang's body. However, they felt familiar with the will that filled the sky above the village. Why do I feel a bit like Qin Feiyang? The Hall of the Exalted was surprised. Don't talk nonsense. The vice leader glared at him. It's true. If you don't believe me, feel it carefully. The Hall of the Exalted said. The vice leader's eyelids twitched. He quickly calmed down and felt it carefully. Suddenly, his eyes trembled. This was really Qin Feiyang's aura. What was going on? Let's go and have a look. The vice leader was anxious and rushed toward the Shun family village. However, he was also blocked by Qin Feiyang's will. The vice leader was surprised. The Hall of the Exalted tried to step forward but could not step into the 10,000 miles range. It was as if the 10,000 miles around the Shun family village had become a forbidden area that could not be set foot. Even they can't get close? The surrounding humans and beasts looked at this scene and could not help but show a trace of shock. These were the two giants of the Rogue Cultivator Alliance. The most powerful existence in the Western continent could not enter the Shun family village. What was happening in the Shun family village? Don't worry. Looking at the vice leader who was anxious, the Hall of the Exalted comforted him and then looked down at the people of the Shun family village. Suddenly, his eyes were locked on the backs of Fire Lotus and the Mermaid Princess. But because he could only see their backs, he could not be sure if it was the two of them. Fire Lotus? He called out tentatively. Fire Lotus heard the voice and could not help but be stunned. She turned her head and looked in the direction of the voice. Mermaid Princess and the people in the village also heard the voice of the Hall of the Exalted leader and turned their heads to look. However, the people of the Shun family village did not have enough cultivation and could not see the situation 10,000 miles away. But Mermaid Princess and Fire Lotus could see it clearly. It was not until this time that they realized that they had attracted so many creatures. These are the two girls. The Hall of the Exalted leader was refreshed. He had entered the Black Tortoise realm many times. Of course, he knew Fire Lotus and Mermaid Princess. Besides, they were also Qin Feiyang's wife and sister. The vice leader was also very happy and shouted, "What's going on?" Mermaid Princess and Fire Lotus looked at each other and looked at the sky above the village. They turned and cut through the sky and landed on the vice leader and Fire Lotus like lightning. Poor they. Their aura is so strong. And they are both so beautiful. The creatures around looked at the two of them in surprise. Elder Chi. Mermaid Princess looked at the vice leader and Fire Lotus. What? She called the vice leader Master? Everyone was stunned. In fact, Mermaid Princess called Qin Feiyang. The vice leader was Qin Feiyang's master. So when Mermaid Princess met the vice leader, she also called him Master. The vice leader nodded and asked anxiously, "What's going on?" "It's a long story." Mermaid Princess sighed and secretly told them about Qin Feiyang's situation in detail. What? Hearing this, the two of them immediately looked up at the sky above the Shen family village. It turned out that all this was because of Qin Feiyang. Did he have to pay such a high price to comprehend the ultimate meaning of the law of life? Is he really not dead? Don't lie to us. The Hall Master of the Hall of the Exalted looked at the two of them with a worried expression. "I'm not lying to you. But now, we're actually very worried. After all, there has never been a precedent for the ultimate meaning of the law of life and death. No one knows what the result will be." Fire Lotus shook her head. Hearing this, the vice leader and the hall master of the Hall of the Exalted looked even more worried. The vice leader sighed and said, "Take me to the village. I want to see his rebirth with my own eyes. Otherwise, I'll be restless if I go back to the Rogue Cultivator Alliance." "Can't you go to the village?" Mermaid Princess was stunned. "We're blocked by this boy's will." The Hall Master of the Hall of the Exalted smiled bitterly. Mermaid Princess and Fire Lotus looked at each other in surprise. They had been in the village all this time and did not know about this. Wait a minute. Could it be that even they could not go to the Shen family village now? The two of them hurriedly stepped forward. In the end, they were really blocked by this will. The expressions of the two men froze. The vice leader and the hall master's expressions suddenly became interesting. They did not say anything, but even their wife and sister were blocked outside. However, weren't they still in the Shen family village? Why couldn't they go in again after coming out? It seems that the will left by Qin Dage does not have consciousness. He may have expected that it would cause a great sensation, so he left this will to prevent creatures from entering the Shen family village. Fire Lotus secretly said. Mermaid Princess nodded. In other words, the will left by Qin Feiyang did not recognize who they were. They could stay in the Shen family village before because they had already appeared in the village before Qin Feiyang's will appeared, so they were not excluded. But now, they left the Shen family village and appeared thousands of miles away, so they would naturally be excluded. If the people of the Shen family village left now, it would be the same. Because this will protected the entire Shen family village, not a single person. It was simple. Now, within thousands of miles of the Shen family village, one could only leave but not enter. What should we do now? Are we just going to stand here and worry? The deputy leader asked. That's the only way. Mermaid Princess smiled bitterly. If she had known, she would not have left the Shen family village. Alas. The Vice Alliance Master sighed and transmitted his voice. Old Chi, tell the Alliance Master and the others not to worry too much. The Hall Master of the Hall of the Exalted nodded and took out the Divine Sound Stone. Fire Lotus saw this and quickly said secretly, "Don't send messages here, go to the Divine Space item." What? The Hall Master of the Exalted was suspicious. There are too many people here. If they know about the situation here, they will definitely spread it out. When the Divine Kingdom knows about it, they will definitely come to make trouble. Maybe at that time, it will affect Qin Dage's rebirth. Fire Lotus secretly said with a serious face. The Hall Master of the Hall of the Exalted heard this and could not help but shudder. If the geniuses of the Divine Kingdom really came to make trouble, the consequences would be unimaginable. Immediately, he entered the Divine Space item. He sent a message to the leader, telling him the details of the Shen family village and telling him to block the news. Chapter 4003. 1 day, 2 days. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. In half a month, this situation had spread to the entire Western continent. That's right. The current Western continent had become a desolate continent. Except for humans and beasts, all the flowers and trees had withered. Heaven and earth were filled with death aura. With such a big movement, the news couldn't be suppressed at all. The Alliance Master had done his best, but he was powerless. So, the news of the Western continent spread to the Eastern continent, Southern continent, and Northern continent. Even the forbidden areas. Countless creatures poured into the Western continent to see what was going on. Among them were Elder Hua Zhongtian and the leaders of the Heavenly Palace. There were also giants like the Feather Emperor, the Blood Ancestor, and the Little Rabbit. When they found out about the situation in the Shen family village, they immediately ordered to do their best to suppress the news. The Mermaid Princess and Fire Lotus were both worried. They thought that this situation wouldn't spread too far and that they could hide it from the world. However, they didn't expect the situation to develop to this point. Sure enough, finally, this news spread to the battlefield in the land of buried gods. What? Such an abnormality happened in the Western continent? Send someone to investigate. Such a big matter, there must be something strange. Late at night, the core area. Ryuko looked at Jiang Yunshuang and said in a deep voice. Jiang Yunshuang nodded and was about to turn and leave. But suddenly, Long Zi stopped Jiang Yunshuang and said with a frown, "Let Wang Feng, Jiang Chen, and the others go. They are more familiar with the Sky Cloud realm and are strong enough to deal with any sudden changes. However, they must change their appearances and let Jiang Chen and the others hide their god race imprints." But Jiang Yunshuang waved his hand and 3 figures appeared. It was the blue-haired youth Wang Feng, Jing Chen, and Jiang Xing. Sure enough, they didn't return to the Divine Kingdom. They had been hiding in Jiang Yunshuang's spatial treasure. With a few words from Jiang Yunshuang, the 3 immediately changed their appearances, hid their identities, and secretly went to the Western continent. At the same time, Qi Xiaoyun and Long Chen also received the news. What's going on now? The 3 of them were puzzled. Teacher, I'll have to trouble you to personally investigate. Qi Xiaoyun looked at the white-bearded old man and asked. Qin, I'll have to trouble you this time. Long Chen looked at Long Qin and said. The 2 of them immediately set off for the Western continent. The moment they entered the Western continent, both Wang Feng's group and Long Qin's group could not help but feel shocked. Everywhere he passed was filled with a deathly aura, and it was as if he'd arrived at a purgatory of death. What exactly happened? Needless to say, the methods of these people need not be mentioned. Soon, they found out that the root of the problem came from a place called the Shen family village, so they all went to the Shen family village. When they rushed over, they discovered that the big shots of the various forces in the Sky Cloud realm, including the Feather Emperor, were all gathered here. Strange. Long Qin and Whitebeard didn't hide their identities. They directly appeared beside the Feather Emperor and the others and asked in surprise, "What's going on?" The Feather Emperor and the others frowned as they looked at the 2 of them. If even the dragons and the Feng people had received the news, then the land of buried gods must have known as well. No. We must be prepared. Girl, quickly send a message to the white-eyed wolf and frenzied. Also, the demon ancestor must come and help us. The Feather Emperor looked at the Mermaid Princess and Fire Lotus. Okay. The 2 of them nodded. Seeing that no one answered him, Long Qin raised his head and scanned the sky above the Shen family village. A trace of surprise gradually appeared in his eyes. Although he didn't see Qin Feiyang, he seemed to sense Qin Feiyang's aura. Could it be that all of this was related to Qin Feiyang? The white-bearded old man and Wang Feng's group, who had disguised themselves and hid in the crowd, also noticed this. They were extremely surprised. Lord Feather Emperor, what's going on? Wang Feng suppressed his cultivation and disguised himself as an old man in his 70s or 80s. He looked at the Feather Emperor and asked. Nothing. The Feather Emperor shook his head. Hearing this, Wang Feng furrowed his brows subtly. Why would there be such a big commotion if there was nothing? Moreover, all of you are gathered here. Who are you ignoring? Something big must have happened. Wait a minute. Could it be that Qin Feiyang is now at the critical moment of comprehending the ultimate meaning of the law of life and death? All these years, They had been guessing where Qin Feiyang was. They had also been investigating Qin Feiyang's whereabouts. They had also thought about where Qin Feiyang might be hiding and comprehending the ultimate meaning of the law of life and death. So now, he couldn't help but think of this point. Because the situation was too strange. The essence of the entire Western mainland had been extracted by Qin Feiyang. Apart from the ultimate meaning of the law of life and death, he couldn't think of any other reason. Hurry up and inform Ryuko and the Divine Lady. Wang Feng said calmly through voice transmission. Okay. Jiang Chen and the Divine Lady replied and left quietly. But at the same time, Long Qin glanced at Wang Feng. A wisp of strange light could be vaguely seen in her eyes. In fact, she had secretly activated her battle soul to eavesdrop on the voice transmission of the Feather Emperor and the others. She didn't expect to hear this conversation. Inform Ryuko and the Divine Lady. In that case, the old man who had asked the Feather Emperor earlier was definitely someone from the Divine Kingdom in disguise. However, she didn't say anything. She glanced at the Feather Emperor and the others before leaving silently. Seeing Long Qin leave, the old man with the white beard also turned and left. Obviously, he was going to inform Qi Shaoyun. Brother, I've already investigated clearly. The situation in the Western mainland is caused by Qin Feiyang. Not far away. In the mountains. Long Qin looked at Long Chen's shadow and said. Long Chen said in realization. So it's this guy. No wonder Lunatic suddenly woke up from his seclusion and left without saying a word. But what is the reason for this? I haven't investigated clearly yet. The Feather Emperor and the others didn't mention the reason when they were secretly communicating. But I think it should be related to the ultimate meaning of the law of life and death. Otherwise, such a big commotion wouldn't have happened. Moreover, the Feather Emperor and the others wouldn't have come here personally. They even let Lunatic come out of seclusion. Long Qin's eyes flickered. The ultimate meaning of the law of life and death. Hearing this, Long Chen's spirit was lifted. Why do you look so happy? Long Qin frowned. One had to know. If Qin Feiyang really comprehended the ultimate meaning of the law of life and death, not only would he be a great threat to the Divine Kingdom, but he would also be a great threat to them. Of course I'm happy. Because this is what I'm looking forward to. As long as he comprehended the ultimate meaning of the law of life and death, we will have the capital to contend with the Divine Kingdom. Long Qin smiled. Then aren't you afraid that he will deal with you in the future? Long Qin frowned. We'll talk about the future later. Long Qin shook his head and smiled. He asked, have you discovered anyone from the Divine Kingdom? I really have to hand it to you. Long Qin glared at Long Qin angrily and nodded. Yes, and they are also notifying Ryuko and Jiang Yunshuang at this moment. What? They're moving so fast? Then, have you told Feather Emperor and the others about this? Long Chen was shocked and quickly asked. Long Qin shook his head, his face full of displeasure. You're silly. For this matter, we must help Qin Feiyang unconditionally. Give me the coordinates, and I'll go there right away. You should also go to Feather Emperor and the others and tell them about the Divine Kingdom situation. Long Chen had a commanding tone that could not be disobeyed. But I'll listen to you. Long Qin was furious. He gave Long Chen the coordinates, put away the Divine Sound Stone, turned around, and flew toward Feather Emperor and the others. At this moment, Lunatic had already arrived in the sky. His terrifying aura made all the creatures present tremble uncontrollably. Lunatic were here. Fire Lotus waved her hand. Lunatic landed beside Fire Lotus and Mermaid Princess, looked up at the sky above the Shun family village and thought, what's going on? Qin Dage is at the critical moment of comprehending the ultimate law of life and death, so he needs your help. Fire Lotus transmitted her voice. As expected, Long Qin just happened to fly over and secretly heard this, and he immediately felt indignant in his heart. This bastard, what did he do to deserve it? To be able to comprehend the ultimate law of life and death. Lunatic heard this and said angrily, why didn't you tell me about such an important matter earlier? At first, we thought that we could control the situation, so we didn't want to disturb you, but we didn't expect it to develop to this point. Mermaid Princess sighed. What about Brother Wolf? Lunatic asked. I've also informed him and the demon ancestor. They will be here soon. Fire Lotus nodded. That's good. If the people of the Divine Kingdom really come to make trouble, with my strength alone, I really can't deal with them. Lunatic heaved a sigh of relief. As for Feather Emperor, Blood Ancestor, and Little Rabbit, no matter what happened, they couldn't do anything. This was agreed in advance, and now was no exception. Not if, but they will definitely come. At this time, Long Qin landed beside them and said secretly, You eavesdropped on our conversation? Lunatic raised his eyebrows. If I didn't eavesdrop, would I have discovered the people of the Divine Kingdom? Long Qin secretly snorted coldly. What? You've already discovered the people of the Divine Kingdom? Feather Emperor was surprised. I've already discovered them before. But as for myself, I didn't want to tell you at all, but I had no choice. My big brother is a busybody, right? Long Qin pursed his lips. Yes. Can I thank you and your sister? Hurry up and tell us, where are they? Lunatic transmitted his voice and scanned the crowd. At this time, Jiang Xing and Blood Ancestor had also returned to Wang Feng's side. The three of them mixed in the crowd and were whispering to each other. It's the three of them. Long Qin secretly pointed at the three of them. Lunatic glanced at them intentionally and sneered secretly. They're courting death. Long Qin transmitted his voice. Ryuko and Jiang Yunshuang will definitely come immediately after receiving the news. Let's kill as many as we can before they arrive. This time, we're thinking of the same thing. Madman chuckled and transmitted his voice. Feather Emperor, Blood Ancestor, Big Brother, when I attack later, you must take the living beings here and quickly move to another place so that they don't get hurt by accident. The three of them nodded. Then let's do it. Chapter 4004. Quick! At the same time, the Feather Emperor yelled and rushed to the top of the crowd. As he waved his hand, countless creatures below were immediately restrained by a divine power. The Feather Emperor took these people and flew away without looking back. Miss Long Qin, help everyone! At the same time, after saying this, the Blood Ancestor also rushed to the right. The little rabbit used the instant time and went past Wang Feng and the other two, sweeping up all the creatures behind them. Long Qin was a bit dissatisfied. But she didn't hesitate and left with hundreds of thousands of creatures. What's going on? At the same time, there were millions of creatures gathered here. Seeing the lunatics suddenly go berserk and the Feather Emperor and the others suddenly sweep them away and escape into the distance, their faces were full of shock. Wang Feng and the other two were the same, because at this moment, only the lunatic, the Mermaid Princess, Fire Lotus, and the three of them were left. The lunatic waved his hand and sent the Mermaid Princess to the Blood Demon Tower. He instantly turned into a giant and punched at Wang Feng and the other two. Are you crazy? Wang Feng's expression changed. Still pretending? Hurry up and show your true faces. The lunatic sneered. What? The three of them were shocked. How was it possible that he had already discovered their identities? From the beginning to the end, they hadn't revealed any flaws. He must be trying to scare them. What did you say? Why can't we understand? Jiang Chun shouted. The madman's face was full of mockery. His fist was like a giant mountain that shattered the sky as it headed towards the three of them. Damn it! Wang Feng cursed and activated the ultimate power of the law of time and slashed at the lunatic's fist. Clang! With a loud sound, the long sword formed by the ultimate power of the law of time shattered on the spot. Is this the power of the root of all evil? It's so powerful! Wang Feng's eyes trembled. Boom! Jiang Chen and Jiang Xing looked at each other and the mark of the god race appeared between their eyebrows. The ultimate profundities of the space-time law and the devouring law instantly appeared and attacked the madman. Even Long Qin, who had mastered 3 ultimate profundities of supreme laws, did not dare to clash head-on with the god clan's mark and 2 ultimate profundities of supreme laws. Because with the support of the god race imprint, the power of the 2 ultimate mysteries had already surpassed the limits of this level. But Madman didn't retreat even half a step. His fist smashed towards the space-time law's ultimate profundity, causing the galaxy to crumble on the spot. The madman was also knocked back. His face was a bit pale, but he sneered and took a step forward. Accompanied by a thunderous boom, he stomped a large hole in the ground. He stabilized his body and threw another punch at the ultimate law of devouring. Rumble! The ultimate profundity of the law of devour also dissipated in the void. Madman was forced back a few steps as a trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. After all, both of them had the mark of the god race. Whether it was the law of spacetime's ultimate profundity or the law of devour's ultimate profundity, their power was comparable to his. However, in the eyes of Wang Feng and Jiang Chen, the madman was simply a godlike existence. The power of one punch had actually shattered the ultimate profundity of supreme laws. Furthermore, it was the ultimate profundity enhanced by the god race imprint. The power of the root of all evil was too terrifying. The power of the god race imprint was already heaven-defying and could raise the profundity of supreme laws by a level. But the power of the root of all evil could not only raise the profundity of supreme laws by a level, but it could also raise the madman's physical body and strength to this level. With this strength, apart from Ryuko's 3,000 incarnations, who else could be the madman's match? Rumble! At the same time, the shockwaves of the four people's battle crazily attacked the will left behind by Qin Feiyang. The people of the Shen family village had also sensed the terrifying shockwaves of the battle. Everyone's face was filled with shock. What kind of people were fighting? Who was protecting them? Could it be Gu Feng's heroic soul? Then little Jia, go and take a look, but don't get close. Shen Mulin came back to his senses and hurriedly looked at Shen Dezhuang beside him. Okay. The two nodded and turned toward the battlefield. At the same time, the madman also noticed that the shockwaves of the battle were clashing with Qin Feiyang's will. This caused his brows to furrow involuntarily. The will Qin Feiyang left behind was clearly to protect the Qin family village, and at the same time, to protect himself. Once this will was shattered by the shockwaves of the battle, the consequences would be unimaginable. Although Qin Feiyang's will was very strong, it was still a clash of supreme laws and ultimate profundities. If it continued, this will would definitely be destroyed. Don't worry. At this moment, Long Qin returned. With a wave of her hand, a 3-foot-long thin sword appeared. It was as thin as a cicada's wing and was surrounded by a holy light. This light transformed into 2 pure white wings, like a pair of angel's wings. This was her mid-level dominator weapon. Angel's sword. What are you doing? Don't forget our agreement. Seeing Long Qin take out her mid-level dominator weapon, Wang Feng and the others thought that she was going to use it to deal with them. Just you guys? You're not worthy for me to use the angel sword. Long Qin smiled contemptuously and looked at the angel sword. Protect the Shen family village. Clang! The divine light of the angelic sword bloomed and turned into a beam of white divine light that swept to the top of the sky. Beams of divine light poured down like a waterfall. In an instant, a 10,000-foot-long enchantment appeared and enveloped the Shen family village below. Qin Feiyang's will was also enveloped in this barrier. However, even if this barrier existed, it couldn't stop the life energy that came from all directions. It directly penetrated the barrier and gathered above the village. This bastard, what kind of monster is he? A mere will can actually ignore the barrier of the angel sword. Long Qin muttered. In the blink of an eye. The madman looked at this scene and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He looked back at Long Qin and smiled. You're very cute today. As his voice fell, the madman immediately charged toward Wang Feng and the others. He didn't hold back at all. The law of destruction and the law of space and time surged out. With the support of the origin of all evil, the power was even more terrifying. The 2 ultimate laws charged toward Jiang Chen and Jiang Xing. Long Qin was stunned and blushed a little. She was a little embarrassed. Don't just stand there. Quickly kill Wang Feng. The madman shouted. This woman is really easy to satisfy. Just a casual compliment and she's happy. Long Qin came back to her senses and glared at the madman. The law of death, the law of time, and the law of karma were activated. At the same time, she stepped on the moment of time and instantly arrived above Wang Feng. Boom! As she waved her hand, the three ultimate laws charged toward Wang Feng with the power to destroy the world. Damn woman! Wang Feng's face sank. Although he also grasped three ultimate profundities, there was only one ultimate profundity of the strongest law. It was simply impossible for him to contend with Long Qin. Decisive. A destructive aura rushed out of his body. Anyway, he left his divine soul in the divine kingdom. It didn't matter if he self-destructed. Self-destruct? Do you have no other moves besides self-destructing? The sky pride of the divine kingdom only has this much ability? Long Qin sneered. What are you being arrogant for? Wang Feng roared, feeling extremely ashamed. The three ultimate laws were activated. They were the law of time, the law of metal, and the law of earth. You think you're worthy of being called a sky pride with such a temperament? Long Qin's face was full of ridicule. A casual sentence had infuriated this person. What a brainless person. Boom. In an instant. When the six ultimate laws met, it was completely unstoppable. Wang Feng's three ultimate laws were annihilated on the spot. Then, Long Qin's three ultimate laws crashed down. Ah! With a shrill scream, Wang Feng's divine soul was destroyed. Well done. The madman looked at this scene and laughed. Shut up. Hurry up and kill them. Long Qin stared at him. You're not cute at all now. The madman shook his head. He had already fought several rounds with Jiang Chen and Wang Feng. Jiang Chen and Wang Feng were already covered in wounds. Although they had the mark of the god race, the mark of all evil was stronger than the mark of the god race. Moreover, in terms of individual strength, the two added together were still inferior to Jiang Yunshuang. Even Jiang Yunshuang wasn't a match for the madman, let alone these two. Go to hell! The madman grinned and stomped down. The two screamed and turned into a pile of mud on the spot. That's too cruel. Long Qin muttered. What a waste of time. However, the madman had a look of displeasure. What waste of time? Long Qin was taken aback. These people resurrect each time they are killed. If this isn't a waste of time, then what is? The madman pursed his lips. Now that you mention it, it is indeed a waste of time. Long Qin nodded. They are, at this time. A cry of surprise sounded. The madman and Long Qin turned their heads and looked in the direction of the voice. They saw a man and a woman in the void inside the barrier. This man and woman were Shen Dezhuang and Shen Xiaojia. He seems to be. Shen Dezhuang looked at the giant standing outside in shock and exclaimed, Madmanimo. He is the legendary Madmanimo. What? Shen Xiaojia's eyes trembled as she raised her head to look at the madman in horror. Although he didn't have 3 heads and 6 arms, his body was still huge, just like a giant spirit god. And Long Qin. Shen Dezhuang looked at Long Qin again and his breathing became rapid. Why would these 2 legendary figures come to their Shen family village? You are from the Shen family village? The madman bent his waist and lowered his head. He moved closer to the barrier formed by the heavenly god sword and sized up the 2 little ants like an elephant. Yes. We are from the Shen family village. Shen Dezhuang replied while trembling with fear. Even though there was a barrier between them and Qin Feiyang's will, they could still feel a great pressure coming from the madman's body. That was a godlike existence. Shen Xiaojia was even more flustered. Facing the madman's oppression, she almost suffocated. Don't be nervous. We won't hurt you. On the contrary, we are here to protect you. The madman bared his teeth and revealed a smile that he thought was very handsome. But he didn't know that this grin in the eyes of Shen Dezhuang and Shen Xiaojia was as scary as a monster. Chapter 4005. You'll scare them like this? Long Qin rolled his eyes. Why don't you look at your current size? Even experts of the same realm would be scared, let alone children like Shen Xiaojia and Shen Dezhuang. The madman froze for a moment and then laughed loudly. His body quickly shrank and returned to his original appearance. Now he looked much more pleasing to the eye, but Shen Dezhuang and Jiang Xiaojia were still very nervous. Because in their eyes, the madman and Long Qin were legendary figures, high and unreachable, so there was an instinctive fear in their hearts. Even at this moment, they felt like they were dreaming. They were actually able to see these two in person. And they were here to protect them. Protect? This was a bit strange. The Shen family village was just a small place in a remote mountain. Why would such a big shot come to protect them in person? Shua. At this moment, a space-time passage appeared. The madman raised his eyebrows and looked at Shen Dezhuang and Jiang Xiaojia. You two go back to the village. What happened here is not suitable for children. Not suitable for children? When Shen Dezhuang and Jiang Xiaojia heard this, the corners of their mouths twitched slightly. He actually said they were children? Although they were indeed very young, they had lived for decades. No matter how you look at it, they couldn't be considered children. They didn't expect the legendary madman Mo to be such a humorous person. However, the two didn't dare to disobey the madman and turned to fly back to the village. At the same time, two figures walked out of the space-time passage. It was Ryuko and Jiang Yunshuang. As soon as the two appeared, they looked at the shattered earth below and the tragic aura in the void. An uneasy premonition rose in their hearts. You're only here now? Isn't it a bit late? We didn't even have time to send them off. The madman looked at the two with a mocking expression. When Ryuko and Jiang Xiaojia heard this, their faces suddenly sank. But there was also a problem. Not long ago, when Jiang Chen and Jiang Xiaojia sent them a message, they personally said that their whereabouts weren't exposed and they were very safe. But how come in the blink of an eye, the three of them had already died? Did the three of them expose their identities? Impossible. Facing the madman, how could they expose their identities? I'm really curious. This is a matter of our sky cloud realm. What are you outsiders doing here one after another? Madman looked at the two of them mockingly. Their eyes flickered as they looked up at the sky above the Shun family village. Even with their temperament, when they saw the surging life energy above the village, they couldn't help but be shocked. The life energy gathered above the village had already surpassed the laws of life. Furthermore, they had indeed sensed Qin Feiyang's aura. It seemed that his guess was correct. Although he didn't see Qin Feiyang, he was definitely within this enchantment. He was comprehending the ultimate mysteries of the life and death laws, and had even reached the final step. Thinking of this, Ryuko and Jiang Yunshuang looked at each other. Boom! Both of their auras erupted. The god race mark on Jiang Yunshuang's forehead glowed with dazzling light. I'll hold them back. You use your 3,000 clones to break the barrier and destroy the village. Jiang Yunshuang secretly instructed Ryuko before activating the ultimate mysteries of the three strongest laws and attacking the madman and Longqin. Haven't I taught you enough lessons before? The madman laughed and once again turned into a giant. Two ultimate mysteries, coupled with his pair of fists, attacked without hesitation. The two collided in an instant. Ryuko's eyes flashed as he took a step towards the enchantment. The 3,000 clones instantly activated. The two ultimate mysteries of the Karma Law and the Destruction Law all appeared. 3,000 clones, that was 6,000 ultimate mysteries. Seeing this scene, Longqin's expression changed. Looking at the madman, he shouted, "His target is the Shun family village." The madman's face also sank. However, Jiang Yunshuang clung to the madman, not letting him escape. Longqin gritted his teeth and stood in front of Ryuko, shouting, "Don't even think about it." What's the point of this? I've investigated. You siblings have a blood feud with Qin Feiyang. Why are you risking your lives to protect him? We should be cooperating, but you're courting death. Ryuko's eyes flashed with killing intent. Boom. The 3,000 clones waved their hands, and 6,000 ultimate mysteries immediately attacked Longqin. I don't want to help them. But there's no other way. Who told me to have such a meddlesome brother? Longqin whispered, not retreating at all. 3 ultimate mysteries of the 3 strongest laws appeared and attacked the 6,000 ultimate mysteries like moths to a flame. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that they were moths to a flame. 3 ultimate mysteries against 6,000 ultimate mysteries, there was no hope at all. Boom! With a loud bang, the 3 ultimate mysteries were annihilated on the spot. Longqin spat out a mouthful of blood. His ruddy complexion instantly turned deathly white. "Get out of the way!" Seeing that Long Qin was about to be drowned by the 6,000 ultimate mysteries, a space-time passage appeared in the sky. Accompanied by a furious roar, the white-eyed wolf charged out of the space-time passage. He stepped on momentary time and instantly landed in front of Long Qin, pushing Long Qin away. "White-eyed wolf." Long Qin's expression changed and he shouted, "You're no match for him. Get out of the way." The white-eyed wolf's fighting soul was terrifying, but it needed time. As for the white-eyed wolf's 4 strongest laws, they were meaningless in the face of the 3,000 clones. The white-eyed wolf turned a deaf ear and stared at Ryuko, saying in a deep voice, "Who was the one who said that we should get along peacefully? What are you doing? You believe me just because I said so?" Ryuko sneered. "Very well." The white-eyed wolf was so angry that he laughed and looked up. A person stood in front of the space-time passage in the sky. This person was the ancestor fiend. He came with the white-eyed wolf, but he walked behind the white-eyed wolf, so he came out later than the white-eyed wolf. 3,000 clones can't escape the control of the Eye of Despair. The ancestor fiend said. His eyes instantly turned grayish-white. Whether it was Ryuko or the 3,000 clones, they immediately fell into the abyss of despair. Although the 3,000 clones were invincible in front of others, they had a fatal flaw in front of the ancestor fiend. This fatal flaw was that they had an independent consciousness. Having an independent consciousness was actually a very good thing. This was also the strength of the 3,000 clones. If they didn't have an independent consciousness, the 3,000 clones wouldn't be so powerful. Without an independent consciousness, they wouldn't be able to use all kinds of powerful techniques like the original body. But in front of the ancestor fiend, this was a fatal weakness. Because they had an independent consciousness, they would have feelings of despair, and naturally, they wouldn't be able to escape the control of the Eye of Despair. If the ancestor fiend was a puppet that had no consciousness, then the Eye of Despair would be useless. Because a puppet without consciousness wouldn't be able to feel despair. That was why the 3,000 clones' greatest advantage became the biggest flaw in front of the ancestor fiend. As Ryuko and the 3,000 clones were controlled by despair, the 6,000 ultimate mysteries that were attacking the white-eyed wolf immediately dissipated in the void. They had already fallen into the abyss of despair. How could they still control the ultimate mysteries? When Long Qin saw this, she couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. But soon after, she frowned. She frowned. Why was she worried about this damned wolf cub? This bastard should be the one who wanted him dead. It was probably because he had saved her previously that she felt some sympathy for him. That was what Long Qin was thinking. But the white-eyed wolf wasn't in the mood to care about Long Qin's thoughts. When it saw that Ryuko and the 3,000 clones were controlled by the Eye of Despair, it immediately activated the 4 ultimate mysteries of the ultimate laws and charged at Ryuko. "I'll take your life while you're down." "You didn't expect that you wouldn't succeed, did you?" Frenzy sneered as he fought with Jiang Yunshuang. "What are you so proud of? The best part is yet to come." Jiang Yunshuang laughed angrily. With a thought, 9 young men and women suddenly appeared out of thin air. They were the other 9 prodigies apart from Wang Feng. These 9 people had already fought with Long Chen, Long Qin, and Li Feng when they first came to the land of buried gods. However, when they faced Long Chen's realm of divinity, the powerful Long Qin, and Li Feng who controlled the true body of the puppet, they all ended up in a rather miserable state. But now, Long Chen wasn't here, and neither was Li Feng. For them, this was a chance to wash away their shame. "Go stop the golden-winged wolf king and awaken Ryuko," Jiang Yunshuang shouted. The 9 people immediately activated their ultimate mysteries and charged at the white-eyed wolf. Seeing this, Long Qin immediately rushed to the white-eyed wolf's side and activated his 3 ultimate mysteries. With the power to destroy the world, he charged forward angrily. The white-eyed wolf's 4 ultimate mysteries. Long Qin's 3 ultimate mysteries. These were the ultimate mysteries of the 7 ultimate laws. Such strength could be said to be able to sweep away everything. But the other party, there were 9 of them. Moreover, all 9 of them had grasped one ultimate profundity of an ultimate law and 2 ultimate profundities of an ordinary law. Just the number of laws and mysteries alone was enough to crush them. Boom! Accompanied by a loud bang, the ultimate mysteries of the 2 sides collided with a loud bang. A destructive aura erupted, and the ultimate mysteries of the white-eyed wolf and Longqin were shattered one after another. Blood spurted out of their mouths. "Ryuko, wake up!" one of them shouted. His voice was like a bell, and it was transmitted into Ryuko's mind. Ryuko immediately jolted awake. He immediately looked up at the demon ancestor in the sky. Facing the demon ancestor again, despair rose in his heart. As long as the Eye of Despair was activated, he would be affected. But he desperately suppressed the despair. Murderous intent surged in his eyes as he roared, "You're courting death." Although the 3,000 incarnations were still half awake and half drunk, he did not need the help of the 3,000 incarnations to deal with the demon ancestor. With his own strength, he could easily kill the demon ancestor. The 2 ultimate mysteries of the law of cause and effect and the law of destruction carried the power to destroy the world. They shattered the heavens and the earth as they charged toward the demon ancestor. The demon ancestor's expression changed. He hurriedly activated the moment of time and rushed toward the white-eyed wolf and Longqin. He too had mastered the 3 supreme laws. The first was the law of time, the second was the law of death, and the third was the law of devour. And he had already comprehended the ultimate mysteries of these 3 ultimate laws. And now, he could only meet up with the white-eyed wolf and Longqin. Because with his strength, he could not compete with the ultimate mysteries of the 2 ultimate laws. However, just as he rushed toward the white-eyed wolf and Longqin, the 2 ultimate mysteries turned in the air and chased after them under Ryuko's control. At the same time, the 3,000 incarnations also completely shook off their despair. The 6,000 ultimate mysteries appeared again and charged toward the white-eyed wolf and the other 2. The 3 of them were in a precarious situation. Chapter 4006. To make matters worse, the 9 paragons attacked again. Each of them had 3 ultimate Tao meanings. 9 of them had 27 ultimate Tao meanings. "Bastard, get out of my way!" Lunatic roared. Every punch and palm contained lethality that surpassed the ultimate Tao meanings. But at this moment, Jiang Yunshuang was desperately restraining him, making it difficult for him to escape. Even if he could escape, he wouldn't be able to fight against the 3,000 clones. "Retreat!" The fiend ancestor rushed behind the white-eyed wolf and Longqin and immediately shouted, "We can't retreat. We have to protect the Shun family village." The white-eyed wolf roared. Protecting the Shun family village was equivalent to protecting Qin Feiyang. Once they retreated, the angel sword wouldn't be able to deal with the 3,000 clones. Besides, the sky god sword was a sovereign weapon. It couldn't attack Ryuko and the others. In that case, the fiend ancestor gritted his teeth and looked at Ryuko, the 9 paragons, and the 3,000 clones. The 9 paragons instantly fell into the abyss of despair. They stood in the void and shivered. Their ultimate Tao meanings also dissipated. However, Ryuko and the 3,000 clones were almost crazy. Their eyes had turned red as they desperately suppressed the despair in their hearts. They had to admit that Ryuko's temperament was really terrifying. He could even fight against the eyes of despair. "Fall into the abyss of despair for me." The fiend ancestor's eyes of despair were unleashed to the extreme. Drops of blood even dripped down from the corners of his eyes. Boom! Ryuko and the 3,000 clones' minds buzzed. They finally reached their limits and their hearts were drowned in despair. But at this moment, the 6,000 ultimate Tao meanings had arrived. Even though the 6,000 ultimate Tao meanings were also dissipating, it was enough to kill them before it dissipated. The white-eyed wolf didn't retreat. He activated his ultimate Tao meanings and attacked with all his might. But in the face of 6,000 ultimate Tao meanings, his 4 ultimate Tao meanings were just a drop in the bucket. They didn't even cause a single wave and were directly shattered. How annoying! Longqin cursed angrily. She also activated her 3 ultimate profound meanings. Similarly, it was a hopeless situation. She was not afraid of a bloody battle. However, She was not happy that she was standing with the white-eyed wolf and risking her life with him. The aura of 6,000 ultimate mysteries alone was enough to send the white-eyed wolf and Longqin flying. Their bodies were instantly drenched in blood. Fiend Ancestor, who was standing at the back, was also very unlucky. The two of them slammed into him like a meat cushion. The Fiend Ancestor spat out a mouthful of blood. Following closely, the three of them were sent flying like meteorites, crashing into the barrier behind them. They saw stars above their heads and blood gushed out. Although it was slow, everything happened in an instant. More than half of the 6,000 ultimates had dissipated, but they were still charging toward the white-eyed wolf and the other two. Furthermore, even if most of it had dissipated, it was still enough to kill 3 people. "Brother Wolf!" Madman roared. He finally got rid of Jiang Yunshuang and rushed toward the 3 people. However, at this moment, it was too late. Seeing that the 6,000 ultimate mysteries were already in front of him, Longqin smiled bitterly. "I really didn't expect that I would die with a bastard like you. Do you think I want to die with you?" The white-eyed wolf glared fiercely. However, at this moment, a mighty aura erupted in the sky. Following closely, a huge barrier appeared and instantly enveloped the white-eyed wolf and the other 2 and the 6,000 ultimate mysteries. At this moment, a shocking scene appeared. The 6,000 clones that had almost dissipated immediately disappeared within the barrier. "Brother!" Longqin had already closed her eyes and waited for death. This sudden scene made her immediately open her eyes. She looked up in surprise and saw a young man in white standing in the sky. Who else could it be but Longqin? And this barrier was God's domain. "Why you only here now?" The white-eyed wolf's heart also surged with the joy of surviving a calamity. Then he raised his head and stared at Longqin. Longqin took a step forward and landed in front of the 3 of them. He smiled and said, "Isn't this just right? Good, your sister." The white-eyed wolf coldly snorted and turned to look at Demon Ancestor. He said in a deep voice, "Are you all right?" Demon Ancestor's face was pale and his eyes were full of blood. It was a shocking sight. "I'm fine. But my eye of despair has already reached its limit. I'm afraid I can't help you anymore." Demon Ancestor shook his head. There was a tearing pain in his eyes. There were still some differences between the Eye of Despair and the Eye of Heaven. It would take a long time for the Eye of Heaven to replicate the ultimate mysteries. In other words, it couldn't be replicated instantly. But the Eye of Despair was different. It could be used instantly. Because of this, when Demon Ancestor opened the Eye of Despair, he had to bear a huge burden. Especially when encountering someone like Ryuko, the Eye of Despair couldn't hold on for long. After all, no matter what method it was, there was a limit. "I'm fine. Leave the rest to us." Longqin waved his hand. Fortunately, there was Demon Ancestor. Otherwise, not to mention the white-eyed wolf and Longqin, even Lunatic would have died in the hands of Ryuko and the rest. "Yes, your mission has been completed." The white-eyed wolf nodded. Although Demon Ancestor only made a short move, he had irreplaceable contributions. As his voice fell, the white-eyed wolf activated the law of life. A majestic life force emerged. Without waiting for instructions, Longqin and Demon Ancestor began to absorb the life force. The injuries on their bodies instantly healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. On the other side, Ryuko and his 3,000 incarnations had also awakened. Demon Ancestor's Eye of Despair had reached its limit. His feelings of despair naturally collapsed. After waking up, he immediately looked at the white-eyed wolf and the rest. Seeing that the white-eyed wolf and the rest were still alive, he couldn't help but feel a trace of anger. It was such a good opportunity, but he didn't manage to kill the 3 of them. Longqin. Immediately after, he looked at Longqin, his eyes filled with murderous intent. "Didn't we agree to get along peacefully?" Longqin looked at Ryuko unkindly. Longqin snorted coldly. "We asked him just now. Not only did he not give us an explanation, but he even mocked us." "Is that so?" Longqin whispered. Ryuko's eyes darkened. He looked at the 9 prodigies and shouted, "Wake up!" The 9 of them quivered as if they had just woken up from a dream. Their bodies were drenched in cold sweat. When they looked at Demon Ancestor again, their eyes were filled with fear. That eye of despair was too terrifying. If it weren't for Ryuko, they would definitely be corpses now. Fortunately, Demon Ancestor had not comprehended the ultimate meaning. Otherwise, with Demon Ancestor's own strength, he would be able to kill them when they were dominated by despair. Jiang Yunshuang, you deal with Long Chen. Leave the rest to us. Murderous intent flashed in Ryuko's eyes. He decisively led the 9 prodigies and charged towards Lunatic. When Jiang Yunshuang heard that, he immediately charged towards Long Chen. You didn't want me to leave just now. Don't even think about leaving now. Lunatic smiled sinisterly. His huge body was like a fiend god descending to the world as he stomped towards Jiang Yunshuang. White-Eyed Wolf and the other 2 were out of danger. He could finally fight to his heart's content. At the same time, Long Chen also took a step forward. With his god's domain, he charged towards Ryuko and the others. Ryuko didn't dare to fight with Long Chen because his god's domain could restrain his 3,000 incarnations. That was why he let Jiang Yunshuang restrain Long Chen. That was because Jiang Yunshuang's god's mark could break through God's domain. Last time in the land of buried gods, Jiang Yunshuang relied on his own strength to break through God's domain, causing Long Chen to fall into an extremely sorry state. Similarly, Lunatic and Long Chen also knew this. Lunatic was facing off against Jiang Yunshuang. The source of all evil was facing off against the god's mark. Lunatic was confident of victory. Long Chen was also confident of victory against Ryuko. Therefore, they couldn't let Ryuko and Jiang Yunshuang switch battlefields. Because once they succeeded, they would lose without a doubt. But Ryuko and the others weren't easy to deal with either. They didn't fight with Long Chen at all. Instead, they charged towards Jiang Yunshuang at full speed. Is this all you have? You don't even have the guts to fight with me? Long Chen frowned. However, Ryuko and the others weren't provoked by these words at all. They rushed in front of Jiang Yunshuang and charged towards Lunatic. Lunatic saw that the situation wasn't good and hurriedly retreated. Then let's have a chaotic battle. Long Chen took a step forward and landed beside Lunatic. Ryuko looked at Lunatic and Long Chen with flickering eyes. Suddenly, he sent a voice transmission to the 9 prodigies. You guys go and kill Golden-Winged Wolf King. Long Chen and the Demon Ancestor, especially the Demon Ancestor, must die. The Demon Ancestor's threat was too great. If the Eye of Despair were to recover, it would be a disaster for them. As for the White-Eyed Wolf and Lunatic's battle souls, although they also had heaven-defying abilities, they needed time. In comparison, they were less of a threat. In a battle like this, the first thing they had to get rid of was the person who posed the greatest threat. Okay. The 9 nodded and immediately killed the White-Eyed Wolf and the other 2. Ryuko and Jiang Yunshuang also immediately attacked. 3,000 incarnations, God Race Mark, Ultimate Intense, such heaven-defying means were used without reservation. Lunatic glanced at the 2 and then looked at Long Chen. You won't stab me in the back, right? To this, Long Chen rolled his eyes at him and rushed towards Ryuko with his god's domain. Your opponent is me. Jiang Yunshuang shouted coldly. The 3 ultimate intents of the strongest laws carried an aura that could destroy heaven and earth as they blasted towards the god's domain. Boom! The god's domain collapsed. You also got the wrong opponent. Your opponent should be me. Lunatic laughed. His body and strength were his best weapons. He stepped in front of Long Chen and punched towards Jiang Yunshuang's 3 ultimate intents like a storm. At the same time, Ryuko and the 3,000 incarnations also activated their ultimate intents and charged towards Lunatic. But Long Chen's god's domain appeared again and enveloped Ryuko. It forced Ryuko and the 3,000 incarnations to retreat, because they did not dare to enter the god's domain. Once they entered the god's domain, the 3,000 incarnations could no longer be activated. The battle between the 4 of them was quite strange. While avoiding the person who could restrain them, they went to kill the other person, constantly pulling back and forth. For a moment, it was hard to tell who would win. But on the other side of the battlefield, it was a one-sided situation. The Demon Ancestor could not participate in the battle. Longqin and White-Eyed Wolf's strength, although they could crush any one of the opponents in a one-on-one battle, but now the opponents were 9 people working together. The number of ultimate intents of the strongest was far above them. This made the two of them quite embarrassed. White-Eyed Wolf also wanted to activate his battle soul, but the opponents did not give him the chance. Longqin alone could not stop the 9 of them. If not for White-Eyed Wolf's mastery of the law of life, which allowed him to constantly heal his injuries, they would have been defeated by these 9 people. Chapter 4007. Shen Family Village. Shen Dezhuang and Shen Xiaojia ran back to the village entrance and turned their heads to look at the battlefield. Their eyes were filled with shock. Although they couldn't see the battle scene, the terrifying aura made them tremble uncontrollably. "What's going on?" Shen Mulin asked. The others in the village were also looking at the two of them. "It's Madman Mo and Longqin," Shen Dezhuang said excitedly. "What?" The villagers were incomparably shocked. It was actually these 2 terrifying existences. Someone asked, "Then who are they fighting with?" "They told us to hurry back to the village, so we don't know who they are fighting with. However, Madman said that they are protecting our Shen family village." Shen Dezhuang frowned. He couldn't figure it out no matter how hard he thought about it. Protect our Shen family village? When the villagers heard this, they couldn't help but look at each other in dismay. Shua. However, at this moment, 4 figures appeared without any warning. They were Li Feng, Old Poison, Qiao Shui, and Li Zhongxing. "Who is it?" The villagers were shocked. "Don't be nervous. We are also here to protect your Shen family village," Li Feng said without turning his head, and then he and the other 2 crossed the void and rushed to the battlefield. Their appearance was of course caused by Little Wimp. The people of the Shen family village were unable to see the battlefield that was thousands of miles away. However, Little Wimp, Li Feng, and the others could clearly see the situation of Madman and the others through the image in the void. So, Little Wimp let Li Feng and the other 3 go to help. "He seems to be," suddenly. Shen Dezhuang stared at Li Feng's back and trembled with excitement. "Dezhuang, what's wrong with you?" A woman looked at Dezhuang with concern. Shen Dezhuang shouted, "Auntie, he seems to be the legendary little devil, Li Feng." "What? He is the little devil Li Feng? The disciple of the great devil blood ancestor?" Everyone was dumbstruck. What was going on? Madman Mo, Longqin, Li Feng, they all appeared in their Shen family village, and they were all here to protect them. The most important thing, whether it was the 2 women who claimed to be Gu Feng's wife and sister, or Li Feng's group of 4, they all appeared out of thin air. Little Demon King? Although he was already very far away from the Qin family village, with Li Feng's current cultivation, he could naturally clearly hear the villagers' discussions. This made him rather surprised. When did he get this nickname? "This nickname suits you quite well." Old Poison snickered. Li Feng smiled helplessly. He couldn't treat the old man as a little demon just because he was a big demon. In fact, he was very kind. But who would believe that? No one would believe it. During the conversation, the 4 of them arrived in front of the barrier. White-Eyed Wolf and Longqin were seriously injured again. The fiend ancestor had been sent into a spatial divine item by Longqin. If the demon ancestor were to stay outside, he would only become a burden to the 2 of them. As for the battle between Feng Zi and the other 3, it had already reached its climax. Their bodies were covered with injuries of varying degrees. "Heavenly God Sword, open the barrier!" Li Feng scanned the battlefield and suddenly shouted. This voice, Madman and the others immediately turned their heads to look at the barrier. When they saw Li Feng's group, a trace of surprise crawled up their faces. They really came at the right time. But Ryuko and the others' faces changed, because they had all fought with Li Feng before. As Li Feng's voice fell, a crack appeared in the barrier in front of him. Li Feng's aura surged out, blocking the surging battle fluctuations. Then he stepped out of the barrier. Li Zhongxing and the other 2 followed closely behind. When the 4 of them left the barrier, the crack quickly healed. "Do you think there's no one in my sky cloud realm?" His voice was like thunder, his aura soaring into the sky. The 4 of them charged towards the 9 great prodigies. Li Feng's 3 puppet true bodies appeared, and his ultimate intent was fully activated. Li Zhongxing and the other two also released their own ultimate intent. Although Li Feng had only mastered 2 ultimate intents, the slaughter law and the space-time law, he had 3 puppet true bodies. Including himself, that was 4 people. Li Zhongxing and the other 2 also mastered 2 ultimate intents. One was a supreme law ultimate intent, and the other was an ordinary law ultimate intent. In any case, their strength couldn't be underestimated. With the addition of the 4 of them, the white-eyed wolf and Longqin's predicament was immediately reversed. Revenge if you have a grudge. The white-eyed wolf roared. Revenge if you have a grudge. Longqin also roared in a low voice. They really had a tacit understanding. 7 ultimate intents surged out, and together with Li Feng and the other 3, they charged towards the 9 great prodigies. Damn it! If we had come one step later, the golden-winged Wolf King and Longqin would have died without a doubt. The 9 great prodigies roared. Your thinking is naive, but reality is cruel. Now, the ones who will die are you. Li Feng laughed sinisterly. Dozens of ultimate intents shattered the sky and suppressed the 9 great prodigies. The 9 great prodigies couldn't block it even if they used all their strength. This was because the number of ultimate profound meanings had already shown a crushing advantage. Boom! Accompanied by a loud bang and painful screams, the 9 great prodigies' blood splattered across the sky, and in the end, their bodies were destroyed. This scene made Long Z2 people palpitate with fear and trepidation too. The 9 great prodigies were restraining the white-eyed wolf and Longqin. They couldn't even defeat the frenzied one and Longchen, let alone now. Now it's your turn. Li Feng turned his head to look at Ryuko and Li Feng, and smiled coldly and immediately charged over. Longqin, Li Zhongxing, and Li Feng also followed closely behind. But the white-eyed wolf didn't move. He took a deep breath and stared at Ryuko and Li Feng. His eyes were filled with a shocking cold light. This was already the 2nd time. But last time, when the 2 of them went to assassinate the demon ancestor, they knew how to hide it. But this time, they were brazen. Did they really think that the Sky Cloud realm was a place where they could behave atrociously? Today, if these 2 were not taught a profound lesson, they would definitely become more arrogant in the future. Accompanied by an earth-shaking beast roar, a golden beast shadow appeared in the sky. Strip them of their nomological laws. The white-eyed wolf said coldly. In this world, a violent wind suddenly blew. Streams of formless energy covered the sky and covered the earth as they surged towards Long Z and Long Z. Not good. Ryuko's face suddenly changed. Where do you think you're going? Li Feng and others rushed over and surrounded the 2. We can't let him strip us of our nomological laws. Directly self-destruct. Jiang Yunshuang roared anxiously. Boom! A destructive aura immediately surged out from their bodies. However, even in the face of the 2's self-destruction, Madman and others didn't shrink back and crazily rushed forward. They certainly wouldn't kill them. They wanted to crush the 2's sea of qi before they self-destructed. This way, they could forcibly cut off the 2's self-destruction. Swish. But at this moment, a space-time passage appeared above the group of people. 2 figures drenched in blood ran out in a sorry state from inside. Seeing this, Madman and others' faces changed greatly. Because these 2 people were Yun Xiang and the Master Zhe. What's the matter with you guys? Li Feng asked. But Yun Xiang didn't explain. He stared at Ryuko and Li Feng and roared, "Don't stop and don't waste time depriving them of their cultivation and nomological laws. Quickly kill them." Madman and Long Chen looked at each other. Although they didn't know what was going on, since Yun Xiang said so and was in such a hurry, there must be a reason. Boom! The group of people immediately activated their ultimate mysteries and attacked Ryuko and Li Feng. At this moment, another space-time passage appeared in the sky. Following closely, accompanied by a terrifying aura, a middle-aged man in a purple robe walked out of the space-time passage. This person was about 1.8 meters tall and his body was as straight as a pine tree. His eyes were incomparably sharp and there were strands of white hair on his temples. He was filled with vicissitudes of life. With his hands behind his back and his long hair fluttering in the wind, he was like an emperor descending. Heaven and earth trembled at this moment. It's too late. When Yun Xiang and the masked Azura saw this person descend, their faces suddenly changed and they immediately rushed to the white-eyed wolf's side. Who is he? The white-eyed wolf was bewildered. I don't know, but he's very strong. Yun Xiang and Li Feng shook their heads. However, at the next moment, a surprised cry let them know the identity of this person. Father! This was Ryuko's voice. He also stopped self-destructing. Jiang Yunshuang was also surprised. Ryuko's father, was there a need to ask? He must be the son of the Divine Kingdom's king, the big brother that the princess of the Divine Kingdom mentioned. When Madman and the others heard Ryuko's cry, they were also shocked. The son of the Divine Kingdom's king actually came in person. Moreover, the princess of the Divine Kingdom had long said that her big brother also controlled 3,000 incarnations. Sure enough, the middle-aged man glanced at the battlefield, and his incarnations suddenly appeared in the void behind him. They lined up in a row and their momentum was astonishing. Boom! What was even more terrifying was that these 3,000 incarnations actually activated 6 ultimate mysteries of the strongest laws. That's right. 6 ultimate laws, not a single one of them was an ordinary law. 3,000 incarnations, 6 ultimate mysteries, that was a total of 18,000 ultimate mysteries of the strongest laws. What kind of scene was this? It was simply shocking. If you dare to kill my son, I will kill them. The middle-aged man looked at Madman and the others and said. As his voice fell, 18,000 ultimate mysteries of the strongest laws suddenly surged towards the white-eyed wolf and the others like a tide. Before they even got close, that terrifying and monstrous divine power shattered the white-eyed wolf's battle soul. Madman and the others looked at each other and could only stop. Seeing this, the middle-aged man waved his hand, and the 18,000 ultimate mysteries also stopped. However, his aura had been firmly locked onto the white-eyed wolf and the others, causing the white-eyed wolf and the others to break out in cold sweat. Haha, continue. Aren't you very powerful? Why don't you dare to make a move? I'm standing here, come on. And the golden-winged wolf king, didn't you want to deprive me of my laws? I beg you, hurry up and deprive me. Ryuko immediately clamored and laughed wildly. Madman and the others clenched their hands and silently retreated to the side of the white-eyed wolf and the others. Look at you, you're like stray dogs. Ryuko sneered. Too arrogant. Old Poison's face was full of malevolence. There's no other way, our backer is here, how can we not be arrogant? Moreover, even if we kill them, there's no practical use. Soon, they will come back to harm the Sky Cloud realm, unless we deprive them of all their cultivation or shatter the divine soul they left behind in the Divine Kingdom. Long Chin secretly sighed, glanced at Ryuko and said indifferently, don't act like a clown, it's ugly. Chapter 4008. I'm a clown. When Ryuko heard this, he was furious. 3,000 incarnations appeared behind him, and ultimate mysteries soared into the sky, emitting monstrous divine power. Everyone's face suddenly sank. Both father and son had 3,000 incarnations. How could they play? They couldn't let Long Chen deal with the father and son alone. No matter how heaven-defying the god's domain was, there was still a limit. The middle-aged man looked down at Ryuko and said lightly, they're right. Don't do such a thing again. It's beneath the demeanor of the purple-gold divine dragon clan. But father, Ryuko looked aggrieved. How could he be reprimanded in front of outsiders? Yunxing, Shura, what's going on? Frenzy asked telepathically. When I heard the news here, I also planned to come and help, but I suddenly thought that this matter might alarm the older generation of the Divine Kingdom. So I contacted Senior Brother and asked him to accompany me to guard the core area and stop the older generation of the Divine Kingdom. But I didn't expect that this person would come. I've never seen the ultimate mysteries of the 6 strongest laws. Even if we joined forces, we couldn't defeat him. At that time, he hadn't even activated 3,000 incarnations, so Senior Brother and I immediately came to inform you. I asked you to quickly get rid of Ryuko and Jiang Yunshuang because I was worried about this situation. Yun Xiang said secretly. Then what should we do now? Long Qin asked secretly. Now we can only delay. And none of us know if the people of the Divine Kingdom will come to the Sky Cloud Realm later. Long Qin said secretly. He looked up at the middle-aged man and cupped his hands. May I know Senior's name? Heavenly Lord Ji. The middle-aged man said. Heavenly Lord Ji. Long Qin murmured and frowned. Senior, we have always had an agreement that the older generation won't interfere. Even your father, the king of the Divine Kingdom, made a blood oath. Now you're doing this. I really don't know what you mean. I do not deny this agreement. But you should also know that my father personally invited Qin Feiyang to join our Divine Kingdom, but he didn't agree. Heavenly Lord Ji said coldly. We know about this. Long Qin nodded and said, but this invitation is indeed a bit too much for Qin Feiyang. We didn't force you, did we? However, since it cannot be used by the Divine Kingdom, it naturally cannot be allowed to live in this world. Heavenly Lord Ji said. The white-eyed wolf sneered. You've been talking for so long because you're afraid that little Qin Zi will be able to comprehend the ultimate meaning of the law of life and death and pose a threat to the Divine Kingdom. Heavenly Lord Ji glanced at the white-eyed wolf before looking up at the sky above the Shun family village. A cold glint flashed in his eyes as he said, his achievements today are mostly due to the purple-gold divine dragon race. What? Hearing this, the white-eyed wolf's face immediately became dull. Little Qin Zi's achievements today are entirely due to his own efforts. What does it have to do with the purple-gold divine dragon race? You really know how to flatter yourself. Heavenly Lord Ji looked at the white-eyed wolf's unconvinced face and said lightly, if he didn't have the bloodline power of the purple-gold divine dragon race, and if he didn't have the purple-gold divine dragon race's secret technique of the 3,000 incarnations, how could he have survived until now? How could he have such a talent? You're an elder. Whatever you say is right. The white-eyed wolf nodded with a sneer on his face. But the meaning behind his words was quite obvious. Everyone present could understand it. You're an elder, but you came here to bully us juniors. Do you have any shame? What's the point of such a childish trick like talking nonsense? Heavenly Lord Ji looked at the white-eyed wolf mockingly. Looking at your shameless behavior, it's indeed not very interesting. The white-eyed wolf retorted. You're courting death. Ryuko flew into a rage. How dare he humiliate his own father? The 6,000 ultimate mysteries above the 3,000 incarnations instantly shattered the void and the earth and attacked the white-eyed wolf. Long Qin took a step forward. The god's domain enveloped this area. When the 6,000 ultimate mysteries entered the god's domain, they immediately began to dissipate slowly. This is the god's domain. Heavenly Lord Ji sized up the god's domain. There was a hint of shock hidden under his calm expression. It was indeed the nemesis of the 3,000 incarnations. So, the 6,000 ultimate mysteries all dissipated, leaving no trace behind. Seeing this, Ryuko stared at Long Chen as if he wanted to eat him. You should feel lucky. If your divine soul hadn't been in the Divine Kingdom, you would have become a dead soul in my hands. Long Chen looked at Ryuko indifferently. Ryuko immediately felt ashamed and angry. He clenched his fists tightly, making cracking sounds. But Long Chen ignored him and looked at Heavenly Lord Ji. So, you're going to do it? That's right. Heavenly Lord Ji nodded. Long Chen's heart sank. Aren't you afraid that your father will be killed by the blood oath? Blood oath? Heavenly Lord Ji murmured and looked at Long Chen with a hint of mockery in his eyes. Do you know why my father didn't come in person? What do you mean? Long Chen was surprised. The eyelids of Frenzy and the others also twitched. They had an ominous feeling in their hearts. The blood oath is indeed terrifying. Even a sovereign divine weapon can't resist it. But, speaking of this, Heavenly Lord Ji sneered and continued, the power of the Divine Kingdom isn't something you can imagine. We don't have the ability to resist the blood oath, but someone can. What? When Long Chen and the others heard this, their eyes immediately trembled. There was someone in the Divine Kingdom who could resist the blood oath? Frenzy suddenly thought of something and secretly wondered, could it be the sovereign of the divine kingdom? Ice Dragon and Small Beast had said that the divine kingdom was an independent world. There was an even stronger existence behind the king. This existence was the master of the divine kingdom, which was equivalent to Qin Feiyang's position in the Black Tortoise world. If this sovereign really has the strength to resist the blood oath, then this time Qin Feiyang is afraid. Long Chen couldn't help but turn his head and look at the sky above the Shen family village. His face was full of worry. Although Long Chen didn't finish his words, Frenzy and the others knew what he was going to say. If the king's blood oath was really forcefully broken, then the divine kingdom would definitely try their best to prevent Qin Feiyang from being reborn. In other words, they would face an even more difficult battle. Feather Emperor, Shuezu, Big Brother, can you hear me? Immediately evacuate the creatures of the Western continent. Suddenly, Frenzy raised his head and roared. His voice was like a bell that resounded in all directions. In the distance, Feather Emperor, and Little Rabbit each stood on the peak of a giant mountain and sealed off the fluctuations of the battle. Because if they didn't seal off the fluctuations here, with the strength of Frenzy and the others, more than half of the Western continent would be destroyed. And now, hearing Frenzy's roar, their faces suddenly sank. Was he going to turn the Western continent into a battlefield? It seemed that this battle had exceeded their expectations. Without any hesitation, the three immediately ordered the reclusive old antiques of the various races to come to the Western continent to help. At the same time, Long Chen and the others heard Frenzy's roar and saw his determination. They took a deep breath and immediately prepared to fight to the death. Heavenly Lord Ji saw all of this. In the past, when he heard his father praise the young people of the Sky Cloud realm, he didn't think much of it. But now, it seemed that they were all rare talents. Even in the face of death, they were fearless. How good would it be if these young people were from the divine kingdom? With this kind of fearless spirit, they would definitely become the overlords of this world in the future. But unfortunately, they were born in the Sky Cloud realm and became a threat to the divine kingdom. Since they were a threat, they naturally had to be erased. Especially Long Chen, Frenzy, White-Eyed Wolf, and Qin Feiyang. They absolutely couldn't be allowed to continue growing. Suddenly, the 18,000 ultimate profundities of ultimate laws suspended in the air before them erupted with world-destroying divine might and attacked the madman's group. I hope it's not too late to evacuate. Long Chen whispered. The next moment, a monstrous battle intent erupted from his body as his god's domain enveloped the area. White-Eyed Wolf activated his battle soul. Frenzy activated his blood eye. They didn't dare to hold back at all. Humph! Heaven Lord Ji sensed that his body was petrifying. The power of laws surged out and collided with the power of the Frenzy's blood eye and the White-Eyed Wolf's battle soul. 6 ultimate laws that had reached the ultimate level. One could imagine how powerful they were. The blood eye couldn't petrify him. The White-Eyed Wolf's battle soul couldn't deprive Heaven Lord Ji of his cultivation. You guys are really overestimating yourselves. You actually want to compete with Father? Ryuko sneered. Boom. 18,000 ultimate mysteries, accompanied by an earth-shaking explosion, slammed into the godly domain. The godly domain immediately began to distort, and cracks began to appear. The terrifying fluctuations made Frenzy and the others' blood boil. As the owner of the god's domain, Long Chen suffered a fatal injury. He spat out a mouthful of blood and his face was pale. But he didn't retreat. His eyes were filled with determination. Although the distorted god's domain was still shattering, the shattering speed had slowed down. Brother, can you do it? Long Chen asked. Believe me, I can definitely do it. Long Chen took a step forward, charging at Heavenly Lord Ji. Brother, what are you doing? Long Chen roared in shock and anger. But Long Chen turned a deaf ear and took another step. Just as he was about to be drowned by the 18,000 ultimate laws, the god's domain enveloped Heaven Lord Ji. In an instant, the god's domain displayed heaven-defying divine power. Heaven Lord Ji's 3,000 clones immediately dissipated in the void. This was because the god's domain's ability was to nullify divine arts. Therefore, as long as Heaven Lord Ji was enveloped by the god's domain, the 3,000 clones would naturally be nullified. And as the 3,000 clones dissipated, the 18,000 ultimate laws also dissipated in front of Long Chen and turned into nothingness. This scene made Long Chen, Frenzy, and the others break out in cold sweat. If they were a step later, Long Chen would definitely be drowned by the 18,000 ultimate laws. At that time, even a deity wouldn't be able to save him. What a risky move. Immortal God of War will continue to be updated in the hand fighting bar. There are no advertisements on the website. Please bookmark and recommend the hand fighting bar. Chapter 4009. What are you waiting for? Go. Long Chen shouted. Frenzy and the others trembled as they activated their ultimate intents and charged towards Heavenly Lord Ji. Heavenly Lord Ji frowned. He activated 3,000 clones again, but he couldn't activate them. He tried to activate his ultimate intents again, but he couldn't activate them either. This god's domain is indeed terrifying. Heavenly Lord Ji whispered. Being enveloped by this god's domain, no matter how heaven-defying a technique or how powerful a law was, it was all meaningless. If it was someone else, they would only die once they entered the god's domain, because they wouldn't be able to use any means. But how could it be so easy to kill him? He took a step back. Moreover, he activated the moment of time and his speed was extremely fast. That's right. He wanted to leave the god's domain. As long as he left the god's domain, all his problems would be solved. Possible. He had underestimated Long Chen. Because in his opinion, Long Chen was only a junior. And he had mastered 6 ultimate intents, so he was naturally a bit arrogant. He might not even consider Long Chen as an opponent, so of course, he didn't care about him. But he didn't know. If he really thought so, then he would have made a fatal mistake. Although Long Chen was a junior and his ultimate intents weren't as good as his, Long Chen's battle awareness and means were stronger than those of the older generation. He finally seized the opportunity to trap Heavenly Lord Ji in the god's domain, so how could he let Heavenly Lord Ji leave so easily? He took a step forward and also used the moment of time, but his speed wasn't slower than Heavenly Lord Ji's. No matter how Heavenly Lord Ji retreated, he was still inside the god's domain. The ultimate intents of White-Eyed Wolf and the others had already reached Heavenly Lord Ji. Seems like I was a bit careless. Heavenly Lord Ji whispered. Facing this group of young people, he had to treat them like he was facing experts of the same level. Boom. The ultimate intents bombarded, and Heavenly Lord Ji's body was torn apart. Dragon blood dyed the sky red. Father! Uncle! Outside the god's domain, Ryuko and Jiang Yunshuang's expressions changed. Boom. Without hesitation, Jiang Yunshuang unleashed the power of his god race imprint. What do you want? The madman roared, and the power of the origin of all evil surged out like a bloody wave. Before Jiang Yunshuang could even get close to the god's domain, he was sent flying by the origin of all evil's power. Lunatic! Jiang Yunshuang was furious. As soon as he activated his Eye of Life, his injuries began to heal. Previously, she was able to restrain Madman because of this Eye of Life. Although the Eye of Life had yet to evolve, the Eye of Life was different from the other strongest fighting souls. The Eye of Life was used to heal injuries. Although it wasn't as effective as the complete Eye of Life, it still had a very strong recovery ability. Don't call me father. Madman snorted and stared at the place where the ultimate profound was. In the face of such an attack, he should be dead. Although it was possible that Heavenly Lord Ji had left his divine soul in the divine kingdom, as long as he could kill Heavenly Lord Ji, he could temporarily resolve the current crisis. Boom. However, suddenly, a terrifying aura burst out from his body. Before Madman and the others could react, a figure flashed out of the god's domain. Oh no! Long Chen's expression changed. Not only was Heavenly Lord Ji not dead, he didn't even have any injuries on his body. What happened? Looking at Heavenly Lord Ji, who was already standing outside the god's domain, Madman and the others were confused. He was actually unharmed? What kind of joke was this? Did he think that their ultimate profound was fake? But the truth was right in front of them. Heavenly Lord Ji stood outside, and there was not a single wound on his body. Look at his glabella. Suddenly, White-Eyed Wolf's pupils constricted. Everyone immediately looked at the space between Heavenly Lord Ji's eyebrows and saw that there was a purple-gold divine dragon mark there. It looks familiar. It seems to be, Madman murmured and suddenly looked at Ryuko. That's right. Last time in the land of buried gods, when he fought with Ryuko, he also saw a similar mark on his glabella. At that time, when Ryuko was seriously injured, he activated this mark and erupted with a terrifying life energy, instantly healing his injuries. That's right. It's exactly the same. Li Feng also nodded. He was also present at that time and was very surprised. However, before this, they all thought that this was Ryuko's personal means. For example, Madman's all-evil mark was only one in the world. But they never thought that Heavenly Lord Ji also had this mark. It seemed that it should be the same as the mark of the god race. All the members of the Purple Gold Divine Dragon clan had this mark. Boom! Suddenly, waves of terrifying power erupted, waking up Long Chen and the others. They immediately looked up and saw that Heavenly Lord Ji had once again activated his 3,000 avatars. 18,000 ultimate profound of the ultimate profound of the ultimate profound rushed towards the god's domain like a torrent. At the same time, with the help of the Eye of Life, Jiang Yunshuang's injuries had mostly healed. She and Ryuko looked at each other and charged towards the barrier at the same time. Not good. You guys go and stop him. Long Chen shouted. I can stop Jiang Yunshuang, but I can't stop Ryuko's 3,000 avatars. Madman roared. We have to stop him even if we can't. The hope of the Sky Cloud realm is all on Qin Feiyang. Nothing can happen to him. Long Chen shouted angrily. Madman gritted his teeth and turned to look at the White-Eyed Wolf and the others, roaring, "Let's go!" Except for Long Chen, everyone immediately rushed out of the god's domain and charged towards Ryuko and Jiang Yunshuang. Boom! The moment they left the god's domain, the 18,000 ultimate profound of the ultimate profound blasted into the god's domain. The god's domain twisted again and cracks continued to appear. No! This has exceeded the limit of the god's domain. And, compared to before, it seems to contain a faint will. But this isn't Heavenly Lord Ji's will, it seems to be. Long Chen suddenly looked up at the sky and exclaimed, "The will of heaven and earth." That's right. This is the will of heaven and earth. It can also be called the will of the Heavenly Tao. Heavenly Lord Ji nodded. The will of the Heavenly Tao. Long Chen's eyes trembled. How could this be possible? All living beings in the world, no matter who they are, as long as they master the ultimate profound of the 6 supreme laws, they will be blessed by heaven and earth and will descend upon them. As long as you fuse with this will, the power of the ultimate profound will multiply. In other words, my 18,000 ultimates have already surpassed the power of the ultimates themselves. You can also understand it this way. These 18,000 ultimate profound have been blessed by the source of all evil or the mark of the god race. But for you, these are still too far away. Of course, you won't have the chance to fuse with the will of the Heavenly Tao because you will die now. Heavenly Lord Ji shook his head. As soon as he finished speaking, a terrifying will burst out. Long Chen suddenly felt as if he was standing under the foot of the Heavenly Tao and was as small as an ant. As the will of the Heavenly Tao fully erupted, the 18,000 ultimate profound also erupted with an even more terrifying divine power, shattering the god's domain on the spot. It was like a withered tree, unable to withstand a single blow. Long Chen spat out a mouthful of blood and flew out like a meteorite. The 18,000 ultimate profound aura roared and instantly turned Long Chen into a bloody man. How is this possible? White-Eyed Wolf and the others heard the commotion and turned to look. They were instantly shocked. Brother! Long Chen immediately flew toward Long Chen. Don't come over. Don't bother about Qin Feiyang anymore. Run away immediately. Long Chen shouted. 18,000 ultimate profound of the supreme laws. It even contained the will of the Heavenly Tao. As Heavenly Lord Ji said, the power of these ultimate profound was on par with the lunatic's origin of all evil and Jiang Yunshuang's god's mark. This had far exceeded their limits. If they didn't run, they would die. Therefore, instead of dying here, it was better to run away. At least there was still hope in the future. However, Long Qin didn't run away. Tears flowed from his eyes. If they were to die, they would die together. Lunatic and the others were silent for a while, then smiled at each other and continued to attack Ryuko and Jiang Yunshuang. They didn't choose to run away. Even if they died, they would fight to the end. This group of little guys. The more I look at them, the more I admire them, but unfortunately, they are not from the divine kingdom. Heavenly Lord Ji shook his head and sighed. His face was full of regret. Whoosh! Long Qin landed in front of Long Chen. What are you doing? I told you to go, didn't you hear me? Long Chen shouted angrily. I'm not going. Long Qin shook his head. He stood in front of Long Chen and faced the 18,000 ultimate profound without fear. Long Chen waved his hand and the heavenly god sword appeared. Then, he pushed Long Qin away and shouted, Heavenly god sword, take her and Lunatic and escape immediately. Although the heavenly god sword was a mid-level sovereign weapon, it didn't have the power to resist so many ultimate profound. Not to mention that these ultimate profound contain the will of the heavenly Tao. But the heavenly god sword didn't leave. You won't listen to me? I'm doing this for your own good. I beg you, leave quickly. Long Chen roared. The dragon god asked me to protect you. If anything happens to you, I won't be able to escape responsibility. So I might as well die with you. The heavenly god sword said. Long Chen looked helplessly at the heavenly god sword and Long Qin, then turned to look at the lunatic and the others. This group of people also stood in front of the barrier. Facing Ryuko's 6,000 ultimate profound, they didn't retreat a single step. I'm very lucky to know you. If there's an afterlife, let's not be enemies anymore. Long Chen smiled. It seems like we're not enemies now. White-eyed Wolf grinned. Lunatic grinned. Now that things have come to this, can we write off our previous grudges? Are you asking for my forgiveness? Long Chen asked with a smile. You're already a person who's about to die. What face can't you put down? Yes. I'm begging you. Lunatic nodded. Ha, fine, from now on, our grudges are written off. In the next life, we'll fight side by side again. Long Chen raised his head and smiled. He activated his ultimate profound and charged toward the 18,000 ultimate profound. The heavenly god sword and Long Qin followed closely behind. Let's meet again in the next life. The lunatic white-eyed wolf, Li Feng, Master Jura, Yun Xiang, and Li Zhongxing looked at each other. They also laughed and charged toward Ryuko's 6,000 ultimate profound. Chapter 4010. The Black Tortoise Realm. Led by Little Wimp, Huo Wu and the others looked at the scene in the sky with sorrow in their eyes. Inside the Blood Demon Tower, the Mermaid Princess and Fire Lotus stood next to each other, holding each other's hands as they looked at the scene outside and cried silently. But at the same time, there was a smile in their teary eyes. If Mad Scientist died, the Blood Demon Tower wouldn't be able to survive. If the Blood Demon Tower couldn't survive, they would die too. But to be able to walk all the way to this day, to be able to die together with everyone, was actually a happy thing. Whoosh! Boom! At this moment, the wind howled in the sky and the dark clouds rolled. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled in the dark clouds and rain poured down. It was as if even the sky was crying. However, no one noticed that at this moment, there was a snow python shuttling through the dark clouds, heading straight for the battlefield. A young man in black was lying on the back of the snow python with a green foxtail in his mouth. His eyes were half open and he looked extremely tired. In the blink of an eye, on the battlefield below, tens of thousands of ultimates covered the sky and the terrifying power shook the entire western continent. The creatures that were retreating felt this energy and couldn't help but turn around and look in the direction of the Shen family village. What are you looking at? Let's go! The reclusive antiques of the various races shouted. Their cultivation was much stronger, so they felt it more clearly. Even if they were a few billion miles away, they could still feel the terrifying danger. So, the battle in the Shen family village was very fierce. Rumble! In the sky, the thunder was even louder. Long Chen and the white-eyed wolf were about to be drowned by tens of thousands of ultimates. But then, Heavenly Lord Ji seemed to feel something and raised his eyebrows to look inside. He saw a young man in black and tattered clothes descending from the sky and landing in front of the Heavenly God Sword and the Long Chen siblings. "It's you." Long Chen looked at the back of the young man and shouted, "What are you doing? Let's go." The young man didn't look back. A terrifying energy rolled out and the Heavenly God Sword and the Long Chen siblings immediately flew towards the Crazy One and the others. As for the snow python, it had already disappeared. Clearly, he had asked him to deliver the spatial divine item. "If you guys work together, you should be able to take care of Ryuko and Jiang Yunshuang." The young man yawned again and again. Even when he spoke, he seemed tired and powerless. However, as soon as he finished speaking, a scene that left everyone dumbfounded appeared. Several figures suddenly appeared behind the young man. These people who appeared out of thin air actually looked exactly the same as the young man. Weren't these 3,000 clones? 3,000 incarnations was a forbidden art of the Purple Gold Divine Dragon clan. How could this person have it? But what was this? There was an even more shocking scene. With a snap of the young man's fingers, one ultimate profundity after another appeared. It was the ultimate profundity of the 6 supreme laws. How is this possible? Heavenly Lord Ji's eyes trembled. Not only did he control 3,000 incarnations, but he also possessed the ultimate profundities of 6 supreme laws of nature. The young man's expression was still languid, as if he could not wake up from his slumber. Suddenly, another finger snap was heard. Boom! A monstrous might erupted like a volcano. The will of the Heavenly Tao. That was right. This was the will of the Heavenly Tao. With the support of the will of the Heavenly Tao, the power of the ultimate profundities instantly soared. 3,000 incarnations, ultimate profundities of the 6 supreme laws of nature, the will of the Heavenly Tao. The strength and methods displayed by the young man were not inferior to Heavenly Lord Ji's at all. What a terrifying guy! Long Chen whispered and turned to the Heavenly God Sword. "Bring us over to support him." The other party had already broken the agreement, so they naturally did not need to abide by it. The fully awakened Heavenly God Sword was several times faster than the moment of time. It swept up Long Chen and Long Qin and instantly landed beside Lunatic and the others. How could this be? Ryuko roared unwillingly. All the ultimate profundities crazily attacked Lunatic and the others. But at the same time, he turned around, pulled Jiang Yunshuang, and fled into the sky. On the other side, the young man and Heavenly Lord Ji had already clashed. All the ultimate profundities kept colliding, erupting with destructive power. "Who are you?" Heavenly Lord Ji was furious. Not to mention the 3,000 incarnations and 6 ultimate profundities, how could such an existence appear in a place like the Sky Cloud realm? The young man kept yawning and said listlessly, "You are not qualified to know my name." Hearing this, Heavenly Lord Ji was so angry that he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. The son of the monarch, the overlord of the world, actually said that he was not even qualified to know his name? At the same time, with the support of Long Chen, Long Qin, and the Heavenly God Sword, Lunatic and the others escaped death. However, the crisis was not over yet. Because the battle between the young man and Heavenly Lord Ji was enough to threaten the barrier set up by the Angel Sword. The barrier must not be broken. Nothing must happen to the Shun family village. The group did not have time to heal their injuries. They turned around and rushed to the front of the barrier. The power of laws surged out and turned into a huge barrier. Clang. White-eyed wolf, Yun Xiang, Li Zhongxing, Xiao Shui, and the old poison looked at each other and waved their hands. Sovereign weapons appeared one after another. Immediately, under the leadership of the Heavenly God Sword, these sovereign weapons soared into the sky and landed beside the Angel Sword, setting up a few more barriers. At this time, the Shen family village could be said to be protected by 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside. At this time, White-eyed Wolf activated the law of life to help everyone heal their injuries. This guy is too strong. Lunatic looked at the young man who was not weaker than Heavenly Lord Ji with shock in his eyes. I really didn't expect him to be so strong. Long Chen nodded. Here, not only Lunatic and White-Eyed Wolf, Long Chen and his sister were also very familiar with the young man. This was because the young man had already shown great strength in the ancient world. However, although they could see that the young man was extraordinary, they never expected him to have such heaven-defying means. Since he is so strong, why didn't he make a move after the divine kingdom descended? Li Zhongxing was puzzled. This person is not on our side. Lunatic shook his head. Not with us. Li Zhongxing was surprised. Although we already knew him in the ancient world, no one knows his origin and identity. He is like a mystery. The most important thing is that every time he makes a move, it will exceed everyone's imagination. Lunatic said. So mysterious? Li Zhongxing, Old Poison, and Xiao Shui looked at each other. This person couldn't be here to play, right? Who is he? Why have I never heard of him before? In the distance, Ryuko and Jiang Yunshuang's faces were also full of surprise. After coming to the Sky Cloud realm for so many years, they had already investigated the well-known powerhouses of the Sky Cloud realm, but there was no information about this person. He can't be the son of your aunt and the human emperor, right? Jiang Yunshuang suddenly asked. Ryuko's aunt was the princess of the divine kingdom. Impossible. I didn't sense the aura of the purple gold dragon blood on him. Ryuko shook his head. Your aunt's son might not be able to awaken the purple gold dragon blood, Jiang Yunshuang said. Ryuko's expression froze. These words were very reasonable. The inheritance of the bloodline power might not be a biological son or daughter, but it might be a descendant of another generation. For example, Qin Feiyang. Although he didn't know which generation Qin Feiyang was a descendant of the Qin clan, from the way Qin Feiyang usually addressed the princess of the divine kingdom, he must be a descendant of another generation. If that was the case, then wouldn't this young man in front of him be his cousin? Absolutely impossible. Ryuko clenched his fists. Even if it was true, he didn't want to believe it. How could a person who didn't have the purple gold dragon blood be more outstanding than him? The ultimate profundities of the six supreme laws were an unreachable dream to him. But how could he explain the 3,000 incarnations? Although his aunt betrayed the divine kingdom, she would never pass the 3,000 incarnations to an outsider. Rumble. Accompanied by a loud noise, the first confrontation between the two finally ended. The young man still looked like he hadn't woken up yet. Such a person can actually comprehend the ultimate profundities of the six supreme laws? Heavenly Lord Ji clenched his fists and felt very unbalanced. He shouted, Who exactly are you? Why do you have 3,000 incarnations? Frenzy and the others also looked at the young man, because this was also the question in their hearts. Apart from the purple gold dragon race, only the princess of the divine kingdom, Qin Feiyang, and the demon ancestor had 3,000 incarnations. The purple gold dragon race lived in the divine kingdom, and the young man hadn't even been to the divine kingdom. Naturally, he couldn't have gotten them from the divine kingdom. As for the princess of the divine kingdom, she had given the 3,000 incarnations to Empress Yu in the early years, and she had already lost this heaven-defying method. Not to mention the demon ancestor. He had always been in the Black Tortoise world and had never interacted with the young man. Qin Feiyang certainly wouldn't give the 3,000 incarnations to an outsider. Both were impossible. Where did the young man's 3,000 incarnations come from? But the young man stood there as if he was about to fall asleep and didn't want to talk to Heavenly Lord Ji at all. Heavenly Lord Ji frowned. What kind of attitude was this? But suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something and looked at the young man in surprise and asked, Are you my sister's child? Frenzy and the white-eyed wolf were stunned. The child of the princess of the divine kingdom? It was impossible not to be impressed by the power of his image. Of course, they all knew that the child of the princess of the divine kingdom was Qin Batin. It had nothing to do with this young man. The young man was also stunned and looked at Heavenly Lord Ji. Suddenly, a trace of slyness flashed in his narrowed eyes. He nodded and said, Yes, I am your sister's child, Qin Batin. What the hell? His words were truly shocking. Frenzy and the white-eyed wolf looked at each other. What was this guy trying to do? He actually pretended to be Qin Feiyang's ancestor. Qin Baden, Heavenly Lord Ji looked at the young man and shook his head. You don't look like him at all. Nonsense. It's not real at all. How can he look like him? The white-eyed wolf mumbled. As their child, do I have to look like them? The young man said indifferently. But you don't have the purple gold dragon blood. Heavenly Lord Ji said. Purple gold dragon blood? I don't even care about this plaything. The young man pouted and his face was full of disdain. How dare you? Since you're the descendant of the purple gold dragon, then you should protect the dignity of the purple gold dragon blood instead of looking down on it. Chapter 40:11. Protect the dignity of your purple gold dragon blood? You are thinking too much. The young man was disdainful and didn't dodge at all. He punched out lightly, but the seemingly light punch wasn't any weaker than Ji Tianjuan's. An intense battle ensued. Madman and the others finally saw the true strength of the young man. He was much stronger than them. He really is my aunt's child. Looking at the young man who was locked in battle with his father, Ryuko's face was particularly ferocious. How could a person who didn't even have purple gold dragon blood have such strength? Since he is your aunt's child, then the ancestor that Qin Feiyang spoke of must be him. It's really beyond imagination to be this strong. How did a low-level civilization that doesn't even have the inheritance of the ultimate mystery do it? Jiang Yunshuang's face was also full of disbelief. If the Sky Cloud realm had the inheritance of the ultimate mystery, then it could be explained that this person had integrated the inheritance. But, according to their investigation over the years, they couldn't find the inheritance of the ultimate mystery in the Sky Cloud realm. If he didn't integrate the inheritance, then he comprehended it himself? What a joke! In terms of age, as the child of the princess of the Divine Kingdom, he was younger than her and Ryuko. How could he comprehend the ultimate mystery of the 6 strongest laws? Unless this person opened the legendary gate of potential. Long Chen took a deep breath, retracted his gaze, and transmitted his voice. Qin, you stay here with everyone to protect the Shun family village. Brother Wolf, let's go kill Ryuko and Jiang Yunshuang. But this time, we must deprive them of all their cultivation. White-eyed Wolf's eyes flashed with a cold light. Ryuko? Goddess? Today, I will make you fall from the altar and never be able to rise again. However, just as the 3 were about to attack. Brother Madman, Brother Wolf, look, Li Feng exclaimed. The 2 were stunned and turned to look at Li Feng. They saw Li Feng looking at the sky with a face full of shock. Seeing this, the 2 of them hurriedly raised their heads and looked over. Their expressions were immediately shocked. Long Chen and the others were the same. At this moment, the rolling dark clouds in the sky gradually turned blood red. Countless bolts of lightning also turned blood red. A terrifying heavenly might was gradually awakening. What happened? Ryuko and Jiang Yunshuang also noticed this scene, and their faces were full of surprise. Boom! Following closely, a terrifying aura exploded above the Shun family village. The group of people turned their heads to look at the sky above the village. Could it be Qin Feiyang? At this moment, all the villagers in the Shun family village raised their heads and looked at the sky in surprise. The life energy gathered from the entire western continent surged in the sky like a vast ocean. It was countless times more spectacular than the life laws. Everyone in the village was greatly improved by this energy. For example, Shen Dazhuang's current cultivation had already soared to the initial Divine Lord realm. This was equivalent to him crossing an entire realm in the short period of half a month. Even Shen Dazhuang himself felt like he was dreaming at such a speed. As for the other people in the village, even the strongest person in the village, Shen Dazhuang, had broken through an entire realm. What about the others? In short, everyone had been reborn. One day in the future, the hundreds of people in the Shun family village would inevitably become famous in the Sky Cloud realm. Even in the future, they would become a force to protect the Sky Cloud realm. At this moment, there seemed to be a faint figure in the rolling life energy in the sky. But the life energy was too rich to see clearly. However, as the dark clouds and lightning in the sky all turned blood red, A huge vortex suddenly appeared above the village. All the life energy frantically rushed toward the vortex. In just a few breaths, the life energy in the sky disappeared, revealing a white figure. Qin Feiyang. Old Qin. Little Qin Zi. Qin Dage. Young Master. Frenzy and the others were wild with joy. That's right. This white figure was Qin Feiyang. The previous vortex was caused by him absorbing the life energy to reconstruct his body. He extracted the essence of the entire Western continent's plants just to reconstruct his body. At this moment, his skin was like a newborn baby, glowing with treasure light. His temperament had also become a little different from before, as if he had merged with heaven and earth. He was clearly standing in front of them, but he looked a little ethereal. Who's this? Looking at Qin Feiyang standing in the sky, many people in the village were surprised. But Shen Dezhuang was like a bolt from the blue. This face, wasn't it the famous Qin Feiyang of the sky cloud realm? How could Qin Feiyang be in the sky above the village? He rubbed his eyes hard and looked up again. The young man in the sky didn't change at all. He was one of the legendary figures of the sky cloud realm. Junior Shen Dezhuang greets Senior Qin. With a quiver, Shen Dezhuang knelt on the ground with a face full of worship. Senior Qin? Shen Mulin and the others looked at Dezhuang in surprise. Grandpa Little Jia, yes, he is Qin Feiyang who has been guarding the sky cloud realm and protecting the world. Shen Dezhuang roared excitedly. He really didn't expect that one day, he would be able to see this legendary figure in person. And it was in their Shen family village. He finally understood why Madman Mo, Long Qin, and Li Feng would appear in the Shen family village one after another. All of this was to protect Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang. Hearing Shen Dezhuang's roar, the people in the village couldn't help but tremble in body and mind. They couldn't believe it to the extreme. Now in the sky cloud realm, even if they hadn't seen Qin Feiyang, they would have heard of the name Qin Feiyang. Such an unattainable figure actually descended in the sky above their Shen family village? They were so shocked that they didn't associate Qin Feiyang with Gu Feng at all. Moreover, based on their understanding of this world, they already believed that Gu Feng was dead. Everyone quickly kneel down, you can't be rude to Senior Qin. Shen Dezhuang said anxiously. The group of people came back to their senses and immediately knelt on the ground. But at this moment, an invisible force surged and blocked their legs. No matter what, they couldn't kneel down. And Shen Dezhuang, who had already knelt down, was also forcibly lifted up by that invisible force. Qin Feiyang slowly opened his eyes. His eyes were black and white, containing a heart-palpitating aura. This was the eye of life and death. But his eyes were extremely calm. I finally succeeded. He murmured and raised his head to look at the blood clouds in the sky with a trace of a smile on his face. This was his heavenly tribulation, the ultimate prodigy of the law of life and death. Moreover, it was also the heavenly tribulation of the law of death and the law of life. Because once he comprehended the ultimate meaning of the law of life and death, it was equivalent to comprehending the ultimate meaning of the law of death and the law of life at the same time. The power of the three ultimate meanings of the heavenly tribulation could be imagined. It was more terrifying than any other heavenly tribulation. But there wasn't the slightest bit of nervousness in his expression. He slowly lowered his head and looked at the villagers. The smile on his face became wider. You don't have to be like this. I should be the one thanking you. Thank you. After saying that, he bowed to all the villagers. This caused the entire village to be dumbfounded. What did this mean? They couldn't understand it at all. Rebirth. Ha, I knew it. This kid would definitely do it. Black Tortoise Realm. Brat was also laughing loudly. Fire Dance, Wang Xiaojie, Pai Lupi, Theta Wang, the Five-Clawed Golden Dragon, the Dark Guard, the Sword Emperor, and the others all had smiles on their faces. Of course. Seeing Qin Feiyang's rebirth, the happiest people were the Mermaid Princess and Fire Lotus. The two of them grabbed each other's hands tightly and cried tears of joy. Boom! Accompanied by a heaven-shaking thunder, a blood-red lightning bolt descended from the sky. The heavenly might shook the world. The various Dominator divine weapons floating in the sky all felt a fatal crisis. Even the Heavenly God Sword and the Angel Sword, the two intermediate Dominator divine weapons, felt the same. Qin Feiyang, you can't go through the tribulation in the barrier. Come out or the barrier will break. The Divine King Ghost Throne shouted. Qin Feiyang waved his hand, and the Black Tortoise Realm returned to his forehead. The Universe Ring also disappeared in his sea of qi. Then, he took a step forward and flew 90,000 miles. In an instant, he appeared outside the barrier and stood above the various Dominator divine weapons. That's Big Brother Gu Feng's Universe Ring. Xin Xiaojia shouted. Gu Feng, Qin Feiyang murmured. This girl still didn't know that he was Gu Feng? He ignored it for now and activated his 3,000 clones. Senior brother, White-Eyed Wolf, Li Feng, help me go through the tribulation. His voice was like a bell that resounded for 10,000 miles. When the mad scientist, White-Eyed Wolf, and Li Feng heard it, they immediately activated their ultimate meanings. Li Zhongxing, Xiao Shui, and the old poisonous monster looked at each other and activated their ultimate meanings. Let's help him. After all, this is the heaven's tribulation of the law of life and death. Long Chen looked at Long Qin, Yun Xiang, and the masked Shura and smiled. Long Qin was a bit reluctant, but he didn't go against Long Chen's will. Boom! As the ultimate meanings appeared, the 3,000 clones behind Qin Feiyang immediately activated the purple gold dragon soul and the Eye of Heaven to copy the ultimate meanings of these people. He's Qin Feiyang. Heavenly Lord Ji looked up at Qin Feiyang and murmured to himself. The purple gold dragon soul, the Eye of Heaven, and now he had comprehended the ultimate meaning of the law of life and death. This was too crazy. If he successfully went through the tribulation, even the divine kingdom would have to be careful in the future. What do you think of my descendant? He's good enough for you, right? The young man glanced at Qin Feiyang, and a trace of a smile could be seen on his lazy face. Then he looked at Heavenly Lord Ji and teased. Descendant? The white-eyed wolf was startled and looked at the young man strangely. Did this bastard pretend to be Qin Batian just to take advantage of little Qin Zi? Heavenly Lord Ji looked back at the young man. Suddenly, he stepped forward and dashed towards Qin Feiyang. Don't think about these naive thoughts. The young man activated the moment of time and instantly appeared in front of Heavenly Lord Ji. His terrifying power was released and forced Heavenly Lord Ji to step back. All sorts of ultimate profound meanings were unleashed. He moved the battlefield further away step by step. He did this to prevent Heavenly Lord Ji from making trouble. On the other side, Ryuko and Jiang Yunchuang clenched their hands and stared at Qin Feiyang with undisguised viciousness in their eyes. They couldn't let him pass the tribulation. They had to kill him even if they had to risk their lives. Chapter 40:12. Boom. The two suddenly soared into the sky and rushed toward Qin Feiyang like lightning. Qin Feiyang was outside the barrier, so it was easier to kill him. You are courting death. The heavenly god sword roared. The sword tore through the sky and slashed toward the two. A mere mid-level dominator weapon dares to block my path. Ryuko's face was gloomy. His 3,000 incarnations activated their ultimate intent and charged toward the heavenly god sword. For ordinary people, a mid-level dominator weapon was like a god. But for Ryuko, who had 3,000 incarnations, it was no threat at all. Even a high-level dominator weapon would have to retreat in the face of 3,000 incarnations. This was the terror of 3,000 incarnations. The heavenly god sword panicked and quickly retreated. It could sacrifice for Long Chen, but it would never risk its life for Qin Feiyang. This was not risking its life. In front of 3,000 incarnations, this was courting death. Swish. But at this moment, Qin Feiyang did not retreat. Instead, he stepped forward and landed above Ryuko and Jiang Yunchuang. What are you doing? Ryuko was stunned. But before he finished speaking, he understood Qin Feiyang's purpose. Because at this moment, the first heavenly tribulation was whistling toward them. Qin Feiyang took another step and instantly appeared below Ryuko and Jiang Yunchuang. This way, Ryuko and Jiang Yunchuang became his shield. Bastard! Ryuko roared. He was actually using him to help with the heavenly tribulation. It was too late to retreat now because the heavenly tribulation had already descended. The terrifying heavenly tribulation made the two feel as if they had fallen into the abyss of hell. Was this the heavenly tribulation of the ultimate intent of the law of life and death? It was many times more terrifying than the heavenly tribulation of the ultimate intent of the strongest law. He did not dare to hesitate. He hurriedly ordered his 3,000 incarnations to control the 6,000 ultimate intents and attack the heavenly tribulation. Boom! Following a deafening explosion, the 10 ultimate intents vanished on the spot. This, not only Ryuko but Qin Feiyong, Madman, and the others were also dumbfounded. One had to know. Back when the God-slaying tablet underwent its tribulation, the third heavenly tribulation descended and only shattered 3 ultimate profundities. But now, just the first heavenly tribulation actually directly shattered 10 ultimate profundities. 10 ultimate profundities of ultimate laws were equivalent to 10 low-level sovereign divine weapons. 10 low-level dominator divine weapons were comparable to 1 mid-level dominator divine weapon. In other words, the power of the first heavenly tribulation was equivalent to the full power of the heavenly God sword and the angel sword. After all, both the Empyrean God sword and the angel sword were mid-level dominator divine weapons. Wasn't this power a little too terrifying? Compared to the God-slaying tablet's heavenly tribulation, it was several times stronger. Without the 3,000 incarnations and the Eye of Heaven, even Qin Feiyong would have died in the face of such a heavenly tribulation. It really made one's scalp tingle. Damn bastard, I'm going to kill you! Being used by Qin Feiyong, Ryuko and Madman were enraged. The remaining ultimate intents blasted toward Qin Feiyong. Don't think that you have the right to be arrogant just because I'm undergoing my tribulation. Qin Feiyong snorted coldly. He took a step forward and returned to the front of the 3,000 incarnations. His 3,000 incarnations were replicating the ultimate intents of Madman and the others. Although they hadn't replicated it yet, their aura was already enough to shake this world. Do you need help? Longchen asked with a smile. Let me try first. Qin Feiyong waved his hand. After saying that, the 3,000 incarnations behind him activated the ultimate intents of the karma law and the life and death law, exuding an aura that could destroy heaven and earth. Not bad. While the 3,000 incarnations were replicating, they could activate their own intents. The ultimate intents of the karma law and the ultimate intents of the life and death law were all methods that could compete with Ryuko. So, Ryuko and Jiang Yunshuang wanted to attack Qin Feiyong while he was undergoing his tribulation, but that was simply a pipe dream. The intents of the two sides crazily clashed together, causing a destructive aura to spread in all directions. The barrier set up by Long Chen and the others, as well as the heavenly God sword and the other sovereign weapons, was constantly being shattered. Not good. Madman's expression changed and he shouted, "If this continues, the Shen family village will be finished sooner or later." Qin Feiyong also raised his eyebrows slightly and said, "Ghost Divine King, immediately take the people of the Shen family village and leave the battlefield. You must protect them well." Understood. The throne of ghosts and deities responded. Then, it swooped down and landed in the sky above the village. It picked up all the villagers and flew away without looking back. Qin Feiyong had been reborn and the will he left behind had also been retracted. So now, everyone could enter the Shen family village. And with the people of the Shen family village leaving, there was no doubt that Qin Feiyong and the others could truly go all out. The sovereign weapons no longer cared about the Shen family village and returned to their master's side. As the last barrier shattered, the Shen family village instantly disappeared into the dust. High up in the sky, the collision of the intents of the laws had also determined the victor. Although Ryuko had lost 10 intents of the ultimate intents when facing the first tribulation, Jiang Yunshuang's 3 intents of the ultimate intents were strengthened by the god race's imprint and their power was extremely terrifying. So in this confrontation, Qin Feiyong did not gain any advantage. But it was not a complete defeat. He could barely block it. Gotcha. The second tribulation descended. Qin Feiyong looked up and frowned slightly. When the tribulation was brewing, he could indeed barely compete with Ryuko and Jiang Yunshuang. But when the tribulation descended, it was a bit troublesome. Because while fighting with Ryuko and Jiang Yunshuang, he also had to divide a portion of his intents of the laws to resist the tribulation. Ryuko and Jiang Yunshuang also realized this and immediately seized this opportunity to activate their intents of the ultimate intents once again and madly attack Qin Feiyang. Damn it. I can't take it anymore. Madman roared angrily, and the power of the source of all evil turned into a blood-colored torrent that flooded the sky and attacked Jiang Yunshuang and Jiang Yunshuang. You really like to meddle in other people's business. Jiang Yunshuang was furious. The three intents of the ultimate intents that were attacking Qin Feiyang immediately turned in the air and blasted toward the blood-colored torrent. Boom! The blood-colored torrent continued to collapse, and the three intents of the ultimate intents were also dispersing. But Ryuko's 6,000 intents of the ultimate intents did not stop and continued to attack Qin Feiyang. It seems that you still need my help. Long Chen faintly smiled and stepped into the sky with the ultimate intents of the law of spacetime. He activated his domain of divinity and enveloped Ryuko's 6,000 intents of the ultimate intents. Although Qin Feiyang's 3,000 clones were currently copying his ultimate intents and causing his ultimate intents to be unable to be used to kill the enemy, this did not affect Long Chen much. Because as long as he had his domain of divinity, it was fine. Many thanks. Qin Feiyang thanked him, and the ultimate intents of the law of karma and the law of life and death activated by the 3,000 clones behind him immediately turned into a wave that swept across the sky. Boom! The second heavenly tribulation blasted toward the 6,000 intents of the ultimate intents. In just an instant, 20 of the ultimate intents were shattered. Holy shit! This power has really multiplied. The pupils of White-Eyed Wolf and the others shrank. If they were in his place, they would only be waiting for death. Long Chen's pupils also shrank slightly, and he smiled without turning his head. It seems that I still need Brother Qin's help to pass the heavenly tribulation in the future. Qin Feiyang was taken aback and said with a smile, "Just give me the order." Although the heavenly tribulation of the ultimate intents was not comparable to the heavenly tribulation of the law of life and death, it was still difficult to pass without the 3,000 clones. Take the heavenly tribulation of the God-slaying tablet as an example. If Qin Feiyang had not helped back then, he would have been obliterated by the heavenly tribulation. Boom! The third heavenly tribulation appeared. After shattering the power of the source of all evil, Jiang Yunshuang once again charged towards Long Chen's domain of divinity. Treat me as if I don't exist. Lunatic also charged towards Jiang Yunshuang with two ultimate intents of the ultimate intents of the ultimate intents. His ultimate intents could not be used to kill the enemy now. However, it was not a big problem for him, because his fist was equivalent to the ultimate intents. The tug-of-war between the four began again. But now, it was obviously disadvantageous to Ryuko and Jiang Yunshuang. The White-Eyed Wolf also activated his battle soul again and began to deprive the two of their precepts and cultivation. The White-Eyed Wolf did not need to do it personally. He just needed to stand below and watch. And now, no one came to disturb him. Because Heavenly Lord Ji had been forced to the distance by the young man and could no longer be seen. Therefore, if nothing unexpected happened, Ryuko and Lunatic's precepts would be completely deprived by the White-Eyed Wolf sooner or later. Qin Feiyang looked at this scene and a smile appeared on his face. The luckiest thing in his life was to have this group of companions. In short, no one was more reliable than these people in front of him, including Long Chen. As for Long Qin, to be honest, the moment he woke up, he was really surprised to see Long Qin and the White-Eyed Wolf standing together in life and death. Although this had a lot to do with Long Chen, with Long Qin's character, it was really rare to see such a performance. The third heavenly tribulation fell. 30 profundities of the laws shattered in response. The power of this attack had indeed increased exponentially. The heavenly tribulation of the life and death laws was ridiculously powerful. When the 10th heavenly tribulation came, wouldn't it require 100 precepts to contend with it? 100 precepts was the power of a high-grade sovereign weapon. One had to know. There were still 89 heavenly tribulations. The power of the last heavenly tribulation was the sum of the previous 98 heavenly tribulations. The first heavenly tribulation requires 10 precepts. The second heavenly tribulation requires 20 precepts. When the 98th heavenly tribulation comes, it will require 980 precepts. What the fuck, that's amazing! The white-eyed wolf murmured. What is this? Calculate the total of 98 heavenly tribulations. Longqin said. The total of 98 heavenly tribulations? How does this count? The white-eyed wolf was stunned. Are you a pig? The first heavenly tribulation requires 10 precepts, right? The second heavenly tribulation requires 20 precepts, right? The sum is added one by one like this. I really don't understand why Fire Dance likes you. Longqin shook his head. Who are you looking down on? I was just shocked and my brain short-circuited. The white-eyed wolf snorted coldly and began to count with his fingers. 1, 10, 20, 30, 40, 50. Looking at this scene, the corner of Longqin's mouth twitched. Was this guy here to be funny? He actually started to count. After all, he was someone who had mastered the precepts of the 3 strongest precepts. Could he not be so childish?